Jak live. Oh my god. View details. Where is it? So many weird shits on the internet here, bro. Where is the most recent one? Was 159, and then boom. Post that. None of this time, and then you close this. Oh geez, oh, Twitter, bro. Twitter is crazy. Okay. Looks like we're live. We're just gonna make sure real quick. I wonder why it didn't show the thumbnail. Am I live with this? Is this private? This better not be private because it's supposed to be public. Let's see. Anybody in the chat? Hello there. Hello there. No freaking way is this privated. Private, okay, public this. Bang and bang. Alright. So now that should be public, and I need to post a notification that we're live on this, so copy. Share this live. Everybody that's watching this, make sure you guys share this live. Everything is working. Let's go. So we're gonna put the 159. Jak and Daxter, a new replay. And bam. Yo, what up, Oblivion? What up, Joker? Oh shit, face cam frozen. Of course. Hold on. What up, Marissa? The face cam is frozen. What up, Kyle? How you guys doing? Kyle's like, whoa, you see the power? Pablo Huncho, welcome everybody. I just unlocked the YouTube stream. We're just letting everybody come in. What up, MCL? You missed the end of last night, but you're still back at it. Yeah, we're still in the first game. We ended it off after the lost Precursor City, so we have half of the game to finish tonight. We're finishing the game tonight. I'm not leaving without finishing the game. I actually got the fix done, so last night there was an issue with the controls. We fixed that as well, so tonight it's gonna be lit. Just give me 1 second fixing the camera, and then after I fix this camera, we'll be talking in a second. Give me 1 moment. When did this drop? You didn't know, Connor? I will explain that in a moment. Give me 1 second. Okay, so it seems like we're good. I'm gonna put on the intermission for a second. Is this part of... Yeah, this is... Okay. I'm trying to get things reacquainted with this new stream setup that I got to actually, like, maximize it. You guys see, like, these past couple days, I'm starting to get into the flow of streaming and everything like that and figuring out what we gotta do, how we can fix certain things. Let me move this TV up a little bit. Right? Wait, screen? So if I do this, TV box, okay, this full screen got to move up a little bit. There we go. Right? Yeah, man. So let's see. J Will Gaming says, I haven't seen your content in a while. Keep up the good work. Yo, I appreciate you coming through, fam. Yeah, man. I don't know what y'all is talking about with Disney movies and Bengals. I have no idea what's going on, but okay. So Connor, this just kind of was online for 2 years. So this is the PC version of Jak and Daxter, right? OpenGoal. This has been out for 2+ years. And the thing is, the PC version is the definitive version. Now with the PC version, you have the ability to upgrade the texture packs. You also have the ability to add mods, and now because of new technology, right? Because of 2025, 2024, AI has made it to the point where we can basically remaster the games ourselves. So if you have OpenGoal Jak and Daxter, now what you can do with these new PCs, with how strong they are, is you can take the game. Sorry, I'm just getting everything ready. You can take the game, you can update the textures. Not only can you update the textures, you can add custom ray tracing. Ray tracing is dynamic lighting in all of these new games that you guys see on all the new consoles, and you're putting that onto a PS2 game now. So it adds all of the shadows and stuff, and that's a majority of the work that makes it look like it's fresh. So they, with the power of AI upscaling all the textures, with the power of AI being able to voice act characters, with the power of the new graphics card and ray tracing and reshade mods, we can basically remaster, in theory, any game that we have from the past, which is what I've been going through. We started with Jak, and this is the best work I've gotten so far. So Connor, look up reshade with ray tracing effects. I had seen somebody do it with Ratchet and Clank as well, so we're gonna be going through all of the series with that. Like I said, everybody follow Pablo Huncho. Guys, please like the stream. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, please like the video, comment, subscribe. I'm gonna be uploading every one of these parts in a much more edited format, just like a Let's Play, right after the stream throughout the day, throughout the days and the weekends. So if you guys can also support those as well, that'll help promote the stream, that'll help promote the channel, that'll help promote the community, and this way we can have a whole renaissance of these video games and good times. So what are you guys up to tonight? Now that I said all of that, Rico says it's been over 3 years since the Vic Manana incident, and I still stand with Vic 100% to this day, bro. Look, I still stand with Vic to this day. Right here on the screen, every time I boot up the stream, look who's behind her. It's, wait, it should be, bam. This moment right here changed my entire life. Like right here, right now you're witnessing the fusion of Broly and Paul. Where can I have the Jak and Daxter remastered for OpenGoal? There should be, just use YouTube tutorials. Just they're very quick Google search. You need the ISO, and then they give you OpenGoal, and it's very quick. They made it super streamlined. I'm just going through notifications real quick, making sure everything is set. Okay. Let me just make sure. Okay, seems like we're good to go. All right. So, boy. Just waiting for the Jak 2 races. It's so hard. I can't wait for that. That's why I really want to finish this tonight so I can play that as soon as possible. The Jak 2 races is lit. Now reporting live with your neighborhood mangina. We just finished the Lost Precursor City, and in the last episode, what happened was we were playing with this OpenGoal effect. So right here, if you guys ever decide to play this, the graphic options, the MSAA, I had this tuned to 16x. So this is stuff that you don't see in the console version, all of these fine tuning and tweaks. But this was tuned to 16x yesterday, and this limited my ability to jump. This limited my this limited everything. I couldn't even do a proper jump. It was doing everything halfway. So I dropped this to 4x. It did barely nothing to the graphics, and now I have complete control with the maximum graphics, basically. So look at this. This is prime Jak and Daxter. You can see all the textures on the clothing and everything down to down to his toes. You see the scratches on the man's toes on those big ass. What the fuck is that? All right. The Japanese version of the crying is funny. We got to check that out. I really want to do a Jak and Daxter Dragon Ball Z mod. So the legend says it. He's still crying 20 years later. The neighborhood mangina. So, after finishing the Lost Precursor City, that was one hell of a death trap. Make sure y'all smash that like button when you guys see that on YouTube, because we went through some hell for that. We finished the Precursor Basin. Now it's time for Boggy Swamp. And this is the final area within this section. So, there was no way in hell I was going to be able to surpass this if I wasn't going to be able to jump. In the previous episodes, there was a setting that was limiting the jumps to half jumps, but now we fixed it. So now we can actually Okay. Yo, shouts to my boy Reynold Esor. He says, my boy, it's been a while. It has been a while, and just for you, I got eaten by the lurker shark, and it's in 4K. Now, Kira's gone. Kira has abandoned the scene, and anytime the NPCs leave their posts, it just makes the area that much deader. It feels like endgame content, and back in the day, there's just something about the energy a character brings to an area, just like in Spyro, just like in anything. When you see a character like that just moving around, it adds so much area energy. Like, I mean, within their vicinity, they have an aura. Even if they're NPCs, they have an aura. Especially in the Jak and Daxter realm, these characters are fully fleshed out. And there's the final power cell. But I just hated completing the game because they're all gone. All the NPCs and everything, the whole place is cleaned out and the whole world is dead. But when you start it over, which is what I constantly do in every game, it comes back to life, especially this one. Now we're gonna head to Boggy Swamp, the final area. And like I said, going back to what we were talking about with Kira over there. So speaking of Boggy Swamp, Brody and Slip were thinking about Abby and Owen on the Buttsack Swamp. The Last of Us 2 is coming to the PC next month, and you know it's crazy. I have one of the most infamous Last of Us 2 takes, and it was one of the most popular ones, by the way. It went viral, and I took that shit down. But you guys know my feelings about The Last of Us 2. It's not my cup of tea. It's some people's game, and more power to them, but most of us weren't too happy with it. Now, we were talking in my Discord about this. Make sure you guys go check out the Discord. Hey, when we're into this modding spree of all of these other games, right? Why don't we just take The Last of Us 2 when it's on PC and just mod it? We can fix the game to our liking once it comes to PC, so we should be excited. Last of Us 2 Part 2, the show is coming out, as well as the game, I think next month. So they're coming out in tangent. The hype is all coming together, and most people are traumatized, including me. I'm talking about me, about the Abby and Owen scene on the boat. We're still mentioning that. So my mentality was, hey, a lot of people didn't like the fact of what happened to Joel was one of the most craziest moments in gaming history, and they never ever aligned with Abby after that. How do we fix that? Well, we have a Naughty Dog game here. Why not just replace Abby with Kira or Ashlyn? Or even better, the realistic characters, Chloe or Elena. More so Chloe. If you take the Uncharted characters and change that whole group that Abby was working with, and you just switch it to the Uncharted characters versus Joel and his squad, it's like a Western showdown. I feel like that fixes majority of the game, because one, if none of us really aligned with with Abby's character, if we couldn't align with Abby's character, at least the Uncharted cast, most of us have. So it's like familiar faces, which kind of changes up everything. It's as if the Uncharted cast is surviving the zombie apocalypse and crossed paths with Joel and Ellie, and now you're seeing familiar faces being the ones to kill him. And then I also pointed out the fact that everything Abby was trying to be is what Chloe was, in my opinion. I felt like Chloe was everything the strong woman was. You know what I mean? Chloe was that character, that mysterious, like, Viper character. And I felt like if you switch out Chloe and Abby, it works. If you switch out Owen with Drake and switch out the pregnant girl with Elena, it still works, because there's still a romance between Drake and Abby, and as well as like everything else. I don't know, man. I feel like it'll work if you switch Chloe out with everything. Chloe killing Joel. Picture that. Picture Chloe killing Joel, because I remember when I first played Uncharted 2, I was thinking, yo, is Chloe gonna kill Drake or betray him? You know what I mean? So I think it matches more with Chloe. I'm gonna try that mod, and I think that could fix most of the game. We're gonna jump over here. We're gonna destroy the Buttsex boat. That's where we are. We're in Shrek Swamp, and I know somebody else is also gonna use the Last of Us 2 mods to mod Shrek inevitably as Owen on that scene, and watch them clap cheeks in 4K from behind. And I just know they're gonna do it. Shrek is love. Shrek is life is about to become a meme, and that's why this conversation's happening right now, because we're in the swamp. And man, I remember we ran through an entire swamp of zombies just like this. At the very end of it, with no shower, no nothing, Abby runs to the very end to get on a boat to sleep overnight through all of this swamp, blood and guts and all this stuff all over her, just to get their cheeks clapped in the middle of the zombie apocalypse and make it super weird. All right. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below about I'm telling you, man. Boggy Swamp bringing back some memories here, and I'm trying to look at the positive. Like, how can we fix this? How can we make it right with mods? PC gaming is where everything is at right now for me, because most of these normal games without mods, it's not looking like it. Everything is now pay to win. Everything is sellout culture, and the soul of gaming is kind of in a gutter. If you go back to these old games, they have so much soul. The new games, not so much. Nowadays, they just have microtransactions. Like, if Jak and Daxter was to come out nowadays, how many skins will we be buying right now? Where's my little Bo Peep Jak and Daxter skin? I'll wait. And as we use the Key Blast, the Super Saiyan Aura, to blast the first stone of that wretched ship into orbit.
Did you see that?
Key Blast. I need to see my cyberpunk anime with Jak and Daxter characters. I need to see a renaissance of Jak and Daxter. They need to make this character return to the forefront of gaming. What up, Raven? What is that black liquid electric oil? Okay. Replace Owen with Lord Farquaad. Oh my god. Laura says we need to replace Owen with Lord Farquaad. So you want Owen to be Lord Farquaad, right? So that means he's gonna be the one that gives the back shots. And who's gonna be on the receiving end? You're gonna make that. Are you gonna make that Shrek? Is that what we're doing? Yo, shouts to El Dorado. I love that name, bro. I love that name. I love that movie. And bro, low key, that's the origins of my country. Well, not my country. I'm American, but my parents are from South America, a country called Guyana, around the area where El Dorado may actually be hidden. Low key, if you guys go to my Instagram and you guys check out like the trip I had back in February, early January, bro, I'm telling you, I felt like I was standing on El Dorado. But Paul, did you watch Solo Leveling? I have not. Everybody's been telling me to watch it, and now I think I should because of how many people were telling me. I've been focused on this. Let me know in the chat / comments, should I watch Solo Leveling? Everybody's been telling me to watch it. All right, Boggy Swamp, we're gonna make our way to the very end and dig a tunnel. Here we're gonna just blast this all open with the Dr. Bio powers and kill all these rats for some eco. All right, we got the fast powers. Ice the bites, welcome to the party. These jump pads, I love the sound effect. And now we're gonna go in here and kill the rats. And then we have to destroy their home. I feel like I'm destroying Majin Buu's brain or something. We got 3, we got key everywhere. Energy, aura, blue energy, Super Saiyan 2 and yellow. I wish we could combine the ecos. Like imagine yellow plus red, super strength, yellow plus blue, not super strength, but you get key blast and speed. Imagine light eco. I was hoping it was going to be all of it, but it kind of is anyway. Holy shit. He did that jump so fast. What was that? Jak just kind of monkeyed around that shit.
Should I call for backup?
Give me 1 second, camera shutting off for whatever reason. This update looking amazing. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, fam. Yo, imagine you get stuck behind one of these obstacles or on one of these obstacles. Imagine that is just painful for a guy. Your nuts getting split in half. Or to my mother, you a girl at that point. This whole thing, this whole Boggy Swamp is meant to convert you into an Abby, low key. How is a man supposed to get through this shit? This whole thing is designed to neuter Jak. It's supposed to become Jacqueline and Dax. Jacqueline, oui, Lord Farquaad, whoa. And now we destroy these. Is there anything on this side? Do I need to carry the charge to the end? So then you hit the blue eco, and you jump to the very top, right? Then you come this way, and go up, across. And you go up, across. Bang. Up. It feels so good being able to actually control the character properly as I swim in the muck. Look at the lighting. Look at the lighting, how it actually goes onto Jak. Jak 2 and 3, I can't wait. Look at that. Over here, there's no lighting on Jak. This is how the PS2 version looks. And then you come over here, And the eco despawns when I needed to show off the lighting. Yo, you see the power, boy. You see the power of the Let's Play correspond. What the fuck? His name is Ethan says, have you ever thought about speedrunning this game? I have. I kind of want to. I think I will. I think I will when I'm doing the mods. Will show. But not with this mod right now, because with how good it looked, I was replaying this entire game as if it was one of my first playthroughs. It was that good.
Only 2 more tethers.
2 more tethers. Thank you for keeping track, my friendly orange squirrel. You squirrely, 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 squirrel. 59. We got 59 power cells as we head through the Boggy Swamp. What are all these things? These things look like they're about to abduct kids. Real talk. This thing looks like it's about to scoop up a kid and bring them to Neverland or some shit. Nah, I was always clear of that, because they make you have to use the yellow eco, making it seem like there's some kind of bigger baddie and not the Latina kind. Then you jump up, bang. Then you come back up here, and there's a whole other path. So we're gonna jump up, and there's the rock. Dwayne, the rock boulder.
The pioneers, they use these bad boys to get everywhere.
That dirigible's barely hanging on. Let's find the last tether.
I think I remember one time I had used the blue eco and jumped my ass out of here. My mic is peaking. Is that better? Patrick. Yo, shout out to Patrick. Is my mic still peaking? Let me know. That is a great call. I don't want it to sound fuzzy. Let me know if the audio was good, guys. It seemed like the audio was peaking there for a second, so we're gonna... Was it messy the whole time, or is it better now? Anybody? Alright, I'm just gonna run with it. This is the native PC port. Yes, Melcy. This timing on your camera freezing is perfect. Fuck. He's better. Okay, good. It's good. Alright. So, yeah, when I was younger, who else used to take the blue eco? Oh, wait, hold up. You can't tell the yellow eco from anything. Wait. See, the color of the blue eco is like lighting off of Jak. So you see that's the power of the ray tracing. So you come over here. Once I get rid of the yellow eco, you'll be able to tell more. But when I go next to any ball of eco, the light reflections cast off of it because of the ray tracing. And then if you look at the grass, this is why Samos talks to the plants, because we added these shadows. So if you play the main game, you won't see these shadows around the outline of the edges. It's just like green. Hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, 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 yo. Bro, he just gave me a BJ. What the fuck? I turned around, the frog is sucking. Oh my god. Look at that, an oracle arm.
It's an ambush.
All right, we had to jump out of there. That frog was trying to give me the Glock 9000, and I was not consenting to that. I don't know what happened. I turned around and a frog has his tongue on my... Holy shit, and we get pecked in the nuts by a rat. You can't make this shit up. Boggy Swamp is one hell of an happy area. But we still have to go through this path. Let me go through this path before. I think that was the whole reason. I'm gonna blow up all these guys and get back to my key blast and take on the track. I like how it auto aims the key blasts. I feel like Trunks in the World Martial Arts Tournament at the age of 8. I'm controlling my key against Goten, and I'm able to tell that little shit that I am the leader of the marching band. That frog wanted the bugger. According to Sora Cloud, that frog wanted me to give him the back shots. Now, this is Boggy Swamp. And I did play The Last of Us 2, so don't put it past me. I'm gonna stop. Real definition of the freaky frog. We're gonna call that Frogger 3. An apex predator, plant of bush, is called an AM. What the fuck? El Merc says, is this PC or PS5? This is PC, my brother. This is the PC. All right, we're going back for the Oracle arm. One of the greatest parts about this game is that they still was showing what the enemy was doing the entire time as we were going throughout the thing. It was telling a story subliminally in the background. It's just chef's kiss. Wee bigot. Stupid monkey said greetings. Hello from Freezer. All right, wait. I gotta stay in the kung fu mode. We can't go into the key blast. The key blast actually nerfed you. You want to stay in kung fu mode? Why would you take the key blast just to kind of look cool? It's not Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero key blast. It's actually slower. Oh shit. Yo, I'm doing pest control right now. I feel like Bruce Lee. It's like that Jak, that Daxter PSP minigame. Oh my god. I feel the bloodlust. This is a Saiyan training ground, all right? You see how Vegeta has the training chamber? He got his wife's nice box, the training and all that shit. Bro, we ain't got no gravity chamber. This is the Goku way. We're gonna go into a swamp and we're gonna fight our way out. Some Dragon Ball Kid Goku style, right? I ain't got the power pole or nothing, but we're gonna go into the swamp and we're gonna square out with the rats. And then we're gonna get strong and then we're gonna take on the marching band. And we're gonna defeat Frieza. Word to my mother. Yeah. Silva says you need to clarify that this is PC. When I upload these videos to YouTube, I'm gonna put like a whole 1-minute intro explaining what this version is, what exactly we're doing, what is the intention of it. This way, every video, it's gonna be the same intro explaining all that, and every part is gonna be able to like read that into it. I can't, because for me to do that during the stream, I'm gonna have to keep saying it like, this is PC, this is PC, this is PC. I feel like the ray tracing in the title should give it away. Jackie Chan Daxter. Jose says, I've been watching your Jak and Daxter playthrough since the beginning. I love that, fam. The ambush. Be like water, my friend. Be like water. This is dope. So they're trying to lift that thing out of the mud and it's actually going almost all the way up. And then it's sinking back down. Damn, they really let that go all the way up. The details on that. The Precursor arm. Yo, imagine Jak with a Precursor arm. I know in Jak 3 we had the armor and everything. Y'all remember Pokemon Coliseum, how that kid, that was the baddest, the coolest Pokemon character of all time is that kid from Pokemon Coliseum, Wes, and he has one of these arms. And I was hoping Jak would get some kind of mechanical arm or something like that in Jak 3, where he could like master the power of eco or something, you know what I mean? I mean, we already have all this key energy, but like some badass armor, that would be pretty dope. Zelda has it, not Zelda, Link has it in the new Zelda game and all of that shit. It'll be dope. Imagine just like one big ass brolic arm like Kong. Everybody does that thing. I got one too, bro. So anyway, we're gonna grab our power cell and get out of here. Once we get the power cell and get out of here, we're gonna jump to the very top and we're gonna head out and follow the given path. Every time I've gone through Boggy Swamp, I used to do it as a kid backward. Because this map, the game was designed so well that you could do this backwards or forwards and it still worked. As long as you persevered. And there's your boy, Harry Potter. The flut, look at him twerky.
There's the flut.
Now, you know what's crazy? This flut right here, you know why I got so much respect for this game right here? You know why I got so much respect? This flut for its 1 or 2 features in this entire game. Holy shit, the frog just gave me the BJ of death. He sucked the soul out of me. Let me know in the chat, do you guys think that Jak needs a prosthetic arm? Metal arm or hand? I feel like that would match with it so much better, and I feel like if Jak had a Precursor robot arm type of thing, it would boost, like, it would be an eco amplifier or something, you know what I mean? Lena Pool says Jak needs a new game. Oh yeah, Silva, I agree 1000%. Sora says you could say the frog sucked you dry. All right, let me stop. Y'all got me saying weird shit again. I gotta tell my mom. No, don't tell my mom. Yo, this frog, you see its eyes? Nah, we gotta do one for the science. Did you see its eyes when its tongue latched onto me there? Which dev was having some Freaky Friday sus frogger animations, bro? He had a Frogger Freaky Friday. We lost Jak and Sloy, but at least Ratchet has been getting new games. It's true. Oh, we gotta blow up all of these metal boxes, yeah? And these rats. Blow up the rats in the metal boxes. Blow them all up. This felt like... This is a redneck Saiyan training ground. I'm practicing my key blast. I'm practicing my speed. I'm practicing my platforming. I'm practicing my bondage with the animal. And like I was saying, Flut being like a game from 2001, this Flut is one of the best controlling mounts I have ever played in any video game. And all the way in 2025, one of my biggest complaints is that these games can't even get it right. A lot of these games, they can't even get something that can control as fluid as a Flut from 2001. And you know what game I'm talking about? Monster Hunter just dropped like last month, the beginning of this month, and Monster Hunter Wilds, and I was like, bro, I love the way this Flut controls. Why aren't there games that have this peak controlling and beautiful creature? Like Jak 1, this is my favorite mount, and this matches Jak perfectly. In Jak 3, the leapers there, they work too, they match Jak, but I think this one's more exotic, and this one still feels more fluid. The ones in Jak 3, they don't feel as badass as this, and this feels like straight out of the Crash Bandicoot era. But this is one of the greatest mounts of all time, and I wish other games would have the same controls as this thing, but they don't. This thing reminds me of a Chocobo from Final Fantasy, but I feel like this is still the best. The pinnacle of controls. All right, let me get up there. We gotta focus him. Okay, and there's the box. Ooh, I wish we had a Flut boss fight. That felt like a missed opportunity. In this swamp, a Flut boss fight. I could see me and the Flut fighting the plant boss or something, you know what I mean? Like, look at this. He has an attack that we don't ever get to use. Such an underused creature. And I was also hoping for... Look at this. He can even shoot Key Blast, right? Toggle Jak's goatee. You can get Flut modded into Jak 2. Like, look at this. He's swamp proof. He can even shoot Key Blasts. I'm surprised that the Precursor Orbs didn't have this as a reward in Jak 2 and 3. Like, bro, why couldn't we unlock Flut as a skin for the Leapers? Like, where are all of these things? Why isn't Flut a skin for the Leapers? Like, that's a basic one, right? It's just a reskin. Why isn't Flut available like Toggle? That's what I was assuming, like, yo, Toggle was gonna show up as a Yakko or something. if anything, because if Flut can appear, hey, Toggle. Over here, I was like, is this an uncut area to the Forgotten Lands? Is this what we're going to put the lore as the Forgotten Lands area? Morphing Precursor metal handgun would be a fun concept. Yes, it would be. Brandon Porter says, random question, but with all the similarities in this game that it has to Dragon Ball, do you think Jak with all of the eco abilities? I just almost missed that too. Do you think Jak with all of the eco abilities could beat Episode 1 Goku in a fight? Yo, in the comments. Everyone in the chat, that is a brilliant question. That is a brilliant question. With all the similarities that Jak has in this game, could Jak and Jak 1 beat Episode 1 Goku in a fight? That is a brilliant question. My answer to that... That is a fucking good question. I would say, yeah. Episode 1 Goku, yeah. If it's Episode 1 Goku, I would put it as a yeah. When we're talking, once he gets to Korin's area, he starts drinking the sacred water and shit. Nah. Even when he gets to Master Roshi, the reason why I would say that Jak could beat Episode 1 Goku is because Goku don't even have the Kamehameha wave yet. He ain't even meet Master Roshi. He doesn't even know he's a great ape that killed his grandfather. So Jak in this game, all the way up to White Eco being able to one-shot the Precursor robot, I'm picturing that being able to one-shot Android 8 or something like that. If you're able to one-shot an android and Goku wasn't able to do that in Episode 1, then I think Jak wins if we're comparing him to Episode 1. That was a break. That was... fantastic question. I like that one. The flut reminds you of Yoshi from Mario Galaxy. Yo, this looks like a Mario Galaxy Yoshi for real. My dog reminds me of Yoshi energy. What up, Trash Jojo fan? If you mod the Yakao mod work and what should you call it? You'll do it in the name of me? Oh my god. If you ever get it, call it Toggle. I will play that. Dark equals purple, so I feel like it'll be like Red Jak. I feel like Light Jak would whip episode 1 Goku's ass. Light Jak. Alright, let's go across the top of the bridge here. And we jump in. There should have been some monsters specifically for the flut to take out. Like, look at this. This whole spot right here should have been a mini boss battle or something in these parts that my flut could have contributed before Boggy Bill over here decides to fade the rots and muffins from his outhouse. Beautiful. I think you can grab that without this too.
Aren't you guys happy you saved our little flut friend? She may come in handy again sometime. Now,
oh yeah.
back to the trans pad, and I'll bring her home.
Back to the trans pad to deliver this. The fact that the flut doesn't show up if you don't do the missions and stuff like that. A world building peak world building. And there's 4 of these orbs just chilling on the floor as I tell my stories. The fact that I might 100% Boggy Swamp is crazy. Alright, we're changing the topic from rideable yak house because this is getting kind of sus and nobody's been saying no diddy. So guys, can we please stop this? I don't want to fantasize about riding yak house. Can we talk about riding Chloe? Alright, going to Boggy Bill. Party.
Howdy, friends. Enjoying my beautiful swamp? I own these here parts. Everything that doesn't sink into the mud, that is.
I just didn't do that all over the floor.
I'd wager your bathtub sank in the mud long ago.
What's a bathtub? Anyway, I got bigger problems now. Seems some nasty lurker varmints are grousing about, snatching everything they can get their grubby little paws on, and scaring away my pet hip hog, Farley. He's been missing for nigh on to a coon's age.
A coon's age?
Putting out his favorite snack. But those ornery swamp rats keep stealing them.
Yeah, those muffins look good.
Keep those pesky critters away long enough.
Mushrooms, whatever they are.
We'll smell them vitals and come back. Will you help me out?
Put the moonshine down, Boggy Bill. First of all, you got some mighty fine hair right there, Boggy Bill.
Now, something about Boggy Bill. This is my boy right here. Everyone in the chat and in the comments, at your friend that reminds you of Boggy Bill, the one that's missing the bathtub. Now, Boggy Bill, you know why I like Boggy Bill? Because Boggy Bill has charisma. He's got moxie. He's got more character than Abby in The Last of Us 2. Therefore, you're great. Oh, Chloe or Nadine? Chat, Chloe or Nadine? Chloe. Jordan says, Paul, how are you? I am doing fantastic, being graced by your Viking name presence. I feel like Thorfinn just entered the chat. Born. Jak and Daxter or Ratchet & Clank? Who's winning? See, back in the day, I had made a video that was going kind of viral back in 2012 of PlayStation All-Stars with the Jak versus Ratchet, but I had to delete it because I used 2 steps from hell in the video, and I put Jak winning the fight because of his light Jak abilities. I just always put Jak winning the fight, but Clank breaks that, so I always wanted Jak to win just because Jak is technically God.
Good. Those rats will be back any time. Shoot all them rats. Keep them from eating at least one of them snacks.
Shoot them from me eating one of them snacks, but don't shoot them snacks, boy.
Over there! Over there!
But yeah,
Over there!
you don't want them.
Crispy critters.
You know, I feel like we barbecue them and then Shrek could eat them all up.
Get him! Get him!
Didn't Shrek eat rats?
This is my swamp, donkey.
You know, with the current state of modding, somebody could easily change our boy Boggy Bill to Shrek.
Nice!
He can easily do it, man.
Get him!
Look at that. He got more personality, more charisma than the Abby and the Owen. Yeah, Shrek did eat rats. I remember that somewhere. I remember a giant green ogre eating rats on a skewer.
Nice! Get him! Nice!
Lord Farquaad when he was a young warthog. Wave 2. Yep, there they are. They're multiplying. Holy shit. All of them popped out like the Huns after Mulan buried them in the snow like daisies, and Mushu was yelling at them. This little fucker. Holy shit, the camera even follows the bitch. Wow, he just jumped in there. I haven't lost that minigame in a while. Damn. The endgame cutscene, it follows the rat with the kill cam. The kill cam of the freaking rodent with the muffin.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Who here knows the Muffin Man? Ah, the chat has indeed confirmed. Greg did eat the rats from the first movie. Oh my wow. Mod Chingiru. He did eat the rats from the first movie. I'm just gonna start doing this. I'm gonna do like the left, right, left, right. Yo, these guys are too close. More, even more. You actually gotta kind of aim this, but like you see the sensitivity, it's going towards the wood there. It's a good thing we're standing on one little piece of yellow eco permanently charging us, and I wish we had some more characters to fight. Shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Yo, there's 2 rats on that shit. This minigame is not as easy as I remember. Nah, we're playing Ratatouille. Ratatouille.
Get some! Get some!
Come on, little chef. Get the muffins, little chef. You think Jak is Omar in the future? You mean Mar? Is Jak Mar, not Omar? Yeah, I 1000% believe that it's Mar. When I was a kid, by Jak 2, you think it's 2 separate people, but then by Jak 3, I was like, yo, it actually might all be one person traveling time, and it's all him playing out his own legacy. It all leads back to him. The way I viewed it, even as a kid, but now I can actually vocalize what I see in my head when I think about that. The way I view Jak in the sense of Mar is the same way I view Eren Yeager, the way Eren Yeager kind of altered the past and went through the past and orchestrated everything. That's how I view it. Like, there's characters that basically give themselves messages from the future whenever there's time travel involved, and they actually orchestrate themselves becoming the hero. You know what I mean? Like Harry Potter in The Prisoner of Azkaban, the same thing. He thought in the future when he was trying to save Sirius that it was going to be his father showing up, but it's him, and he has to go and jump into the light that way. Same thing here. We all thought Mara was a separate being, and next thing you know, it's him. And then this character keeps happening throughout other shows, and even to be viewed in a lot of things. So it in my opinion, I feel like that's the best way to go, that it just goes full circle. Like, you just played the entire life of Mar this entire time, and he's from the house of Mar. It's the lineage of Mar. It's the guy that built the city for Mar, the gun for Mar, the one that took on the nest. Whether he built that gun to storm the nest in the past, the present, the future, it all lines up. Like they said, hey, Mar was supposed to use this gun and storm the nest. Well, he did. He built the gun, and then he went back and fought him in his prime. And it all matches the timeline. And then once he was in his prime, he activates the spirit that the child still had to activate the warp gate and everything, which still makes sense because that spirit really pulled it all together. Now, does Mar look badass? He doesn't have the hair, but remember, by Jak X, he started cutting it short, and then you could even see in Lost Frontier, it was kind of headed in that direction. Kind of started looking like more of like a baron. Mar's light will shine. Yo, these freaking keyblocks won't connect. Why am I having so much issues with this? I'm gonna shut up about Mar. Just fucking kill rats. The sensitivity on this shit is ass. But it's... But the keyblocks ain't curving. Yeah, short hair in Jak does not get suited at all. In my opinion, Jak should have the only short hair Jak should have had was braids, because his father had it. His father had braids, and Jak has long hair, and he even had the concept art with him having braids. That was the only exception for like another hairstyle change besides like button it. When I had seen the Jak X photos in Game Informer magazine back in 2005, 2006, I think it was 2006, because I was so shocked to see, one, we're getting Sly 3, then we're getting Ratchet and Clank Deadlock, we're also getting Jak X. I was shocked to see all these games because, well, Sly 3 not so much, but Jak X, I thought Jak and Daxter was done right here. We were never going to get another gun, yeah, another one and another gun. And I thought Ratchet Clank was done as well, but we got another one of those as well. But seeing Jak's hair, I was like, yo, I'm so excited for Jak X, but a racer and short hair, I do not like it. But I love the game. Still love the game. I just never liked that short hair. I always would change the skin from Jak being that racer to the other ones. Finally.
You sure know how to shoot. Thanks a heap for the help.
So it was like, now I'm imagining Jak being called Omar in an alternate universe. Yes, this one. If there's an infinite amount of realities, an infinite amount of universes, today you woke up in the reality where we're going to be calling Mar the Omar of time. Is Jak the Omar? The Omar of time? We have to use Onin the Onion to unlock Omar. That's a real Habibi name. That is Middle Eastern Jak. If Jak was a prince from Dubai. He is not Mar. This is Omar. He is no longer Mar. This is... That is the Arabic version of Jak and Daxter. This is not Mar. This is Omar. You stupid goat. Versus, like, I like Jak's long hair. In the chat, everybody, all right? Jak 1, 2, 3, or X's hair. In my opinion, Jak 2 had the best hair. In this game, Jak, I think this has the second best hair. Holy shit. Lurker Shark trying to run the fade with me right here. See, in this game, the camera keeps freezing. I gotta fix that. Yeah. In this game, one of the benefits that we had here with the, like with the hair, one of the benefits that we had is if you can go into the water, you have Super Saiyan 1.5, Super Saiyan 2, in my opinion, right there. Like the hair looks dope. I'm swimming and no lurkers after me. This is awesome. Like the hair folds back. In my opinion, I like this hair better than the one we got in Jak 3. Alright? So, I like Jak 2, then Jak 1, and then Jak 3. Let me know what y'all think. What do y'all agree, disagree? Let me fix this camera real quick. There we go. Jordan says, how long have you been growing those luscious curls, Paul? So I've been growing them since, I have a photo of when I started growing them, and I could even share it to you. I believe right now is March. This is March 3/26. 1, 2, 3 years ago. 3 years ago, but I cut it. I just cut it 2 months ago. I had it, like, there was a photo I had where the hair was like all the way to like my chest. It was right here. Like my hair was hitting my chest in the beginning of the year, and I had braids, and I was like, bro, I can't do this shit. Whenever my hair is dry or it's too long, I can't even see out of it. It's like I'm a giant bushwhacker. You can't see nothing. I have a photo of it. So I cut it to about like right here while it was braided, and because my hair is curly, it scrunched all the way up. So now I actually grown it, and it's about here now again. Like in 2 months, this shit grows quick, but like my hair, because it's curly, it scrunches up, but we're about right here. Like when I pull it, you can see the actual natural length. And it's about, so I guess it's still kind of almost back to chest. It's growing so quick. But I love it because that's the reason why I like Jak 2's hair as well, is because look at the first videos I used to do with Jak and Daxter 1, right? I had the same hair as Jak, just a spiked up comb back hairstyle, and then by Jak 2 he has long hair, and I did the same exact shit. I love it. Jak 2 hair is the best, made him look super edgy, perfect fix, straight out of prison. Yes, yes. Mar has never been stated to have had a sidekick. Maybe in some future, Jak or Mar lost, Daxter prevents time travel. Omar, the legend. Mexico also has Omars and Alfonsos. Yo, Mexican Jak. Crash Joe just says my favorite was Jak 3 going into the wasteland and killing the bandits. I wish, see, that's one of the things I love doing, but I wish we had more depth to the bandits. The Jak 3 area with the bandits, they should have had a mini boss with the Bandit King. And that's why I also felt like the 3 forts mark of Jak 3 was also, it wasn't complete. It's like, bro, we fought these bandits, but they were the most shallow enemies because one, they're fun to fight. I loved fighting them. I loved going into the wasteland and fighting them, but they had no cutscenes. Really, they had no real leader, no tribal chief, no character that they could all unite behind that I can go and take out. Like, where's the boss of them? If Metalhead and KG leader was Errol, who was the leader of the bandits? There was no lore there. Even though we went to their fortress, there was no real cutscenes. That's why I feel like that game needed another year to add that. They needed somebody to be the leader of the bandits. We needed a cutscene with that character, and then Errol should have been the other faction, right? So if Errol is the enemies that you see in Haven, being the KG and the Metalhead swarming the entire city, and the Wasteland is the bandits, those are the 2 bosses of those characters. Then there should have been one final baddie, which should have been Gaul and Maya as the pinnacle of pinnacles, and that should have been it. And then since we had the HP bar changed from this game, like if I was to go back, we changed the HP bar from this to the one where it's like a full-on circle and it has the most HP and the most expansive Jak and Daxter combat system in that game with all of the guns and stuff like that. I felt like we should have had some Arkham style fighting. Like it would have been combos added like Uncharted 3. And there's so many things they could have added. There's so many things they could have added with another year of development. Shit, bro. My mind just got overloaded with the amount of things we could have added to that game. And there is the final scout fly. Don't touch the box. Don't touch the box. Don't touch the box. Marissa says Jack's long hair makes him look older. The short one brings out the younger him. Even in the third one, I agree 100%. The aura, his aura, I felt like he cut some of his aura when he cut the hair. Does anybody else agree with me on that one? Long hair is the best style to rock in my opinion, says Trickster. Yo, I agree. I agree. Growing out my hair was the best. Growing out my hair was one of the greatest decisions I ever made, but just be known, my friends had told me this too. For guys, when you're growing out your hair, and I had been told this when I was 15, there's a point where it's the halfway mark. The halfway mark is where it's where you're just starting to kind of grow it out after like 6 months, and you're in between where it's still not short, but it's not long. You're gonna look the most fucked up you looked in your entire life. I still got photos cringing of that shit. When you're in the middle of that growth, it is the worst. It is the absolute worst. But once you get through that no man's land wasteland, oh, it's so good. Jordan, the Viking name, says I have curly hair to the fact I received a compliment from a girl saying your hair looks fake because it's really beautiful. That's dope. Bandit King Yamcha Trickster. Yes, exactly. When summer starts, are you gonna do Battle of Brothers with Sean for nostalgia's sake? If the support is there. By the way, guys, if you guys are watching this right now, if you guys tuned in later, please, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, smash that like button and just drop a comment if you guys can. It helps support the stream. And like I said, we're gonna be uploading every one of these parts to the channel with a whole let's play, and it's all gonna be edited with some crazy fun. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that by hitting the bell icon. Sora Cloud says long hair Jak is alpha as hell. Direwolf says same to you as well as the beard. Yeah, growing the hair and the beard, it's a whole different energy. I feel like it's like SS4. Yo, I like that username. The Wendy's 444 says, yo, we back on Jak. I remember the OG playthrough 13 years ago. We got an OG in the chat. Yo, fist bump. Thank you, fam. Thank you. 13 years ago. People have come and gone in 13 years. That's amazing. Trickster says during that stage of hair growth, just put on the Obito mask. That's what it felt like. Put the bag over the head. Just accept it for the next like 6 months and you'll be fine. All of us have to go through it. Everyone has a glow up arc. Everyone. I believe every single human being. Every single human being has a glow up arc. Every single one of us. Every single one can glow up even further than where we're at now, and every single one of us has to go through it. Gotta get some of this yellow eco. Still going through the swamp. We pretty much like damn near everything. Boggy Swamp. Not as bad as the Lost Precursor City because the controls was bugged out in that area, so I was dying a lot. But here, it was pretty chill. We was having conversation with you guys, the good town folk, and don't tell me I'm missing one orb. Oh, nah. Okay, I'm missing 11. If I was missing one, finding one orb in the middle of the swamp. Oh, Dios mío. Also an OG here says Jorn, the COD brothers, the mace, the Call of Duty, the mace, and the animal, the carnage. Even a low class warrior can surpass an elite. 1000%. 1000%. And here is the final rock. I am Meow, king of the rock.
And there's nothing you girls can do about it.
Goodbye, Abby and Owen. Be gone. No back shots in my swamp today. Farewell. As Abby and Owen go flying into orbit, I can save the day and the past.
Jak, your uncle would be proud. That was a giant arm from a precursor robot. I've never seen one in such good condition. I can't imagine what the lurkers wanted with it, but we sure didn't want them to get it. If you keep this success up...
The mic is screwed up. How about now? Let me know, guys, if the audio is still screwed up. Your ears? Is it popping? Is it better now? It's crispy. Talking through Decepticon transmission. Sorry about that, guys. Computer is acting a little bit buggy. Music to your ears with the broken mic. Good enough. All right. Yo, I appreciate you guys calling it out as soon as it happens. I appreciate it. As soon as something like that happens, please just call it out so I can fix it on the spot. Jordan's like, music to my ears. All right. So like I was saying, I was hoping that Jak 3, I was wishing that we had like some kind of precursor arm to charge the eco with, and not only that, I was hoping we had an EXP system the same way Ratchet and Clank has the nanotech. Every time you kill an enemy, the nanotech is giving you invisible EXP to the guns, to your HP. That's what I was hoping for, that Jak 3 would do something like that to add that replayability, because in my opinion, from Ratchet & Clank 1 to 2, Ratchet & Clank 2 Going Commando has some of the most replay value in the entire series, like Ratchet & Clank 2 and 3 specifically for me. And if they just took that EXP system and put it into Jak 3, I'll be playing that endlessly. I really hope somebody mods that into the game. We're at the point where we got to develop it ourselves. So, whichever one of you beasts that know how to study modding, it might be you, it could even be me. One of us has to Thanos glove it up and just say, fine. I'll do it myself. Like we did here. If Naughty Dog ain't gonna remaster the game, fine, I'll do it myself. If Naughty Dog is gonna make some kind of weird outer space propaganda game, I'll do it myself. So we got 2 metal boxes, and here we are on the perch. Back in the day, I would always come through this path and go through Boggy Swamp through here, and everybody's like, yo, you just did Boggy Swamp in reverse. Well, you see, Boggy Swamp is developed so kind of like upside down, ass backwards, Abby and Owen buck sex on the swamp and Last of Us 2 Zombie Apocalypse Simulator that it still works backwards.
Quite indubitably, to my calculations, it works quite backwards indeed, yes.
If Naughty Dog makes a new Jak game, they will make it woke 1000%. That's why us, the fans, have to do it ourselves. Every game nowadays is kind of coming out woke. Look at that. I just unlocked my key blast, and I'm going to blast this whole cavern to smithereens. But that's why I've gotten back into modding, because it seems like us, the fans, have now gotten to the age where we're the developers. And because of all of the technology, whether it be the PCs that have gotten stronger, whether it be AI that's gotten stronger, the tools are in our hands to do it ourselves. The tools are in our hands, and we have to do something. And Boggy Swamp is now completed. Look at that. The ASMR. 100%. Boggy Swamp is now done. The Blue Sages area has been completed. These were some pretty tough areas, I'm not gonna lie. The difficulty went up in this, but we persevered through this entirety of this, in this amazing area. The world's greatest treehouse, by the way. I always wanted to travel to the top up there. I always figured the Blue Sage belonged up there, like that lookout. As a kid, you'd want to explore the highest point, and that would be it. But I love this village. I love everything about it. The running water, the lurker shark, how dark the tone is, the raining water. It's amazing. It's amazing. Jordan says the craziest thing. Jak in a new game would be like, Jak would be clapping Daxter's cheek in a new game, okay? At the very end of the game, instead of Jak kissing Kira, it would be Jak kissing Daxter. That's what it would end off with. All right, so let's change it from here. I feel like Neil Druckmann would pull some Legend of Korra shit where it's not Korrasami, it's Jak and Daxter. Jak in Daxter. Trickster says that was my problem with Jak. It was not replayable, and even while you're playing it, it's trying to be something it's not. To me, it's missing mechanics. It should have added beat 'em up mechanics like grab, combos, jumping on the enemy's head. It needed to take more inspiration from arcade games, in my opinion. Exactly, I 1000% agree with that. At the same time, these games came out 1 year after another, and you can see what they wanted to do with it. But in 1 year's time, remember, they made Jak 1 go from this, and then they copied Grand Theft Auto, the biggest game at the time, and still pull it off. So in 1 year's time, you don't see video games doing this. In 5 years' time, you don't even see video games doing this nowadays. So the scaling for that, you have to give them credit for. This is early 2000s. In 1 year, you went from Jak 1 to 2. And in nowadays, in 2020 to 2025, they can't even match that. But I 1000% agree. It needs some grab 'em mechanics. You need to be able to grab them. You need to be able to take some of these Crimson Guards hostage. You need some more stealth mechanics. You need to be able to do some Arkham combos if they ever remastered. You need a level up system like Ratchet & Clank has already done and incorporated and has proven it works. Jak and Daxter didn't have that replayability other than maybe 2 times. The base playthrough. Oh shit. This freaking camera. Oh nah. Oh nah. What's up in the camera here? What the fuck? Give me 1 second, guys. Camera. Speaking of technology. Go back? Okay. Yeah, I fixed up the settings today. Hero would say I'm a lesbian. Sorry, Jack. Yeah, yo. So, yeah. Yo, appreciate you, Direwolf. Yeah. With all of the new technology in Jak 2, like having him being able to grab people with stealth moves, all the Uncharted 3 stuff, they have all of the elements from Uncharted 3. You have all of the elements from Ratchet & Clank. Put that into Jak 2 or 3, even with strafing, and it would have worked. Like I said, Jak and Daxter, I 100% agree the replayability is not here. You only have the base playthrough, and then you have the hero mode playthrough, and then you put the game away for a little bit, unless you're me, and then you replay it every other year. But it's really just 2 fresh playthroughs, and then after that, by the 3rd one, I get burnt out. I'm like, I don't even want to touch it by the 3rd time. Ratchet & Clank, because of the bolt multiplier, because of the EXP, it's endless. As soon as I beat the game, the 2nd playthrough it's I can do that shit infinite. I can do that infinitely. And that's the genius of Ratchet & Clank 2 going commando, because they learned that difference from Ratchet 1 to 2. They added all of the elements they needed to, which Jak did not do. Ratchet & Clank Insomniac figured that out. Ratchet & Clank 1 still has a very similar elements to Jak 1 in the sense that it didn't have the level ups and stuff like that. Somehow somebody in Insomniac figured out, yo, add this and you got the formula. They found the Krabby Patty secret formula because of level ups being introduced in Ratchet & Clank 2. That's why you still see Ratchet & Clank to this day in the 2020s being made. That small change, that replayability, is exactly why Ratchet & Clank the franchise is still alive in 2020s and Jak and Daxter is not. That's why I think Ratchet & Clank 2 is my favorite Ratchet & Clank, because if you really look at that game, that is the pinnacle of what changed it all. They found the Krabby Patty secret formula with that one. And that was my first one. And that is really, when you look at it, that is why they're alive here in 2020. Crazy. The lore. Strafing in Jak 3 should be top priority. I agree with that. Yo, if they can add Uncharted 3 combat, literally what Trickster says, Uncharted 3 combat is what they should have, because they modeled Uncharted 3 combat after Batman Arkham Asylum. So if you can add Jak and Daxter, Uncharted 3, Ratchet and Clank elements, you can turn Jak 3 into the best of all time. Ratchet and Clank Deadlocked also has peak replayability co-op level ups. 1000%. My issue with Ratchet and Clank Deadlocked, though, my main issue with Deadlocked, and yo, honestly, fuck Deadlocked for this. Why can't we play as Red Jak? I'm upset in 2025. I wake up upset that I can't play as Red Jak. Fuck Deadlocked. Nah. I love Deadlocked, but nah. They got me messed up. Why can't I play as Red Jak? I need to see a mod playing as that Red Jak, at least in this game. Can somebody make it happen? Can we take that Red Jak from Deadlocked and mod him into OpenGoal just because they blue balled me with that? Can we have one of us just get that vengeance? That should be doable. I gotta check. If we have Goku being modded as Jak, I gotta get that Red Jak outfit from Deadlocked. We gotta do it. We gotta get it back in blood. Pablo says, I say Ratchet Deadlock doesn't get talked about a lot. It's because I think after that port got left out of the HD collection, and then they gave us another shitty port that wasn't an HD collection port, they just left it in the water to die. But that game is great. Kaimani's like Naughty Dog, be like, ravioli, ravioli, give me the formioli. Trickster says, although Deadlocked is my second favorite Ratchet game, I wish it had levels like Ratchet 1 and not mission based. 100% agree. I wish it was like 2 and 3, and that's also why I feel like it was one of the forgotten ones, because gameplay wise, bro, it's chef's kiss. It's the way it's formatted, the way you go through the world. It's not the same in the Ratchet Clank culture. I feel like I'm just pressing a menu and just skipping through versus actually like exploring the world, exploring the shortcuts. You know, it's the same element as Jak 1. They took it out in Deadlocked, so it's like you took a huge chunk of the Souls game away, but you put so much more in the gameplay, so it's like you gave and take. It's a little conflicting because you gave us multiplayer and co-op in an amazing way. So I have Jak and Ratchet being played together, but you pulled away something else. What do you guys give Ratchet Clank Deadlocked in chat to finish this up? I give it an 8. I think I give it an 8 out of 10. I love the multiplayer. I love the combat. I love the weapons. I just don't like the same exact thing that they pulled out. The levels being changed out with missions. I give it a solid 8. The fact that it had online and everything, that was revolutionary. I like the vehicles in the online. The maps was crazy. Yeah, it was a great game. It's just, yeah. Silva says Jak 3 has a hidden, unfinished strafing mechanic. See, game was unfinished. 1000% Jak 3 is unfinished, and I'm hoping here when Jak 3 ends up on OpenGoal that one of you guys, one of you brilliant minds, fixes that. Trash Jojo says level design was peak, but the mission structure wasn't it. Gameplay was awesome. I agree. Marissa says the last time I watched a Ratchet and Clank Let's Play was you, but that was years ago, so it's vivid for you. But I haven't played it on years, but I do remember the first one. Yo, we gotta go back. Pablo says it's almost like Jak X to me. 1000%. 1000%. Jak X and Ratchet Deadlocked, they did very similar things, and they were basically released at almost the same time. And they even had the same type of crossovers with both drivers and characters in each other's games. I can see that. I can see that for sure. All right. Now it's time to take on Claw as the tribal chief of Sandover Village. They have summoned me to take on the monster of this village. So not only am I the champion of time, I'm also the champion amongst the villages, and I get all the big booty Latinas. So as a kid, I always viewed this as we used the Kamehameha wave to kind of just hold the rock up in the air. The Kamehameha wave put out fires in the original Dragon Ball. So here we are with what felt like an homage to that, in my opinion. And I'm just going to continue connecting the Dragon Ball lore. And up here, Claw being this boss was just epic. And then figuring out that you have to go through Claw on the map to get where you want to go. Oh, man. Bro, Claw stole my idea. He has the giant metal arm. Why does he get the charge? I was talking about his power. Bro, we're talking about Precursor arms, and I just kind of forgot, or I drew a blank that, bro, we're describing your boy Claw. We about to fight that. Imagine Jak had the arm. Imagine he had the same type of arm that Link has in the new Tears of the Kingdom that Claw is currently wearing. Why didn't Jak get this armor in Jak 3? He's doing it. He's doing it. And then bang, bang, bang. Spirit bombs. His key blast, his spirit bombs, and then we bop him in the head. I got 1 HP, so I have to make sure I don't get this wrecked. I can't take a single hit. I love this music, though. The credits music. Holy shit, where is this dude aiming? Epic boss battles. With a recoil on it. Such a flying back. Claw skips. Leg day. Big meaty claws got 20 legs. And he gets bopped. Bro's trying to spear bomb me and destroy every single rock, and he ends up getting bopped in the head. I love this boss fight. It's just iconic. Boss fights in Jak 1, from the plant to this guy, Claw, to the Oracle robot, some of the greatest boss fights of all time. Other games need to take note. I only got 1 hit. So I'm playing this very, very... Fuck. He caught me.
Stretcher? Yuck. Revenant?
Shut your bitch ass up. Oh, you just see a giant boulder spawn out of nothing. The man spawns boulders and he's spamming boulders. This menace is literally, if anybody with evil intentions found this shit, yeah, I'm just gonna spam boulders and throw them at the village. You know this is a New Yorker right here. The claw. The claw. Yo, what up? Axel, good to see you, fam. Been a minute. There's a surprise Nintendo Direct tomorrow before the main one for the Switch 2. Are you gonna watch? Oh, hell yeah. Key. Can we make a Jak 3 mod with Claw's armor set for Jak? He's kind of similar. The chest plate. He's got like a Spartan skirt going on. You guys see he's got like Kratos' armor. Low key. A Spartan skirt, and then you got the Precursor armor generating key blasts out of. Fuck. I gotta stop talking when I'm doing this shit. Hey Paul, do you miss university? No. No, I don't miss university at all. When is JD PS2 era? Yeah. I just blocked out my head. Yeah, I don't miss university. For me, college wasn't good at all. In fact, like the college that I went to was actually quite shit. Terrible experience, bro. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Like mine was in the city, so it wasn't like you went away boarding anywhere. It was in the city. Bro, if I could go back, I wouldn't go to university. Me personally, I would have skipped college and just done YouTube. If I was to go back in time, I'd be like, yo, Paul, you don't need college. I used to think that's craziness, saying, yo, I don't need college. But in 2025, in 2025, YouTube teaches you better than any professors. You know what's crazy? Because most of the tests, once you go through college and stuff like that, you realize, holy shit, the teachers will fail you for cheating on their tests. But then you realize, hey, wait a minute, teacher, how come I'm able to find all the answers for your test on Google? You copied the test. The teacher ain't even make the test. The teacher themselves are copying the test from Quizlet. What kind of teacher is that? They're not good teachers, bro. If you go to YouTube, someone that makes a YouTube video teaching you the same exact topic, okay, so now they're not being paid by the Board of Ed. They don't have a locked salary. The person making it on YouTube, they're getting paid by how many views, meaning they have to teach it to you the best way possible and compete with every other teacher on the platform, meaning they're going to make the best, most informative video they can possibly make with the best visuals, not some cookie cutter formula made for 30 people in a room, made for millions and millions of eyes with the best visuals and everything in the smallest amount of time to teach you the best way possible from multiple teachers across the platform competing with each other for that spot, versus you going to school and you're just going to get the cookie cutter what's it called, curriculum. Last year, I had worked for a billionaire, right? And even he, in Miami, Florida, he pulled his daughter out of school because they're teaching them weird stuff in school, bro. They're teaching them all sorts of things that aren't even necessary for making money and even survival. They're teaching more propaganda and brainwashing kids than anything. And he took his kid out of school. He took his daughter, and he has her like just walking around the office with him everywhere, attached by the hip, basically. Raven, I'm fighting clone. I'm doing
Something really teary at the funeral. Like,
I'm getting my ass beat because I'm talking about shit here. Trying to focus. I'm on a rant, but yeah. When it comes to university, I don't miss that. I don't miss school. I've never been a school guy. Honestly, I've never been a guy that likes school or being the type of guy that stays late after school. I've always hated school. Always hated it. Since I was 4 years old, one of my earliest moments is me crying before pre-K. I always felt like my soul was crying because I felt like I was going into a soul killing factory. And to be honest, it was, because even in high school, bro, I always ended up with the like me, if I have the answers for the test, I'm gonna cheat. Even if I could pass it, I'm gonna cheat, right? I always ended up with like kids next to me that were like, oh, we don't cheat, or the snitches and shit like that, and all of the fucking herbs, and I was like, bro, fuck you. It's like that type of shit. It's like, bro, I don't want to be around this fucking fuckery. You put me next to the kid that's gonna snitch on everybody for cheating on a test that's already like just bullshit in the first place. Like, why the fuck would I want to be in this cesspool? And then they're gonna put propaganda in your heads every day too. It's like, no, I don't want to be there. I used to skip a lot of high school just to come home, play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops. And honestly, I would have, if I was to go back in time, I'd skip twice as many days to do that shit. I would triple that shit. I would actually do even more because I learned more off of YouTube than I did in school. Real talk. Like, school taught me how to use Photoshop. YouTube taught me how to master Photoshop. YouTube forced me to take these skills and push them to the next level. Oh my fucking god, bro, these rocks.
Step
Yo.
1, stay alive. Step 2, think about not doing something like that again.
The magma looks really hot. When does the remaster come out? What platforms? This is on PC and this doesn't come out for a while. We're talking like, we don't know yet. I don't know. Let me know in the chat, guys. What do you guys think about school? If you guys want to talk about that while we're fighting Claw real quick. What do you guys think? Did you guys like university or school? I know some people, they love it. Like, I know some people, they've had the time of their lives while they're in college and stuff like that. Even some of my cousins, the ones that went out there and like, they went to actual good colleges, the ones that you can go boarding and stuff like that at. Mine wasn't that. Mine's a city college. Financial aid and all of that. So it's kind of ghetto. At least you graduate. Technically, no. Technically, I did 6 years of college, but what happened was towards the end of the last semester, so like at the very end of the semesters, no, like I had like one more year left, but by the time I had gotten to that last year for IT computer support, I had already gotten the job. So I'd gotten the job before I even finished college, but I'd taken the job for a lower salary, and I'd used that experience to basically, I just skipped. I was like, yo, why would I stick around here for another year struggling to pay off the bills for college, struggling every day to get past this stuff when I could just take the job, get the experience, people look at the experience better, and then just move on. And I did that. So, yeah. The experience is worth more because then I was able to use that and get more jobs, and even landed in Miami getting more IT work without ever actually technically graduating college, but I do have the college experience. I have 6 years, 2 years of architecture, 4 years of IT, and then I have like all these other random ass skills all over the place. Don says, don't miss the schoolwork, but miss the parties. AI is changing your view on schools. AI has changed everything. AI for sure. YouTube and AI has changed schools. Raven says your brother used to cut school out and got him expelled. Isn't that crazy? You can get suspended or expelled for cutting school. I never understood that shit. I remember in middle school, I got suspended for cutting school. So my punishment for skipping class and skipping my education is you're gonna stop me from going to get an education. Like, these are grown teachers doing this. So you're telling me these are the educators. So hold on. Because I decided to skip school and skip out on the education, you're going to suspend me from school and I'm still going to skip the education because you're the adults and this is how we're going to do it. And I'm going to sit here and we're going to nod our heads. That's my issue with school. It's not really even the fucking shit they're teaching you. They're just programming you to be a slave. That's what's happening there. That's the mentality that I fucking hate. And that's what I'm talking about with the kid that snitches on the homework. They're teaching you to not be Neo from the Matrix. They're teaching you to be an Agent Smith. They're teaching you to be an NPC. They're teaching you to be a worker. They're not teaching you to be a free mind. You see that? That's why I have like this hatred for school, low-key. When I was 4, I knew this. It's like they're limiting my creativity. They're dumbing me down. I'm skipping school, but you're gonna stop me from going to school because of what? Just to put me in my place. It's not about the education. It's about making you feel less than what you are. It's about giving you an ego and a title and getting you used to these ego and titles that you have to worship as you head your way into the corporate life. It's like some fuckery, bro. And then you got these teachers teaching you all of these bullshit propaganda. And you got some teachers that be coming in and crying and giving you all of these weird ass lectures about stuff that's not even educational, more so about like their own political views and enforcing you to believe that shit. And then it's a mess. It's a mess. And I remember while I was in college, like there was stuff that was coming out at the same time. I remember reading this on Twitter where back in 2012, by the way, where it was a different time. It was still a different time. This is where the whole culture was different in 2012. But that was back when they first started talking about, yo, is the feminization of men starting? And then when I look at it, I look back at myself in college and I was like, it started right there in college. A lot of college was feminization. A lot of college was propaganda to turn men into women. And I still stand by this because there was this one class in university that still has me scarred. It was an English class. And you had to take this mandatorily in the second year. And this is the shit I'm talking about, where I had to go to an English class for 4 months out of the semester. There was only 5 guys, 25 girls. It was a mandatory English class. And it was a female propaganda English class where you had to go in there every Saturday at 9 a.m. to 11. You had to sit there for 2 hours and you had to write about why men aren't shit. I had to write my final paper on why men aren't shit. I had to write how men are just going to grow up, become 40-year-old men that just sit on the couch, eat potato chips, and don't do anything and just watch TV while women are strong and independent and they're going to take care of us and we are useless. I had to write that, get an A in the class. I can put my hand over a Bible and say that's what I had to do. And you're telling me that's not indoctrination? Fuck school. Fuck school, bro. I had to sit there with a smile and do that shit. And I was like, bro, I believe in strong women and all that. I love Mulan. I love, like, my mom is a strong woman and all that shit. But I had to sit there, write my final essay on why men aren't going to be shit. And it was because of the professor. The professor was an old, middle-aged woman that was very, very bitter. And that's how the classes are run there. It's their word is law. All the professors are there to teach you how to become successful in business? No, they're there to teach you to become a slave because this professor failed at their own business. That's why they're a professor. That's why they're a teacher. They can't open their own business because they suck. How does that make sense? How is a professor going to teach you or a teacher going to teach you how to become successful in the real world when they can't even fucking do it? They didn't open their own business. Some of them have side businesses, but if it was that successful, why are you teaching at a fucking community college or anything, or even a city college? It wouldn't make sense. If you were opening a good business, you wouldn't be here right now. You would be a guest speaker at this school. But you just have to be dumb enough to go to college and not think about any of this shit to actually have that system work. Once you realize all this shit, you are too smart for that system. Get the fuck out of there. That's what it is. That's what it is. Marissa's like, we went to school to leave with a paper with our name on it. 1000%. That is it. It is, and it's that exact concept, that industrialization, that piece of paper concept, right, is what they program you for all of those years, through all of high school, from the time you are conscious, through all of high school, through all of college, if you opted for that, for you to be told that you aren't worth shit unless you have a piece of paper made by another man that shits, eats, and sleeps just like you. Meaning you have to go through their system and get basically mentally fucked for you to get that piece of paper to feel like you have some sort of worth, to even feel like you have the qualifications when you might be more qualified on the inside than any of these fuckers. Everything has an agenda, but in my opinion, that's how I always viewed school. It's there to beat you down and really limit you. That's how I always viewed it. If you have limitless information on your phone, why do I need a teacher? It didn't make sense to me. Yeah, Raven. So we're going to pretend like the guys that gave their lives in World War all men. That was the thing in that class. It was like, bro, if we have World War III right now, I was going to end up in the draft at that time, because to get financial aid, you have to be like, you have to be signed up for the draft. And I'm like, yo, who else is going to fight this shit? There's 5 guys in this classroom, right? There's 25 girls. And every time this lady was like, these men are going to become lazy, good for nothing sacks and shit. They're all these were like, yeah, fuck them. They never did that to me, though, because I remember one time I was like, I said some bold shit, and all of them were like, wow. Even the teacher's like, what the fuck? I was like, yeah, because I said so. So show me shit. Politics is a joke. My philosophy, the teacher said there's a reason there's more men in militaries due to the gender constructs. Ironically, there's a woman that could take on a skin again. See, that's why he's a philosophy teacher, though. Shadow Phoenix, your philosophy teacher said the reason why there's more men in the military than women is due to gender construct. Ironically, thinks that there's a woman that could take on a skin again. See, here's the issue with that, and this is why that's the type of shit you hear in college. That's the same exact type of shit you hear in college, where they're like, oh, it's the gender constructs. That's the stuff school is teaching, and that's where it's 100% wrong. Because here's the reality of it. The men and women are different. We are biologically different. A 16-year-old male, the testosterone that's running through a 16-year-old male is basically a woman has to take steroids to get what a male has at 16. Most guys aren't lifting weights or eating clean. They don't know they have this Super Saiyan power in them. And most of them, they don't know. But for an average male high schooler, this is the thing. Any female cop, like a grown woman female cop, a 16-year-old high schooler can ragdoll him. It's not a gender construct. That is the bullshit that the school is propagating. The balls that you have between your legs are a natural testosterone boost to the point where a woman would have to take steroids to match your strength at the age of 16. So by the time puberty hits, it's not a gender construct. This is biology. You are a Super Saiyan compared to her, and we have 2 different constructs. So we should be having 2 different paths in lives. One's a nurturer, being the women, and men are like the berserkers that are supposed to go off and fight and hunt for food. It's literally how we're built. If a 16-year-old male can have that type of boost, we can't be. There's no way you should be putting women on the front lines of war, because that means if any 16-year-old male is stronger than any woman, then China over there with all of the 16-year-old men with 3 times the population is going to overrun every single woman over here in the battle line, like on the front lines. And then secondly, me as a man, right? How the fuck am I going to say, let's put the woman on the front line? Let's put the women on the front lines. I can't do that. So that's why I was like, bro, I don't understand what is this programming. I can't stand for this. As a man, I should be the one standing for, yo, make me the strongest I can be, so none of the women ever have to be on the battlefield. You stay at home, take care of the kids, and nurture and provide. And like, why the fuck are we going to empower the biologically, the one that has to take steroids just to match a high schooler? You're going to put that in the front lines. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, that's how you lose your country. It's insanity. And that's why, like, philosophy teachers, I remember they used to talk about shit like that. I'm like, bro, this is why you're a philosophy teacher. You're just talking bullshit. There is no way if you go, that's what happened here in 2025, right? In 2025, we have to ban transgender women from sports because what's happening is the men are identifying as women and they are beating the shit out of every female in every sport. If you go to any female sport, all a man has to do is identify as a female and the man is the king of the sport. And that's what's happening. And Trump just literally had to go and sign that shit and say, yo, y'all got to stop going over there to beat the females. It's crazy how those type of rights took away female rights. Can you believe that shit? The empowerment of that actually took away female rights. It's insane. How did that path was supposed to empower women and it literally ended up with women voting for transgenders to end up in their sports and take them out? Can you believe that shit? Can you believe that shit? It's a loop of chaos. When you look at this shit from like a 40 point of view, it's like, what the fuck? All right, I gotta get back into the claw fight. I just went on like a mini rant and it just took me on a whole loop. Claw just broke me for a second. Yeah. Gave you reassurance. All am I returning a Jak 4? I hope so. I hope so. Raven says, I hate modern society where women believe they're superior and stronger to men while men are seen as weak, stupid, and less pathetic. Honestly, there is a sense of where there's equality, but not the same roles. I don't believe we're supposed to be doing the same roles. We're not built for the same roles. I don't think so. I feel like women are meant to be way more creative. And I feel like they're supposed to be put in a space where they're supposed to allow that creativity to flourish. And I feel like as guys, we're supposed to be the ones that build that space, right? It's not the women building the space for us. It's we're supposed to build that space for them. It's the same way with like the hunters and the Native Americans, how they used to do it. The men used to go and hunt. The women used to stay back, take care of the home. Equality doesn't have to be like go out and work and have an ego in the workplace. Like that's the thing too. Like a lot of these in the workplace, it's a mess. It's a mess. It really is. Yeah. Trickster says, I found how teachers' egos tend to be and how big they... Yes, teachers have huge egos. Do not get it twisted, especially most of the teachers I had. They have huge egos and they don't have a reason to have those egos because they're fucking... Most of them are fucking... herbs. Most of them are herbs. It's biology, not sex. That's how I view it. It's biology. It's not sexism. It's biology. That is biology. It's like if I had a daughter, right? I can't tell her that, yo, you're going to be able to beat up these 16-year-old high schoolers that are benching 315. Like, can you believe that shit? There are 16-year-old high schoolers, if you guys have ever seen right now, they are benching 315. This generation of lifters. Crazy shit. Yo, Mr. Comic Book C, my goatee Paul growing like Jak 2 up in this bitch. Been following since 2012, brother, and we still don't got Jak 4. Yo, we're gonna eat this shit this year. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for being here. Same thing to you, Zach. Love your videos. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Yo, let's beat Claw. And thank you guys for putting up with what grinds my gears. Right, Claw. Low key, I just want to hit him with the light eco. Oh shit. I kind of want to just hit him with the light eco. Wait, how long is he charging this? Oh shit. Yo, he almost murdered me there. I let that charge all the way. I never let him charge it all the way. Fuck. It would have been too easy, right? It would have been too easy. If Jak 4 releases, Paul would be a married man in the future. Why is this claw fight so difficult? Because I'm not focused. The Rock would be upset. I'm getting hit over stupid shit here. Yeah, by the time Jak 4 comes out, or by the time the fans mod it, I might be married. Who knows? Nah. Not for now. You'll never know. That depends on how far Jak 4 is. I wouldn't say modded, but I would say. Because what if they just decide, hey, out of nowhere, Jak 4 announced tomorrow? Alright, we're gonna go around this. Zach says, did you know I am the king of all YouTubers, the king of kings? Yeah, I'm not using all the platforms. I always end up using like one or two. I never use all three. I'm gonna try to use all three. Let me see. It's because I feel like when you're jumping from all three, it's so easy to fall into the lava. I always stick with one or two. So if I go like this. No, actually using all the platforms is easier. I was making it way more difficult for myself. This is a recurring theme in my life. Nothing venture, nothing gains. Character development, man. Character development. He's a bop. Yeah, I want some stronger Kamehamehas. Jak 4 and the team should go to the old ruins of the Citadel and accidentally release Dark Eco, mutated Gaul and Maya. You know what I wish happened? You see how Claw's a boss right here? I wish that Errol found somehow, some way from like the star or the Dark Makers or the telescope thing or something from the archives. I wish Errol figured out that Gaul and Maya were still stuck inside the silos and then they were just released at the very end with that pyramid monster. Like that was his whole main purpose. Like releasing Gaul and Maya, and they're just like, they are Super Saiyans. They resemble what I always viewed the Dark Makers to be, and now we've defeated Claw. I'm gonna claim my power cell. Iconic boss battle right here. Jak 1 with the iconic boss battles.
Great work! The people of Rock Village are breathing a collective sigh of relief. But there's no time to celebrate. Use your zoomer to navigate the mountain pass up ahead. Be careful.
Be careful, you're dead. Bourne is like, Paul will marry the Mason. Bro, it's looking like that at this point. You gotta marry the homies. Gotta protect the net worth. Jak 4, the return of Gaul and Maya. Imagine Jak 4, the return of Gaul and Maya. How would you guys write that? I don't understand why there is no Jak 4 when the time is now. Like, we need a new Jak and Daxter game now. We need new IPs.
Oh my!
Oh
Those
my.
workers must be headed for a detonator at the end of the canyon. If they reach it before you do, they'll blow up the entire pass.
Did anyone ever find it weird that Kira just jumped out of nowhere with this conclusion? Out of nowhere, we see like a bunch of lurkers with diaper butts, and she's like,
Oh, they must be headed for the detonator. They're gonna blow up their turret. Oh my. Give me.
oh shit. Well, we're gonna have to come back here anyway because unfortunately I missed the scout flight. And we cannot complete this area without the yellow eco pot, so I have to beat these guys. I'm gonna collect as many of these as I can, but oh shit.
Mario, I left all the scout flies. I go to the end of the earth. I go across the map. Here we have the gems. Here's the chakra colored gems that we sell for a piece. Yes.
$5 a rock. How much would you sell these gems for? And Crash Bandicoot Spyro gems. Oh shit. Hey! At least we get to collect the orbs on the way back. Errol is basically Bobbity and wishes Gaul and Maya releasing the silos. Yeah, basically. Basically, Errol should be Bobbity releasing Majin Buu being Gaul and Maya from the silos. That is it. That is what we want. Jak and Daxter being like that. I was like, I'd write it better than Shakespeare. Let me grab this. We're just gonna grab everything as we go through. Must be a clairvoyant. Clairvoyant, oui, oui. Even the music here sounds Dragon Ball Z like, yes. For me, like the environment and everything was straight up Dragon Ball Z. Gaul and Maya returning with Dark Eco. If Gaul and Maya was to return from the silos, they should be... honestly, if Gall and Maya had returned at the end of Jak 3, what I wanted to see, what really should have happened at the end of Jak 3, is if Gall and Maya returned and we beat them in one ultra devastating boss battle. Gall and Acheron the Sage was supposed to be the Sage of White Eco or Dark Eco? Or both, right? So wouldn't it make sense for Jak to be the master of both light and dark and being the one to kill them and becoming the one that takes that throne? I'm just going to collect everything as we go. Wouldn't it make sense for Jak to become the Dark Eco / Light Eco Sage? He'd be the Sage of two different types of Eco. Those two replacing Gall, because Gall was the one that was supposed to change Daxter back, and then in the final power of the Light Eco, he changes Daxter back instead of turning Tess into an Otzel. I think that was one of the biggest misses of Jak 3. Turning Tess into an Otzel was a miss. I don't know where they went with that one. Giving Pants Daxter is a win, but turning Tess into an Otzel was a L. I don't know why, which furry in the office decided to make that choice, but that was craziness. Somebody was fapping to some Sly Cooper Carmelita facts. Wilson says, I feel nostalgic every time I play these games. Oh yeah, are we sharing the same feeling right now, fam?
I almost missed the orbs.
I have to collect all the orbs. It's like these guys slow down around here. Look at these guys. Can I kill them by bumping into them? I wonder if I'm gonna make it. Ew, I just went right up Schmitz Creek. There's a box. 50 in the mountain pass. And of course we just slightly touch it and blow up. Zonia Carbon, welcome. Welcome to the stream. By the way, guys, if you guys are just tuning in, like I said, please smash the like button, subscribe, hit that bell icon. We'll be blowing up Dark Eco barrels from here to the end of the year. Let's make it to the end now. We've gotten all of the orbs. I just need to get the scout flies. I don't believe I can, though. Can I? I thought I couldn't get all the orbs, but it's just the cells. Jak 4 can be a conclusion to the Jak and Daxter universe. Yo, I gotta stop reading the chat while I'm driving. My fault, guys. You know, it's crazy though. Imagine Jak tamed the metalheads the same way the lurkers kind of were like the Dark Eco creatures, but then they became friendly. If Core was the one leading the metalheads, what if, since Errol was able to do that as well, Jak was the one that becomes the Sage of the Dark Eco and he's controlling the metalheads? And not only that, he's created peace. But then again, according to the Mar lore, the metalheads are the dark beings and Jak is the light being, always fighting the metalheads throughout time. They're always the dark ones and he's the light one. So the warring factions, yeah, texting and zooming don't do that shit. You see it firsthand. Texting and zooming, it don't work. Haven City, we're getting a ticket. Imagine getting a ticket in Haven City for having your phone out while on a zoomer. Fuck it, that's why. Imagine you just going about your day and a Crimson Guard pulls up next to you. Oh, on God, I'm turning into Dark Jak and I'm dark bombing that specific Crimson Guard for writing that ticket because 1, you a bitch. 2, your mama's a hoe. And 3, Baron Praxis, you can go suck a fat Frank. Imagine you come back, you got a freaking Zoomer parking ticket because you parked that shit outside the palace. The share button. If you would be so kind. Oh my God, bro. Raven says, I don't understand why the metalheads don't kill Errol since he's just a cyborg. They have more power than he does. I dare you to put Jak 2 no death on hero mode. Nah, that's impossible. No death for me. I can't do it with these mods. Share it on the hub. I'm gonna go on the hub one night and I'm gonna see a whole category of Paul. And I'm gonna be shocked and I'm gonna be asking for you. Yeah, the Dark Makers granted Errol the ability to control the metalheads, but since they can do that, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy how Errol's controlling them even though he's a cyborg and he's like the opposite faction too? That was always weird to me. That's why I always felt like Errol felt like such a patched in character because Vigor felt more of a menace than Errol did. He did way more in terms of strategic, like his strategy to take out Jak was more than what Errol did, right? And I don't know, the KG and Metalheads working together like that and then just being put and thrusted upon Errol, it just rushed. Time traveling has still not been solved in Jak and Daxter universe. It never is. Time travel makes everything messy, bruh. Time travel makes every single thing messy. All right, let me get to the end of the tunnel. We need some zoomer races. Some real zoomer races. This is like a prototype one. Oh my fucking god, bro. This fucking zoomer is like a box of truck. MCL says, I'm totally convinced that the Dark Makers would have backstabbed Errol in the end. I am I'm 1,000% convinced that the Dark Makers were gonna backstab Errol 100% too. I wanted, what would have happened is that Errol summons Gaul and Maya and immediately Gaul and Maya rip this dude to shreds in the most gruesome way. Like, I was hoping that Errol revives Gaul and Maya. They're super strong, and the way they show their dominance and their bloodlust and their newfound like darkness is you're gonna crush Errol in the most visceral way, even though he just resurrected you. Like, they should have crushed him like a tin can. They should have been like, thank you for reviving me, like Madara or something like that. But he was like, yo, you're still pathetic. Yo, what up, Alban? How you doing, bro? Vega should have wakened Gaul and Maya looking for something to defeat the Metalheads. Yo, that was a good one right there. Vega literally, his plan, like, bro, if you think about Errol, right? Jak to Errol, what was his plan to defeat Jak? His plan is, I'm a crash out, I'm a kamikaze, I'm a suicide run into this whole bunch of explosive dark eco, and that was it. Just because he's a sore loser and he lost the race and he's a Bati boy now because Kira's now getting her cheeks clapped by me, by moi. Now, what happens there is that, what did Vega do? The reason why Vega seemed like more of the big baddie in Jak 3 is because he actually strategized how to defeat Jak. He used politics. He got Jak thrown into the wasteland low key, and then he decided to have the Metalheads come into the city, destroy the freaking palace so he can go and seek the gods. To defeat the Metalheads, this man literally said, I have a plan to go and get the gods on our side and try to find the origins of this place. He was thinking in the right place. I'm thinking that Errol wasn't stupid at all. He was actually smart. He was annoying as fuck and a piece of shit. But he went to the monks and he was trying to find, instead of like just regular eco, he went to go find the interplanetary weapon to go and defeat everything. He was actually on the right path of saving the planet in the most Machiavellian way. Vega orphaned Jak, but it was all necessary to defeat the Makers. If you think about it, without Vega being the evil person that he was, damn, I just kind of like defended Vega and got blown up for that shit. Vega turning Jak into an orphan saved everything. They wouldn't have been able to make Jak into Mar. Without Vega kidnapping Jak, Jak never becomes the warrior that he is. He never becomes Mar, and he never defeats the Metalheads. So technically, Vega kidnapping the kid from the House of Mar and doing everything that he did is ultimately what saved the day. Holy shit. Holy shit. Low-key Vega, I hated Vega. I thought he was the worst, and because of him, Deimos died, but low-key Vega is the savior of Jak 3. Not only did he help us get the buffs that we needed and helped us get Light Jak and all that stuff unintentionally, he helped us get to the giant beam in the center, he helped us find Daxter's purpose, the origin of God, all because of what he did. Insane. And it's because we chased him, he destroyed the catacombs, he led us to God. Vega, being the biggest menace, led us to God. Errol's a beta male here. What do you think Jak 4 should have been about? Gaul and Maya's return. What are these deaths in this? Gall and Maya should have returned 1000%. You don't say in Jak 1, you don't lead them to just get stuck in there and leave out. Or shadowing. Just to leave them. Gall and Maya are still cooking up inside that silo, absorbing all of that dark eco, and they're about to unleash like Broly. Realistically, the type of final fight I wanted from Jak 3 is the same type of fight I would have seen from Infamous 1. Kessler versus Cole type of Jak versus Gall and Maya type of thing. Like an actual eco fight. You know, it would be a great final boss. I mean, the bosses in Jak and Daxter are amazing. We've had precursor robots, we've had metal heads, we've had all of these crazy things. But for Jak, I felt like one of the final things he should have done is face another eco user like himself. Light Jak versus Dark Jak. Or even when we combined Light Jak, there's the last scout fly. Even when we got Light Jak and we were able to tame the Dark Jak within himself in Jak 3, there should have been a small mission where like he fights internally. And there's the frog, there's the detonator, and bam bam. What do y'all think? Alban with the quote of a lifetime. The eco probably destroyed them.
Beat them to the death.
Probably.
The red
20 years later.
Just ahead. Go turn on the teleport gate so we can join you.
First try through the power of editing. And now we've made it. You know, one of the things that I always loved about the volcanic crater, it really felt like the third area, similar to like Crash Bandicoot. Like it just has the same type of vibe. The volcanic crater. And we've been talking a lot about your boy Gall and Maya, but I really wanted to always fight a sage. Real talk. I wanted to see a Kamehameha versus Gallic Gun type of eco fight, an eco on eco battle. That's what was missing from Jak 3. Get rid of the giant pyramid llama. Get rid of the pyramid llama. That should have been a side boss. Real talk. With Errol, it should have been eco versus eco beam struggle with Gall and Maya type of me versus Gall, sage versus sage, or even corrupted sages instead of the pyramid llama. Like speaking of that, like your boy right here, he's floating. He's floating.
Oh, fuck, I always wonder if I'm losing body parts in those things. Holy yakkow! The Red Sage's lab looks worse than the Blues.
Well, it definitely looks as though there's been a struggle here.
Yo, this was scary as ever as a kid.
Call it struggle. Would you, dear sister?
Certainly not. The Red Sage gave up with so little effort. No fun at all.
Gall? Is that you?
Witness the aura.
Finally gone off the deep end, eh? And Maya, I told you the dark eco would affect you both. Nobody ever listens to old same.
Yo, in before I'll Goku Black and Zamasu mod for those two. The Zero Mortal plan.
Little friends, you old fool. They're perfectly safe in our Citadel. Our special guests.
They have graciously agreed to help us on a little project.
You were wrong, Samos. Dark Eco can be controlled. We've learned its secrets, and now we can reshape the world to our liking.
You can't control dark eco by itself. Even the precursors.
Until now,
couldn't
we've
shoot.
had to scrape by with what little dark eco we could find near the surface. But soon, we will have access to the vast stores of dark eco hidden deep underground.
Not the silos.
Yes, the silos. They will be opened, and all the dark eco of the world will be ours.
But that's impossible. Only a precursor robot.
Oh, don't look so upset, Samos. We've got big plans for you.
Wait a minute! That was Gall? The same Gall who's supposed to change me back? Gall is the guy trying to kill us? I'm doomed.
We may all be doomed. If they open the silos, the dark eco will twist and destroy everything it touches. We simply must get to their citadel to stop them.
The fastest way there is through the lava tube at the bottom of this crater.
A few more power cells and your Zoomer's heat shield should get you across the lava safely.
All right, my boy. You know what to do. Take the flea bag and go round up more power cells.
This cutscene scared me so much as a kid. This whole room is destroyed. I was expecting to see like Gaul. The way this room is shaped, I was expecting to walk in here and see Gaul have the red sage with his throat in his hand pinned up on the wall, some type of shit like that. How we walk in here, the man is hovering in the corner menacingly like that, and we ain't even see that. I was so scared as a kid because I'm like, this is the sage, the Gaul, even the dude's name. He has so much aura. Like, he has more aura than Errol ever did, right? Let me know in the chat. Goku Black and Zamasu mod for Gaul and Maya. 1000%. They have a zero mortal plan. They about to nuke everything like the Precursor Stone by opening the silos.
In the mountains.
They are perfect villains. They are perfect. It's dope. Bro, they're even hinting at like, yo, you gotta use the robot, this, that, and the other. Man, this is perfect. Gaul is dope.
Great balls of eco.
Balls of eco.
Lurker presence in the spider caves.
Oh no, Spider Cave.
Sounds like a real cheery place. Let me guess. There are spiders in the spider caves, right?
Of course there are spiders in spider caves. But that's the least of your problems. The lurkers are after crystals of concentrated dark eco. You've got to destroy the crystals before those monsters get their hands on them. Up to it!
We have to destroy the chakra crystals. The same thing. Trickster was like, Maya has 2 good reasons for me to keep watching this cutscene.
Hey guys, keep collecting power cells. They're the key to continuing our journey north.
Okay. Thanks, babe. We gotta get to Precursor City.
Dark eco crystals?
He said we gotta get to Precursor City.
Destroy the dark eco crystals in spider caves.
If you thought that was the scary part, just wait till we go to Spider Cave. Paul, hear me out with this theory. Paul, you missed my comment. Yo, if I missed the comment, bro, can you copy and paste it? I can't scroll through the chat. Silva says, I have a theory. What if those precursor temples are made by the precursors and those supposed gods worship the eco? Because even Samo's here said they couldn't control the dark eco alone, but remember, it blessed Daxter and all that, and they were using it a lot.
Shield's going to more power to withstand.
Another theory says Jak somewhat resembles Jesus Christ. Imagine Jak comes from a godly race, or his mother's a goddess, but it's just a theory. I mean, it's kind of like Goku, right? Goku is technically the Jesus of Dragon Ball. Jak is 1000% the Jesus of this realm. He is. It's the same exact story. It is. And you know why Jak is technically Jak and Daxter Jesus? It's Jak too. It is biblical because the ending scene, right? And I don't want to go too far into this stuff, but I'll just show you why. The ending part with Jak, young Jak, and the spirit of the stone, when they keep saying the younger power has the gift, that part for me is super biblical because there's that passage from the Bible that says, forgive me, Father, forgive them, Father, for they do not know that I and the Father are one. That specific scene right there kind of visualizes a specific meaning with that specific Bible quote where the son is Jak being the younger self, the father is future Jak, and the spirit, the Holy Spirit, is right there as Mar in that stone. It's all three right there. That's the Holy Trinity. And it's literally Mar going through time, linking together past Jak, the son, and the father being future Jak. And that's why they're all at the end like, how is this all gonna work? How do you map this out with time? Because that's the same type of thing that Eren Yeager did with his father. If you guys remember, Eren Yeager in Attack on Titan, he figured out how to alter the time with his ability. He was like, yo, I can go and mold myself by telling my father to go tatake. And the same thing with like the same concept I mentioned earlier with Harry Potter. It's the same exact thing. It's dope. Wait, what did I miss? Kira seems optimistic and cheery, knowing the entire world is at stake. Yeah, that's why she's the best. You ever notice the frozen barrels in the mountains have Baron Praxis sigil on it? I did not. We about to go check that out. Wait, Alma says, I need to know if you knew. If I knew, wait, what did I miss? I didn't see it open. You wanna resend it? Precursor City was cut in the game right before we get to go on Maya. I'm gonna mod in whatever we can so we can actually see these things. Why is Gaul and Maya so attracted to the red sage house? Bro, they look like they banged the shit out of him in here. I'm not even joking. Like, bro, I walked in here and I swear to God, I thought they clapped the red sage's cheeks. It looks like they dragged my boy and ragdolled his ass from wall to wall. And this poor precursor, this oracle, this eye of God, the all-seeing eye, witnessed it through this crack in the door. He witnessed it through the entire crack, and he was like hearing the screams, and you got these two miners back here. Gal and Maya giving the bugger to the absolute red sage. I wanted to see the sages battle. You see the sages having a key blast battle into the force field for the giant robot at the end, but I want to see a key blast battle. Like, there should have been an unlock where Jak's eco powers go crazy, and I know they can probably do this with mods or something, and then goes crazy. Send it all of a sudden. It's okay if you spare it. They nudge you. All right. Gaul and Maya were close siblings, if you catch my drift. Do you think they hey yo, hey yo, hey yo? Who here in the chat thinks that Gaul and Maya are on that Sweet Home Alabama? Chat, are Gaul and Maya from Alabama? Just need to know. Here we got the classic miners.
Hey, Gordy, I think we got visitors. You think, Willard? Howdy, strangers. Passing through? Us too. Well, we gotta be moving on. Nothing to see here. I thought you said this was a priceless gem worth... Willard!
Actually, we want power cells, not gems.
We got 4 of them. You want them? What Birdbrain here is trying to say is, we may have a few power cells laying around, and we might be willing to part with them for 90 orbs each.
Where have I heard that before? Hey, how do you two geniuses expect to get that big gem out of here anyway?
Well, smarty pants, we got 12 more years of digging to figure that out. Gordy, wouldn't it take less time if you dug too?
Bruh. It's one says, how did you get this? I got the platform. This is on PC, fam. Yo, our boy Alvin, he said you can actually see Maya's butt crack from a certain angle there. It's insane. MCL says they're Alabama to the bone. If Jak's mother had the same hair color, I always wanted to figure out who the mother is. Who is the mother? Willard. Oh, your reaction on the cab took me outside. The precursor metal and the robots built by Gal and Maya turned to Dark Eco Titans. This is some Attack on Titan type of shit. If Gal needs to get in on some kind of action every now and then, why else would he keep Maya around? What the fuck? Y'all telling me they ain't got no Dark Ego? So y'all saying that Gal in his spare time, he has to clap his sister's cheeks to... I don't know, they seem like one of those type of... Realistically, like, I'm not gonna lie, right? I always viewed Gal and Maya to have that Lannister type of Game of Thrones type of vibe. I always felt like they're a brother and sister fuckers. A Dark Eco can make you do crazy things, my friend. Oh. How many orbs do I have? Oh, I'm loaded.
Nobody's even seen a gem this size.
Bro, he got him doing straight rainbow. You got the hot head and you got the bird brain.
Oh, all right already.
So now we're just gonna run him for every single orb he has, and the good thing is this is the PC version, so we can skip the cutscenes right through. I love it. This is the peak version. Like I said, make sure you guys watch these videos when they drop on YouTube. I'm gonna be uploading them shortly, as well as like the video, subscribe, hit that bell icon.
All right.
Alvin says, I think Jak's mother has green hair, and Jak is green from the roots.
Oh, yeah, I got it this time. Here's a power cell. Yeah, what he said. That's it. You cleaned us out. No.
You know what we need?
more
I need a Jak 1 Dragon Ball Z mod pack. But even more so, I feel like I need a Cartoon Network mod pack. When I look at these two characters, you know what I see? I look at this dude right here, and I swear to God, I saw Butter Toast Ed Boy. Bird Brain needs to be yellow Butter Toast Ed Boy, and this one needs to be Eddie. This is Ed and Eddie right here.
Willard.
And then back over here, Gall and Maya was like Zamasu and Goku Black, but brother and sister. And I know they doing that weird hug thing, and I don't know if they're giving each other back shots, but I'm not gonna put it past them. This is the countryside, by the way. Misty Island is right by Alabama. I'm just saying. Sweet home Alabama is not too far out. It was right next to the yak house. For all you know, Gall and Maya are relatives of the farmer. For all you know, the farmer's lazy son was Gall. So we cleaned up the miners. We got all of that. And here is the god witnessing it.
Seek the pure light, for within its flame, the answers reside. You can gain my power cells by bringing 120 precursor orbs for each.
Hey, yo. Oh, shit. I'm in the cooking pot. This is the hyena cooking pot. But can I die in this? Can I turn it? Do I eviscerate? Yeah, he just burns up. They try to cook Zazu in that from Lion King. Bird Brain guy, is you off of the Henny? Albin says, I need a new Jak game. But most of all, I need Kingdom Hearts 4 before I jump off a cliff. Yeah, we gotta go back through the Kingdom Hearts games, but we need Kingdom Hearts 4. The thing is, we need a new Jak game, and somebody had just mentioned it. I saw it fly through the comments here, like, off to the miners go with Yosemite. So after we finish the game here, I'm gonna go through all of these mods and do all the Forgotten Lands, and it's gonna basically be like a new Jak game and DLC. This Oracle is a scammer. This Oracle running me for $19.99, one power cell. What you need money for, God?
It can take you to Snowy Mountain. Use it whenever you want.
Secure reactivated the gonorrhea, and the Oracle's trying to run me. I'm telling you, Jak and Daxter is one of the most hood games you could imagine.
By my calculations, it's going to take 72 power cells to fuel the heat shield against the lava on the way to Gall and Maya's Citadel.
72. How many do I got? 72. I can go right now to Gall and Maya and beat their ass. I can go all the way hippity hop into the birdie boiler. Yo, Paul, what's your go-to Kelowna Best Dior Savage? It is. Everybody does. Zach. Everybody's trying to figure out what Jak's mother looks like. The thoughts right now are green hair. What do you think? What do you guys think Jak's mother looks like? Is there a video game character you guys would say that you could resemble it to, or an anime character? If you guys were to name one, what would Jak's mother look like? From any anime or video game, what would be the closest resemblance in terms of look, or how his mother you think she would act? What do you view his mother being? Because his father is a Spartan, Balradi type of Saiyan type of thing in the desert, a literal king. And there's Kira. There's the lava looking beautiful. We're coming through all of this. I seen that, Silva, the twisted sister thing. Twisted sister, yeah, bro. The rock band Twisted Sister. The MILF. Alright, real question in the chat. Who here in the chat would smash Maya? I'm just saying. Lunar Bats rating with a party of 8. Thank you so much. Let's go. Thank you for the raid. Lunar Bats. Holla at your boy. Raven says, we don't know what Damus's hair color was in his youth. It's white in the future, and it's braided. Well, now we have to go across this nice and slowly. Albin says, I'm sure his mother might be the softy he probably gets his willingness to fight for what's right from his mother too. So you view his mom as like a soft type, right? Which character is that? This is literally the same question people would ask about the Pharaoh's mother, Atem. MCL says, smash Mara, who wouldn't? Raven's like, I volunteer as tribute. All of you getting put on blast. Sexual feelings, nice name. Almost like you could have Maya. I called dibs on Ashlyn. Alright. We are doing a poll. Whenever this drops on YouTube, I need to see this in the comments and in the chat right now. So this way, when this video drops, this is going to show up to everybody watching this right now. Out of the three, Maya, Kira, Ashlyn, and the bonus would be Tess. Out of these four, actually, pick one and let me know. You can only pick one. Pick one. And let me see which name pops up the most. Alvin's like, he wants Ashlyn. He wants the face tats all for himself. I need a mod with face tats removed from Ashlyn, please. And she will look fine. Alvin's like, I'll let Ashlyn beat the shit out of me, digital footprints. This man said he will let her beat the shit out of me. I picture Ashlyn doing some Hurricana shit. You know what the Hurricana is? Somebody pull up a Hurricana gif. I swear to God, I feel like Ashlyn's the type of shit. He would do that type of shit to do the deed with you. Volcanic crater, 50. We got Ashlyn, we got Kira, we got Tess in there. Ex Nova Town pulling up. Let's go. Ex Nova Town, we're gonna ask you this question, all right? Out of these four, Tess, Ashlyn, Kira, Maya, which one? MCL says, I said Maya, but with the choices, I choose Ashlyn. Doc Nene comes out of nowhere. Ronda Rousey type shit. Made it to Spider Cave. And as I made it to Spider Cave, I quickly left. I walked my ass right back out. We are not going there right now. I've gotten all the precursor orbs I needed. I'm going to Snowy Mountain where I can relax for a bit. Alright? Got all the orbs. Well, there's one more there. You know, going through the volcanic crater, I wish we had more time to go through this thing. Like, this is amazing. We're inside a crater going up to a mountain. It's beautiful. The colors are popping. It's genius. And I'm being taken right back around for the ride. I have to go and steal his Sharingan. Where's this gonna put me? Next to the cave, or? Yes, it actually spawns me next to the gondola. You see, that's faster. Perfect. So, let's go and steal the eyes from the god Oracle that's trying to scare me. That for some reason needs me to shove 90 precursor orbs into its elephant trunk in the corner of a fucking volcano. Is this gonna be sent to like the center of the earth? What are y'all spending your money on? What kind of big booty Latinas are they like Ubering down there to the center of the planet?
You've obtained another power cell.
Alvin said some comment about Rey Mysterio. Find it, please. Digital footprint. Some Rey Mysterio comment that was hella bati by. Hey, fucking yo. Ashlyn is the #1 chick in the series, says Direwolf. Does anybody else have something to say about that? Kira's like, Kira all the way. I'm sorry. I agree. I say Kira from the first game. Tess became a furry equal to be with Daxter, so she's out of the question, says Raven. Ashlyn would beat my ass if I piss her off, and Kira's the perfect balance between strong and feminine. I give you that. But there is that part of me that's like, Ashlyn. It's that New York part. Ashlyn is a New York woman. That's the thing. Kira reminds me of like a southern type of girl. Ashlyn's like a New York City girl. And so is Tess. Tess, the same type of thing. Tess is like... She became the furry. Human Tess became Ronda Rousey in the third game. The biggest booty Latinas. You know, that is what they're spending their precursor orbs on.
120 precursor orbs to me for each power cell I contain.
Oh nah, he marked it up. I'm thinking it's 90. He wanted 120. I only got 60 bones. I'm gonna leave him with one eye. I took out one Sharingan. That'd been so crazy. Ashton would be a dirty Bronx Latina if Haven City was an NYC replica, bro. You read my mind, bro. 1000%, because Haven City is a NYC replica. It is. That's why I love this game so. That's why I love Jak 2 the most. That is why I love Jak 2 the most. That's why it's my all-time favorite game. Haven City is fucking New York. There's no Haven there. It's not safe. It's not fucking safe. It's all false advertising, and all the women act like Ashlyn. Ashlyn is a New York woman, 1000%. What about Crew's daughter? That is also another New York woman. That is a New York woman. Crew's daughter, she's like ranked number 5th, but I wouldn't put that up there. But that is also a New York woman right there. Like literally the deceit, the conniving, the mob daughter, the underground mafia circuit, the playing of all of the friends of the yo. And then she becomes the one for the whole power. It's crazy. I bet Damascus and Samos. I call him Damascus. Maybe. Is the live action Jak and Daxter movie still happening? I hope so. Please. If there's a live action Jak and Daxter movie happening, guys, I pray and I beg all of you, can we please just at Twitter, can I get that rollover Tom Holland? I want that rollover Tom Holland. I know I can do it better. I know if there's any role in my life that I could ever play in a movie, it's either that one or the big man himself. Crew's daughter is Puerto Rican. I don't care. All but going wild right now. Let's head to Snowy Mountain. I need to get out of here. I need to get my head out of the mountain. I need to go too crazy right now. Spawn Kratos says Kira, but Ashlyn is very, very close. Yeah, Ashlyn's a Latina from the Bronx, and Crew's daughter is Puerto Rican. Yo, they bad. They bad as hell. But you see, it's those badass chicks that were amazing in this game. Jak and Daxter made amazing female characters, bro. Like Tess, Ashlyn, they did it right without making... They didn't try to make the other characters the way like Abby did Joel. You know what I mean? Where they're like, I'm Abby, and just because I can kill Joel, you're shit, and I'm better than you. It was almost like, no. What they did here with these characters in Jak and Daxter, every one of them got a certain type of aura, but specifically with like the female characters, their aura is like up here for some reason. It's the voice acting, it's the aesthetics, it's the way they carry themselves. It's something about it. Hero would be an Asian, I think, and Tess would be a Long Island white chick. You think Kira would be an Asian? What do you think, like Japanese because she making Zoomers? You think she making Honda Zoomers? And then Tess would be like a Long Island white chick. Yeah. Or a Fort Lauderdale Floridian type of chick or something like that, you know what I mean? Ashlyn being, that's how I view Tess. I view her as like a Fort Lauderdale type of Orlando chick. And then Kira might be like a Japanese Honda Civic maker. And Ashlyn being the Bronx Latina. Raven's like, Ashlyn's a privileged city girl who learned the ways of the hood. Kira is a country girl, and Tess is also a city girl who wants to be a country girl. Rain is also a city girl as well. And what is Maya? She a Lannister. Cersei Lannister smashing her brother. Where are we going with this? We are talking about the most crazy things right now. We're talking about everything but the beauty of Snowy Mountain. And just for that, I have jumped off the cliff. Look at that. You can see the Precursor City. God damn it. Yo. This is the most beautiful I've ever seen. This horizon. There's the Precursor City, and I love how you can see it in the draw distance. This game is phenomenal. A PS2 game showing you exactly where you were supposed to go. There is the fourth stage is supposed to have a whole city. That's how big the scope of this was, but time constraints. And then look, the gondola is still moving, and then you look down there and you still see effects. Like, look how good that looks into the crater. So we're looking down from the mountain into a snowy crater. I'm looking at the very edge. It's beautiful. And then you have that whole world out there to go and travel while it's snowing. And I remember playing this around the Christmas time with all of these lurkers and yetis, and it's perfect. Snowy Mountain looks amazing. I never liked these force field though. This show was weird. Come back over here. Feels good being able to control Jak normally. Like I said, if you guys are watching the previous videos of the other stream, it's as if I had a 100-pound weight vest on Jak and then we fixed the controls. So just think with a great assault, we fixed it. Back shots with the enemy. Bam. Nice. So we have to come through here and unlock the yellow eco for the rest of the world. Move. One switch. This music is so calming. I know I missed the orb behind me, but I want to... The Spyro force fields. When I was a kid, learning about the force fields was one of the craziest things because we had no internet, and I don't know how these kids learned about this shit. Real talk. Kaioken in the snow? Yes, I think I will. Look at this base. Look at this fortress. Look at this beauty. Then you hear the amazing sound of the vents, and you just stand here. Kaioken! Oh yeah, we're farming. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely. What up, Lazy Wraith? You're listening to this at work? Yo, have a great day at work. Thank you for coming through. KG says, I always wondered how Tessa would react to human elf / Daxter. That's what I was hoping for. What do you think Tessa would have reacted to Daxter like? I felt like she might have been repulsed. I'm not gonna lie. But what I wanted to happen for real for Daxter is that when he eventually got changed back into a human, that he would look similar to Jak. Like, let's say he was aging as a Daxter, as the Atzel, and as he was aging throughout the years, it kind of like morphed him to like a glow up. So when he changed back, he was gonna be way more aesthetic, and he would have actually been a good match for Tess, and it would have been a good ending for that. That's what I was hoping for, and then he could be like your brother. The way Jak looks in Ratchet & Clank Deadlock with that orange skin is how I viewed Daxter supposed to be looking. Like, there's that orange skin of that Deadlock Jak that you could not pick. That should have been similar to how Daxter should have been in a glow up form. Anybody else agree? And yes, the Reiko sound is exotic. Alvin says Maya's a Trinigal. She dead ass. Yo, Maya 1000% looks like a Caribbean woman. Oh my god. God, he's even, yeah. Maya gives off a fucking Caribbean woman energy, and I just realized that because of all of it. Holy shit. Oh my god. No freaking way. Daxter should have turned back into an elf. I thought they were humans. We're elf people. That's what everybody says. Who are these big elf-eared people? Why are you playing as elf people? We're playing Alpahar. Come here, big boy. And then you break the shield with the Kaioken. You see, this is where the combat system of this game could have had some more work. If they ever remastered it, I hope they changed up the combat system, because yes, having Kaioken is dope and all, and it's cool destroying the enemies, but it's so vague. And here, is this the Baron Sigil? I know everybody's saying that's the Baron Sigil, but I just think it's a sigil. I don't think it's the Baron's. Is it? I'm thinking underground in my head. Let me know. But like, yeah, with Kaioken, we barely get to use this. Even that guy with the shield, it's just punch once and then he has invincibility frames and then you have to punch again. It's a very shallow combat system, and this red eco didn't get to shine as much. Like, green heals you, blue we get to use almost all the time, yellow we're shooting stuff, but red didn't get that much because the combat system is so limited. I felt like if we had Uncharted 3 and Arkham Asylum combat, red eco would be able to shine so much better, and the game would be much more fluid. Because let's say if the combos to fight like one of these lurkers would take maybe 5 to 10 hits normally, okay, now the red eco takes 2 to 3, and now you feel the impact of the combat. And if it was like the way it works in Uncharted, square, or circle to block the guards or whatever, you know, all the combos and shit, it makes the game that more fluid. And Axel following on the Twitch side, let's go. They're not elves, they're humans. I know they've always been humans. It's just that these ears, if you've ever played Jak and Daxter for a long time, have any of you guys played it so long that you don't even see the ears anymore? Let me know in the comments in the chat if I'm alone, because whenever I show new people this game, whether it be friends, it could be like my boys, I showed this to Alex, and I've shown it to girls that I've dated, bro, they're always like, why are you playing a game with elf people? And I'm like, I don't even see the ears anymore, bro. I just see normal ears. And that's why I'm like, as iconic as the ears are, I always seen it as like a fusion of a human and a Crash Bandicoot type of thing because it's Naughty Dog. But I feel like once you get a certain amount of precursor orbs, they need to patch it in. Can we just have normal ears to get I feel like to get mainstream audiences back into this and for the movies and stuff like that? just give us a normal ears toggle. Because they're already humans. I know it's a design thing, but I think just give us normal ears. The average person is looking at them is seeing something way more goobery than it actually is. Especially Jak 2. Jak 2 went such a dark black Air Force energy route that it's the opposite of this fairy vibe with this elf vibe from this game. You know what I mean? Jak 2 went the fucking convict route. It wasn't no fairy big ear shit. It was convict and Hennessy and dark eco. That's why I was like, I wish they could toggle it so that way you could change his ears to normal, because bro just came out of prison in the beginning. They gave him his Tims and everything in prison. The ears are superficial. You ignore them after a while. The thing is, us Jak and Daxter's fans ignore it. A normal person watching this for the first time, those ears stand out like nothing. They're huge. They look like car doors. We actually forget how big they are. They low-key kind of look a goofy, I'm not gonna lie. When I was a kid, that's actually how I roasted Jak on the first impression too. I was like, bro, I kind of hated Jak at first. When I first had seen Jak show up, I didn't even want to play the game because one, I didn't have a PS2 at the time. Back then, I was just angry because I was like, bro, I don't even have a PS2. I struggled to get a PS1 and all these games are already struggling. You got all that shit. Oh, low-key, just mad because he's broke. Two, Jak never talked, and he just... I was so upset that they were replacing Crash with this guy. I was like, why are we replacing Crash, one of the most coolest mascots, with someone that don't even talk? To me, Crash was the coolest. And technically, honestly, I think by the time this game came out, Crash 3, Crash had so many iterations, and it was the 90s mascot, that by the time Jak 1 dropped, I don't think Jak didn't match Crash until Jak 2. Jak has ears. You don't give a shit if people think of playing an elf. Jak has a more epic than Link from Zelda, but they know Zelda more. Exactly, that's true. They know Zelda more. I feel like the elf part, it really, like, even though they are humans, they still had all the elf stuff in this first game. Look at this. We got magic. We got fairies and shit. We got eco. We got all of these sages. It really has that fairy vibe. And then the second game, remember, after Jak 1 came out, Grand Theft Auto 3 dropped. Grand Theft Auto 3 dropped. Everyone in that office was like, we changing shit. We move in this direction. We're going to go that way. So we ditched the fairy magic concept and we went Black Air Force energy. And that's where I was like, the ears need to go. But it depends. It's iconic. And I just feel like we got away from the magic of these characters and went way more into the human side in the second game. Because nobody else was really talking about being sages after that. Even Kira, until like the Lost Frontier, she just became a plain old mechanic. And we know Lost Frontier is not canon, so it just seemed like it. Albin says he grew up calling Jak and Daxter the game with the boy and the dog. Yeah. If I could go back in time and slap myself, that's not a dog, it's an asshole. Yo, Hogan said he would go back in time into his living room, just show up for 5 seconds. That's not a dog, that's not so. Just slap the shit out of the kid. Slap the shit out of himself. Bro, when I grew up, I hated watching the Jak commercials because, like, one, fuck this guy. Who is this guy? He thinks he's better than Crash. Crash 3 Warped was peak. And I'm like, he don't talk either. And he thinks he gets all the bitches. Crash Bandicoo's better. Yeah, I didn't like these PS2 mascots. They came off so condescending and cocky. I hated all of them at first. Noob Subby, how did you get the access to the remaster? Man, this is the OpenGoal version. We have a whole bunch of mods on this. So if you look right here, we're using the OpenGoal version. And if I press the home button, these are the mods that I have loaded into my game. And these are the sliders and the individual settings that I have. So I have all of these mods turned on. And then I have these sliders right here that change up the graphics you're seeing on the screen. So it's crazy complicated, but I'm currently the only person in the world with these settings because I took other reshades and combined them with my own. And as you can see, all of the shader settings down here, if you even move one of these variables to one single digit that's different from everybody else's, you have your own individual shader. And that's exactly what I did. Like, I literally had to look at the screen and you slide it to see what visually looks the best for you. And that's what I did. And I'm the only one in the world with this right now. Other people can go and do it right now because I use YouTube tutorials, but right now this is a one of what you're seeing because I combined a whole bunch of other mods. So even if you were to see the mod list that I have here, you would still not be, you wouldn't be able to get what I have on the screen because I took the sliders, literally changed every value without blinking for myself overnight. So this is one of one. Doc Nini says, yo, Paul, didn't you say you had beef with Ratchet in the first game? I did. It was Ratchet's. I hated Sly in the first game. I hated Ratchet in the first game. And I had some problem with this muted fuck in this first game. All of their attitudes in their first games, I hated all of them. Every single one of them. Even to this day, I was like, yo, all of them just seem annoying. They had some cockiness that they did not earn yet. By the second game, all of them had earned it. However, hear me out. Ratchet 1, he was way more cocky than he was in Ratchet 2. Ratchet 2, you start off the game, the guy's sitting on the couch, mad humble, his voice has changed and everything. Ratchet 1, he still has that cocky Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle voice, and he's just like a punk. It is that punk vibe, but they watered it down and found his groove in the second game. The character really found himself in the second game. Same thing with Sly, same thing with Jak. By the second game, they figured it out, because Jak didn't even have a voice. They didn't even know what they wanted to do with this character. Just make him cocky and annoying. Z still says he's waiting for the God of War 1 remaster. Yo, I got something coming for that. I got the craziest remaster coming for God of War. Stay tuned for that. Craziest remaster you've seen yet. Alban says, shit, if I did that, that might have caused a paradox because I would have been skinnier in the present. I would get into a brawl with these Yetis in the area and lose eventually. Eha Raider says he goes and picks up the red eco and squares off with them till the end. Silva says, nah, they ain't humans. We're calling them elf humans since the devs love putting hybrid creatures in there. So basically, we're all fawns from Spyro. We're a fawn. We're Eloras. Which girl in the Jak and Daxter has the biggest butt? Zach says, Kira, Ashlyn, Rain, or Tess. You gotta throw Maya in there because of our boy Alban. He said that you can see her butt crack. So you gotta throw her in there. Just cuz. Everybody knows the true PS2 mascot is the King Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Why does everybody bring him up? I've never played that one yet. I got to. Shout out to my boy Croc. Croc is coming to the, I think, consoles next week, right? If Jak and Kira had a child with a boy or girl, it better be a boy. Trickster's like, Ratchet 1 is better than Ratchet 2. Fight me, Paul. It's your opinion. I still love Ratchet 2. I was thinking that too. Marissa's like, you got more annoyed with Dimitri and Sly Cooper? You playing on PC? Yes, Shabam. Yes. Dimitri also. He was on some shit. Daxter serves as Jak's main personality in the first game because he does the talking. 1000%. It's Daxter is the personality in the first game. But I used to be so upset at the Jak commercials more than anything. Honestly, low key, I think I hated Jak more. I think I hated Jak the most, and then I hated Sly, and then I hated Ratchet. And low key, I thought Ratchet was a girl. I don't know why. I always thought Ratchet was the girl from Going Commando. Every time I would see his posters, I always thought that was some kind of girl Lombax. I don't know why. I always saw him on the posters, even the Going Commando posters I used to see in Toys R Us. If you guys have ever seen the Going Commando outfit where he's holding the gun, I always thought while I was walking through Toys R Us that Clank and then Ratchet, for some reason, Ratchet always seemed like a girl. I don't know why. And the vibe I got off of looking at Ratchet while he was in the Going Commando outfit, and mind you, it's the game that became my favorite that I ended up buying, was it gave me the vibe that, you know, what was her name again? Angela? I always got Angela vibes from Ratchet. That's what I felt like. I always used to look at the posters and I was like, the feeling you get when you see the Angela Lombax in the second game is how I saw Ratchet. And then I used to hate Jak because they used to have the commercials where this is after the PS1 era is over. The PS2 is out now. It's at a crazy ass high price that I cannot afford. And the video games are crazy high price and everyone in school is talking about it and I can't play it. You see these commercials of Jak getting all of these badass chicks going on all these adventures and Daxter's hyping him up, making him seem like he's the cool guy. And I was like, where's Crash? Fuck Jak. And then you got Sly doing the same shit, and you got Ratchet doing the same shit. They're all acting super cocky, and I'm like, Shabam says, I never got that vibe from him. Now if we talk in Rivet, Shabam, you just fixed it for me. So the same exact vibe you get from Rivet is how I saw Ratchet back in the day. The same feeling and character you get from Rivet when I used to stare at Ratchet, put that same character, put that on Ratchet and just recolor her yellow. That is what I saw from Ratchet. You fixed it for me, Shabam. It's not Angela. It's actually Rivet. What you get from Ratchet Clank Rift Apart is how I saw it. That's how I saw Ratchet. Before playing the games, like when I saw the commercials and when I saw the poster boards, it's Rivet. It's a yellow Rivet. And yellow Rivet got the freaking Precursor arm. Can you believe that? All right, let's take out these Yetis. We're gonna scorpion all of them. I tried to aura farm. For like 3 seconds. At least I respawned right here. I was gonna go pick up the KO cannon, square up with all of the Yetis, but it seems as though the Jack's just not a fighter, he's a lover. You gotta kill all the demon bunnies. And whoever placed this one on ice, you're a dick. Bro. Oh, it was tough. Angela Cross was underrated. Oh yeah. We gotta open up the yellow eco vents. Let's go do that. Get all the Yetis. The Yetis would be a bigger threat if we had to do more hits. But I'm Captain Krypton. On the rock. Jak got a hell of a aura in the second game. Oh yeah. And now we have the KO Ken. We come around the corner. See, this enemy right here, it's such a wasted enemy, and you can tell it's rushed, right? So you just kill a couple lurkers and a buddy. Then he jumps off, you punch the shield, and then you just punch him out like a Spyro thing. It's too easy of a combat. Way too easy for combat, bro. Way too easy. But here we have this immaculate view. This Christmas feeling. Every time I come to Snowy Mountain, I feel like it's a Christmas morning, and I'm enjoying my day, and we're off of school. It's the winter break. Holiday season. You just opened up your presents on winter morning in your pajamas. You got Christmas wrapping presents, and it's amazing. It's amazing. The eco vents, the red one was supposed to be in Yosemite. I can't wait to play the Yosemite mod and actually explore this shit, because the eco vents is haunting us right here. We can see the eco vent right below us. And as a kid, you just see these things, and it's a secret. Once you unlock everything and you know where everything's at, the mystery of it is all gone. But you just see it taunting you there. So let me grab these before I head over to the flut section. Let's see if we can just slide this down. Look at that. We got the swag. And then we just come off right here. Nice. Spawn Kratos says, when did you see these gaming commercials? You never seen a gaming commercial? Bro, gaming commercials used to be so far and rare. Like PS2 commercials used to be lit. We should do a whole reaction to them. We should react to them. But PS2 commercials, like, bro, I want to react to some Jak and Daxter PS2 commercials after the stream is close to being done. So let me know if you guys want to see that. And also remind me, because they were some of the most iconic. And I'll show you guys exactly what I hated about Jak and all of the things. But PS2 commercials were peak. The problem was finding them was rare. I used to watch Nickelodeon. Most of the time they would come on at night, but they'd show up for like 15 seconds, right? So Spawn Kratos is like, where did you see these commercials? Bro, imagine you play Jak 1, you have no idea Jak 2 is coming out, and you're just watching TV, eating cereal randomly, and for 15 seconds out of nowhere, you have no internet at the time, Jak 2 shows up on that commercial. The whole room just goes ecstatic. You're about to jump off all of the walls. You see Dark Jak showing up on the screen. You see a Dark Bomb showing up on the screen. You know how crazy it is? You know how epic it is? The amount of hype, it felt like the ball just dropped on New Year's when those commercials would come on, because it's like, you can't replay it. You can't replay the commercial. You can't get it back. It's not going to show up on YouTube. YouTube didn't even exist back then. So you seeing that was like your first glimpse of any trailers. You're not waiting for E3 or none of that. It's the chance of just witnessing an announcement. It made it so much more magical. And then you getting that game, it felt like the journey to the game was just so much better. Nowadays, the game is announced on the trailers, and we have the convenience of downloading it digital, which is what we always wanted. But at the same time, we removed the whole journey of getting the game. I felt like one of the things that made these games so magical, me getting this game for my birthday and Jak 2 for Christmas, I would hold the game like it's a puppy. Bro, in its plastic, when I would get these games, I would hold it like it's a newborn puppy. I'm not even joking. Oh, you need therapy for you to forget your ex's diss on the game? Why are you playing as elf people? I do. Yeah, it was before YouTube and stuff. It made it more magical. Farting eco would be... Ooh, defeating Gaul and Maya. There's a mod called the Fart Legacy. What the f... Let's go to the flut. Look at these graphics, bro. Look at these graphics. This is pristine. Those small rabbit lurkers.
It's duck hunting season. No, it's rabbit season. No, it's duck hunting.
This red eco cave can, it needs more time to shine. It needs a stronger purpose. And back to the flut, one of the best created mounts in all of gaming. I love this obstacle course. Bro, this 2001 obstacle course right here with this flut. You see why I love this game so much? There is a specific map, right? You see this right here? I love Crash Bandicoot. I love Jak and Daxter. I hated Crash 4. And I know some people love Crash 4 and I'm spreading negativity for a small second here, but hear me out. And this is why I hated Crash 4 and I felt like it was blind nostalgia for a lot of people. I hated Crash 4 because there's a specific mission where you're riding a mount just like this, but it's a 2020 game and this is a 2001 game. This mount controls better than that. Not only that, you couldn't move backwards, I think, in that Crash level. So you're moving across some kind of level like this, but you don't have the option to even move backwards. Like the camera gets stuck like this. So in 2020, you have a system here where it's a level that all these people are glazing when it's mechanically more prehistoric than a 2001 game. That's how I always viewed it. I was like, bro, Crash 4 is ass. How can y'all say that this is the peak version of Crash when Crash 3 Warp did it better and this game is using a flut from the dino from Crash 3. This feels like the dino from Crash 3 and there's a dino in Crash 4, yet the level there, the camera's locked, it doesn't control the same, it's not even playing as smooth as this small little mission right here from Jak 1. And I was like, what is this shit? Toys for Bob, whoever did that game was ass. I hated it. I was like, bro, this is not... It's not Naughty Dog. It's not Naughty Dog that made that Crash game. I stand by that. And it just felt like pain. It felt like a bunch of junior devs that don't know what they're doing. And you know why I say that also is because at Activision with Call of Duty, they still have the same people making the Call of Duty games, Treyarch and Infinity Ward, but it's not the same people making it. The maps aren't the same because it's the different people, but same studio. So it's not the same people making it, meaning that Crash game could be fucking Crunch 1. That's really what it looks like in my brain. That's not Crash. That's like Crunch 1. That's what it really is. It's a different game. Same thing with all the new Call of Duties. Different devs, it's a different game. It's not the same Infinity War. It's not the same maps. It's not the same flow. And then the same thing goes for... What, the Toys for Bob Spyro thing? It's not the same devs. It's not the same feeling. It's not ever the same. Those whisper commentaries was the highlight in the middle school or early days. Bro, the whisper comms. And I'm back in the same house. Oh my fucking god. Yo, those whisper comms. I've come such a crazy long way since that. Yo, I love that, bro. The highlight of middle school to highlight. Like, what? Treyarch went downhill after Jason Blundell left. Yep. When devs leave and change the studio, it's not the same studio anymore. And I swear to God, I feel like modern day fans, that's my issue with like the gamers that don't look up shit. Like, I felt like most of the hype for Crash 4, and I'm going on a rant because of this flut, is because these fans don't know shit. They don't know who's developing the game. They just see the fucking brand name, and that's what school taught them. Worship the brand, worship the title, and you will fall for the sheepism. Because none of the core mechanics of that game had anything to do with the values that aligned with any of the Crash Bandicoot games prior from the mainstream series. It didn't feel like that. It felt like the same way Neil Druckmann got his hands on The Last of Us. The difference between how that feeling of Naughty Dog and those games are from Jak and Daxter, it's the same exact thing. It feels even more different. Alman says, yeah, you're back in New York. Yeah, for now. My guy decided to come back mainly for my dog. Jason Blundell carried zombies. Oh, yeah. Let's not forget to mention the off-screen boxes. That is the other bane of my existence, bro. The off-screen boxes was the biggest part of Crash Bandicoot and why I hated that game so much. The big three parts, the mount, the off-screen boxes, especially those off-screen boxes, and then Dingo Dial is a playable character. So you had the villains as a characters, and you had like an over amount of boxes. I think one of those levels had like 400 boxes. They were like, hey, gameplay. Those devs, I feel like those new gen devs, they were like, oh my god, we have to give the gamers gameplay. You know what? Spam more boxes. And you know what? We're gonna spam boxes and gems on the screen because development. This is how we develop shit. Ooh. It wasn't creativity, bro. That's not creativity. Just spamming shit for you to kill your time in the game. It didn't feel creative. It did not. It just felt like you're putting basic game mechanics scattered into the game. And everybody's glazing it because of the name brand. It's Crash 4. When it's really not Crash 4 because Crash Team Racing and Crash Bash and all that already came out and all the other games. We're going to put Crash 4 for marketing purposes because it's Activision. And then what did Activision do around the same time? Didn't Modern Warfare 2 drop around the same time? The same exact marketing, the same exact thing I was talking about what school trains you to do. Hey, look, we're releasing Modern Warfare 2 around the same time, and Activision's totally not fucking you guys with the name of the title and everything again, making you think that you're buying Modern Warfare 2 Remastered from the same exact company when you're not. But you just love this shit. It's a giant scammer game, and that's where gaming has gone. Post 2020 especially, with all the microtransactions and everything, and that's why we're here modding these games. Going back to it. Yeah, the Death Gem. What was that one about, Trickster? Again, I remember hearing about that, I think from Cat Icarus, about the Death Gem being, you have to die a certain amount of times. It was some stupid shit. I don't know. Doc Nini says you only played Wrath of Cortex. That's still a decent Crash game. I liked Wrath of Cortex. I like Twin Sanity. I liked all of the PS2 Crash games more than Crash 4. You can't die more than 3 times. Okay. Crash 4 was supposedly the first PS2 game called Wrath of Cortex. Rash of Cortex. Wrath of Cortex is more of a sequel to Warp than it ever would be with about time. I agree with that 1000%. It is really the true Wrath of Cortex is the true successor. And honestly, I kind of want to go back and replay that one. Always like, I didn't want to bring back the topic of shorties and Jak and Daxter. They're always in the topic. They're always in the topic, motherfucker. But you need to check what I sent you for the culture. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me see. My boy sent me something. Sexy girl. Hey, yo. Bro, installed and deleted. Yo. Maya's whole butt crack is out. Hey, fucking yo. Oh, now. For the rest of the game, every time we see Maya's whole butt crack is out. Yo, Alban just sent me a photo. Maya's model in Jak and Daxter. I can't put it on the screen. I don't want to get in trouble. If he was in the Discord, I wish he could send it, bro. What the fuck? I didn't know that much of her ass is out. Yo. Bro was right. What the fuck? I can show it from here. Like, you can't see it. Her whole ass. This little... That is Avatar ass. Hey, fucking yo. And that's the in-game cut. He just sent me an in-game screenshot. Literally, if you go behind Maya, I gotta go check this out. Maya's pants is literally halfway down her ass. Discord link. Bro. Why is Maya's pants down? Wait. DSC. I think it's in the bottom of the chat. Hold on. I think it should be in the description too, at the very bottom. Give me DSC. It's this one. You pin that too. Bro. That is wild. I didn't remember I remember her ass crack being out. I did not remember that Maya's pants. Literally, bro. It's not up here. It's not just showing the top of the crack. It's literally halfway through her ass. He just sent me that photo and I was like, holy fuck, he's not even joking. He's like, Paul, while you're playing this, while we're on the topic of shorties and Jak and Daxter, you need to see this. Look, the ass. The ass was fat and blue. That avatar ass is amazing. Holy shit, Maya, what the fuck? Maya's low-key the most caked up Caribbean woman in the game. What the fuck? Hear me out. If we have Jak as a specimen, we can classify him as human. This man's about to write some Coco lore. Lazy Wraith 2D can't get away with that nowadays. No, hell no. Oh, hell no. Jak and Daxter would be canceled for this. Overwatch had to literally flatten Tracer's ass on the cover because they had to make it less attractive because it was offensive. It's insane. And that's like what I said with how gaming culture has changed and why I don't like new games in the franchises. It's like, bro, it's so glitchy jumping over this shit. It's a Smurf ass. It is a Smurf ass. This giant Smurf ass. You think Dark Eco would make her even bigger? Yeah? You feel like Dark Eco's gonna fill her jugs? Which is like, I want to drink the Dark Eco juices out of my jugs, giving them others. Damn, bro. Advice. Going full primal savage. Holy shit, Maya came out of nowhere and just stole the whole show. Where did they get the names? All right, so Gal, what are these names? Samos, Gal, Acheron, Maya. I like the name Maya because Maya means illusion, right? And in most cultures, and even if you believe in a simulation, that's what they call reality, that this is a Maya. The Mayans, they said that. In other cultures, if you call this as if it's a simulation, then you're in the Maya. Samos means something wise. Okay. Samos. Her ass is definitely a Maya. Definitely an illusion. Definitely a Maya. Oh yeah. A Maya Valentine. Gal is basically log. Oh yes. Yes, there you go. Alban, thank you for that. Gal backwards is log. Gal was packing. Basically, Gal was packing. Yo. Wait a minute. You talking about his dick? Hey, I'm thinking about like coding. I'm thinking about coding like logs. Hey, yo. Okay, all right, never mind. Gal dropping a fat log. Hey, yo. Thinking like scripting. I'm thinking about command prompt. This man said Gal was packing. He's about to turn left and smack everybody with his dick. Gal's last name is the Greek River of the Dead. That's dope. The Greek River of the Dead. Hey, fucking yo. I can't. I gotta go open up the vents across the world to get my mind off of this. And thank you for the example. There's a box. I'm telling you, man, we need the infamous 2 sewer scenes where he touches the sparks and plugs up the whole place and channels it through him. Jak is an eco conduit. Infamous has it right. You gotta mix some of Infamous's elements with it, but I love unlocking these eco vents around the world. Bro is crying. You caught me fucking off guard with that shit, bro. Reading the comments could come off so weird. Oh, you're looking up Maya R34 after this. Do not lie to your audience. What the fuck is Maya R34? And yes, I am. Now I am, because bro got tears in his eyes. Bro said, yo, Gal's name is named after a log. So I'm thinking, oh, it's some kind of coder name. Wow. Then I read the other half. It's because he must be packing it. Motherfucking. Let me collect the rest of my orbs and just carry on my way before y'all destroy my childhood fantasies, bro. Log. Are you telling me literally they named him the final boss because he was a big Rule 34. Nah, I think you guys are catching me off guard. What's Rule 34? Kira means dark or black haired. Blue haired. Sage means the wise man. Sabio means sage / the wise man. So Samos is my Paul Heyman. Oh my god, when we go back and see Samos, I got something for him. I got something for all these new characters. We just went through the mountains. We went through this whole adventure, and because of you guys in the chat, we're gonna come back to the rest of the cast, and they're gonna be like, what happened? And I'll be like, I came back, the wise man. The innocence is lost. What do you mean? No, I don't know what Rule 34 is, and you guys are about to ruin some innocence here. What's going on to it? Maya means lady or mother and is a symbol for fertility. You're about to become my baby mother with them cheeks. Don't tell him, guys. Let him find out. I'm convinced all these lurkers are spawns of Gaul and Maya just not pulling out. Google Rule 34, the website, and search up Ashlyn. Not ruin your innocence. Do not look it up and do not ruin it for others. Alban says look up Ashlyn Praxis. MCL's like a fucking men. YouTube chat. I'm gonna need you guys when you guys see this on YouTube to pray for me because I don't know what they're trying to lure me into here. I'm being very cautious, but in the chat and in the comments when you guys see this video, be with me, all right? What am I about to get myself into? Rule 34. I feel so innocent, and now I feel like it's about to be corrupted when I'm about to look that up. That was like, please don't look it up. I beg you don't do it. He said, I beg you don't do it. Nigga, what the fuck? He's begging me not to do it. What the fuck? No. Why, Trickster, hold up. Why is there a grown man from Australia begging me not to look it up? There's something up here. No. Alban telling me go look up Ashlyn Praxis. Clip this. This is before and after the innocence is stolen. You dickheads. What the fuck is going on? Let me go to the yellow eco container and just continue the game. Anyone in the chat, do you guys want to alleviate what's going on here? What am I being punked? Are they fucking with me? Oh, how do y'all end up on this shit? That's what I'm wondering. If you guys know what he's talking about, let me know in the comments. How did you guys get introduced to this shit? I need to know. I need to know this. That is the real question. Who put you guys onto this shit? Whatever it is. Because he's trying to keep it to himself. I don't know. For the culture, brother. Don't fall for it. Paul Raven's warning me too. For the culture. 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 Yo, these orbs get hidden in the snow. You gotta be careful here. Yo, these Yetis. I know I kicked him and he got away with that. He got a free hit. He's crazy. Alright, let's get this yellow eco. The music here is so common, man. I'm gonna put on some... Yo, would you guys like me to make like a Jak and Daxter calming music video? I think I might actually start doing those type of things. Like, I've had so many ideas from you guys on what type of videos we can do for these things that I've never thought about because of all of your love and support, such as like tier lists and all of that. And I love the support that you guys have shown every single day we've been doing Jak and Daxter. And like, I want to do all of these new things, whether it be the mods or these crazy ass ideas. And it's because of you guys giving me some of them. So let me know. I'm trying to be pure of heart. Don't try to put me into this, says Silva. There was one orb just chilling right there in the snow. Go for it, Paul. You're the chief, aren't you? Bro, I tell you, but it's content if you do it yourself. All right. You know what? I'm gonna look it up after we beat the game. All right. I wanna leave that as like the final thing. Paul, it's not safe for work. That's what Rule 34 is. Zeref Theodora. He's been quiet in the chat the entire time, but Zeref Theodora, I love the fact that you guys brought this up, because the ones that have been quiet in the chat, they're coming out of nowhere and they're warning me too. Yo, what the fuck? How are people that haven't been talking in the chat? They are warning me not to go and look it up. Spawn Kratos says, a coworker thought I was innocent, so I told her look up R34 Tiger because she loves tigers, and I permanently scared her. R34. Bro, Jak and Daxter ASMR series. I need that before I sleep. Yo, either an ASMR video or I really want to do like a relaxing music video. Like you hear Snowy Mountain in the background. Me, I'm the type of guy, like I have a bunch of music videos like saved to a playlist, like Goku meditating music. Like you have Goku with a meditation picture and like calming music in the background. I have that type of shit. So I'm like, yo, I should make a playlist. Snowy Mountain and all the calm music. Dio was like, I'm gonna stay out of this conversation. Ehel Raider's like, not a YouTube thing. Hunter's like, do not look it up. What the fuck? You know, the more y'all tell me not to look it up, there's that part of me. It's that part of me that's like, it's that one on your shoulder. It's like, look it up. Look it up.
Don't look it up, Paul. Don't look it up.
You got the one with the halo on your shoulder on this side.
No, Paul. With the white robes. Go read your Bible after this. Go open up the holy book.
No, look up R34. Open up the hub. Save this combo to stop you. That sounds fire. Use the OST for the game as well. We gotta do it. Alright, so stop the last lurker on the glacier thing. Deactivate the precursor blockers. We have to go into the fortress and survive the infested cave. Still have a bit of Snowy Mountain. Not suitable for the eyes of kids, says Raven. What? The trauma in the chat right now. The trauma in the chat. Anybody in the chat and in the comments when you guys are watching this, please share experiences and reactions of what exactly am I witnessing right now. Save it for the end. Yeah, we gotta look at it at the end. I need to see this, and I think I'm gonna look up at least Rule 34 Ashland Praxis according to Albin. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do it towards the end, and I'm gonna leave my reaction here. I'm not gonna be posting what it is because I want you guys to go and look it up for yourself, because apparently it's not safe for work and I can't risk it. Yo, Ayo Loogie with the subscription. Thank you so much. Let's go. Can we get some hype in the chat? Peak, you are the peak. Thank you. Thank you guys. You guys are the peak. You guys make this so much more fun. Make it so much more epic. Look, I'm playing Jak and Daxter yet again, and I'm having so much fun because of you guys, as always. You think I'll be laughing this much playing this by myself? You think these mods would be this much fun by myself? No, it's you guys that make this that much more fun. Like all of this shit. Talking about Rule 34, talking about Maya's butt cheeks. All it's the greatest gaming experience, and honestly, that's what's peak about it. The fact that it's a let's play with you guys bringing the energy, all of your knowledge, all of your jokes. It's really something you cannot replace, and it's open. It's epic. It's about to be a YouTube video. Drop my name. It's over. Not only that, when I'm putting this onto YouTube, I'm telling you guys this first. Like when you guys comment like this and it's something interesting, what I want to do for like the video when I'm gonna go and edit this, I've never done this before. I'm trying out some things. I'm gonna take the same exact comment that's leaving the digital footprint, Alvin, and specifically you. I'm gonna put you on blast. I'm gonna take the comment and I'm gonna screenshot it and I'm gonna put it in the center of the screen. So I'm not only gonna take the comment if I'm reading it, if it's something that is related to whatever we're seeing on screen or the reactions, I'm taking your exact comment, screenshotting, and I'm blowing it up and I'm putting it in the center of the screen like it's like a PS5 trophy announcement or Xbox trophy announcement. So yeah, I'm taking it there. And you know why? It's to keep the viewers like it's a let's play, and I figured, yo, this is how we keep the interactions to the absolute peak. And I love it because it's fun knowing that there's one of you guys talking shit right here, and now you guys are gonna get put on blast. I think that's fun. I think all of y'all just got caught during this entire let's play talking a whole bunch of crazy ass shit, and guess what? Not only is it gonna show up on the let's play, it's also gonna be highlighted if it was wild enough. Highlighted, shouted out if it was wild enough. So yeah, everybody's getting called out, and I was like, you know what? For me, that's fun because I'm trolling you guys right back, and it's more interactive. It has you guys giving me all this R34 stuff in the game, and it just makes it one of the most fun gaming experience I can make it. Are you using OpenGoal for this? Says Aolugi. Yes, 100%. This is OpenGoal, and we're also using it with shaders. It's gonna be so fun calling you guys out for all the crazy shit you guys have said. It's gonna be so fun. I'm telling you, going through Snowy Mountain has been a blast. Look at all these demon gerbils. Never again will I look at Snowy Mountain the same, because I've done this so many times, and Snowy Mountain for me has always been related to a very tranquil, calming, beautiful, snowy area that I would always play on a Christmas morning. There's the last one right here, by the way. That I always play on a Christmas morning. Nice, pure, virgin thoughts. And now, after this stream is over, I'm gonna go look up Ashton R34 Praxis, and that is gonna be tied to the memory of Snowy Mountain, because that's where this whole thing has started. This playthrough is now the inception of R34. And there's my power cell. About to hit up Navina you soon. Deformation. Oh yeah, it's gonna make these videos hella funny. It's gonna make it hella funny, and that's the thing. You guys say some funny ass shit, so I'm putting you guys in the spotlight, and I think you guys deserve that. It's all fun till you reach Spider Cave. Oh my god. By the way, I want to say, when you did your first playthrough of Jak on YouTube, it got you hooked on the channel. Man, I love hearing that. Thank you so much, fam. Like I said, when I was doing those Let's Plays back in the day, 2012, I never would have expected this many people to have ever watched it. And two, I was expecting 1,000 views at most. My mentality was, yo, I'm making a how-to guide. It's one of my favorite games of all time. If I could just get 1,000 views on the video, I'd be happy. And I want this to be the best guide on YouTube, and I want it to be the definitive one. That's all I said. My mentality was, yo, I just want to make the best guide. I don't care about anything else, and I would just want like 1,000 views. And that's, you guys came out of nowhere, and you motherfuckers said, you know what, Paul? This is amazing, and gassed it all up. Me, I was like, yo, I thought this was just a how-to. I go back to it, I'm like, yo, I can't even. For me, it's like I still see my younger self that I've kind of tried to. It's different. It's different. You'd be the first search for these kind of games back then. Yeah. And that was the crazy part. I never expected that. My expectations for myself were so low, because back then, especially as a kid, like real talk, I was like 16, 17 years old, right? My self-esteem was super low. Didn't have much of a self-esteem. I was just then starting to get into the gym. I think a lot of you guys can relate to this too, and I think I was kind of nervous about being on YouTube. I didn't even feel like I belonged on YouTube. There's no guy and these people on YouTube on the platform, and I was like a kid back then. Joker's like becoming more of a family experience every time. I love that, and thank you for the 100 bits every time. It really is just like that. Always has been. Dizzy's like, this mod looks really cool. It's dope. Yes, it is. Alvin's like, I'm responsible for Trini, Maya, Smurf, Ass, Dirty Bronx, Latina, Ashton, Ayo, Log, I feel proud. Holy fuck. Yo, he really does have that catalog, and I know I'm blaming that entire thing on him. I ain't saying that shit. I knew you was confident gaming or some shit. Yeah, that was me. The thing is, Albin's taking some of the blame you started. Oh, we gonna see. There's a reason there's a fucking timestamp right here. Every single one of you is digital footprinted, and all of you is getting put on blast. If it's some crazy shit you said that's wild and you thought it just flew past, no, I'm not reading it during the stream. I'm not scrolling up during the stream. But Paul is editing. I'm getting my run back on your bitch ass. When Paul is editing, he's going to see all of these things that happen in the comments, and anything that I might have slid by, anything I might have missed. Oh, you getting put on blast, son. You getting put on blast, and I better see your ass in the comments, because in the comment section of the video, since if you guys are commenting with your YouTube username, I can just at you and pull your ass up right there for everybody to go and roast. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Back then, you couldn't do all of these things on YouTube. You couldn't do all of these features. Now they've changed the platform to where you can, and I love it. Trickster started R34, but def throw my name in there at this point. Oh, you two are definitely the two fucking. We've been caught, boys. We've been caught. Yes. Ayo Lugi says, I never had a PS3. You were my always go-to for the exclusive games. That's what's up, bro. That is what's up. I always loved this fort. This fort always felt like the perfect winter paradise. The music, the coziness of it, the cold weather in New York, being outside, it's beautiful. This is one of my favorite areas. Snowy Mountain, I think, is peak. one of the peak areas right here to this day. The warmth of the fire on the walls, the orange colors with the snow and everything, and then you come up here. This one little piece of eco has to charge up everything, and there's another power cell. We're doing power these all up, all three at once. Waiting for the Yetis to attack. I'm gonna hit him with the back foot. Boom! Don't forget it. Ehow Raider, we are all naughty dogs. We are all wolves among us. Bro, the freaking chat is called Wolves Among Us. We are naughty dogs. We are the real naughty dogs, bro. We are the wolves among us. Bro, I just realized that. X-Devil, I just saw that Maya cheeks. Yeah, that's my reaction. Alban did that one. Let it be known. Let it be known in 2025, Maya's cheeks have been highlighted by our one and only family member Alban. And not only have they been highlighted, bro went into the game for 10 minutes, took the screenshot, showed me the butt crack is right out there, and it has now been cemented into my brain cell. Oh, doesn't Shin Budokai Another Road have Super Saiyan 2 trunks? It should. It does. I believe it did. Now I'm killing all the Yetis while we're fighting our way through this hyperbolic time chamber. I wish this game had an EXP system for fighting, man. Every time I punch a Yeti, if that was 5 XP, I would never stop playing this game. A Jak and Daxter XP mod, like if I could upgrade my HP bar the same way that Ratchet Clank has it in Going Commando, you got infinite replayability. Alban's like, Naughty Dog devs were horny in 2002. Bro, have you seen the Naughty Dog devs in 2002? They're like Tony Hawk pro skater dudes. That's how those devs were. They were all like pro skater dudes that were like super cool. It was a whole different studio. Super cool, non-cancel culture skater bros. Before the great wave and the great change. Now the gaming studios have changed. Have you seen what the studios look like for Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft Montreal for Assassin's Creed Shadows? Have you seen the differences? My name is Lockhart. Okay. Yes, I remember your name, Lockhart. Bro, it's crazy shit, bro. Where's my mouse? Alban's like, it's crazy how you came full circle. Went from watching me in middle school to consider me as one of the boys. Same, bro. It is crazy. And it's the fact that you guys have watched me for like all of these years, and like the commenting, the back and forth. We are the first people in history to ever like interact like this. And for me, it's wholesome. It's wholesome as fuck, because as a kid, you would have never expected like this experience. I grew up on gaming on the couch. I grew up gaming with people next to me, like on the couch and in person, and that's how I played all of these games. And then in the future here, we're streaming it, we're uploading it to YouTube, and you guys are at home in the comfort of your own home. And I feel like this is the same exact feeling, but maybe even more comfy. And even more of a bond builder, to be honest. You know what I mean? Alright, so let's make it to the end of this. Kill the demon bunnies, the demon dribbles. I had seen a video randomly, and my ADHD's kicking in, with a bunny eating grapes while in hibernation earlier today on Instagram. It was the most random shit. I don't know if anybody else has seen it. Saying Cole Gaming, it's been so long. Where the fuck have you been? Damn, Ayo Lugi started watching my videos when he was 10 or 11. Now he's 23. Perspective. Hey, fucking yo. Alban's like, if Jak was non-binary. I'm about to headbutt the mic. Ida watched me when you were 12 and now you're 24. Oh my god. Leave that out the video if Jak was non-binary. Ida, same. Damn. You know what's also adding to Jak's aura? I'm hearing him like say these one little sound effects as he's punching and shit. The man didn't have no voice, but he had a voice. Like you're trying to picture how this dude can talk with all these sound effects of these grunts. Yo, we made it. Damn, bro. The Coco curse. That ass bit his shoe, the Coco curse. Oh, gotta be 40 now. I'm actually 31 this year. In a couple months. Damn. I'm 30. but I still feel young. I still feel like, hey man, me personally, when it comes to like age, bro, you're only as old as like you feel you are, in a non-weird way. Because like I have a grandfather, right, and my grandfather is nearly 90. This guy still moves like he's 60, and he says the key is you just think that you're still young. So in my head, I don't like saying that I'm 30. I like to declare that like I'm still forever 21, low key. Like that's how I want my body to be, and I know my mind can hear it. So even though numerically I'm age 30, I still in my mind keep it that like, yo, I'm forever 21 or some shit. Like this way my body and my mind still keeps it that, yo, you're still young, and the mind kind of generates chemicals in the body that follows it. I believe in that because they show science studies that water, like even the water around you, like water that you can pour and freeze, based on the sound around it, it changes the way the water particles formate. If you actually go and look up crazy ass science, so like if you're speaking bad energy around you, the water particles come out like kind of grimy. If you're speaking good things with good energy and good vibrations that you can feel, the water around you, it actually comes out to almost like a snowflake crystallized looking thing when you zoom in on, like when you zoom in with a magnifying glass. So it's that kind of concept. It's, you get it? Where when you say something, the brain is actually generating chemicals in your body. The water in your body is listening to whatever you're saying. If you're saying you're old, your body's going to make you age faster. If you're saying you're young, your body's going to make you think that you're younger. That's why I'm like, I just think that I'm always 21. Physically, mentally, I'm like 1,000, but physically, I just kind of say, keep it like young, you know what I mean? I don't even think about the age anymore. I just trying to like keep it hidden. Age is just a number. Yeah. You're always you in the end. Yeah. That's how I view it. I'd rather keep it in my mind that I'm like still 21 because I feel like, bro, there's science that says if you believe it, that's what it's going to stick to. So I am forever young. I want to be forever young. The reason why I say this is going back to Kingdom Hearts. There's that one question in the beginning of the Destiny Islands, and I don't know if any of you guys can remember this. Let me know in the comments. There's that one question that they ask you as a Gerber, as a kid in Kingdom Hearts. I don't know if you guys can remember it. They gave you those deep ass questions that bring you back to way back to Kingdom Hearts 1, where they were like, what is your biggest fears? I think that was one of the questions. They gave you 3 questions. It was on the boat at the very start of the game. What is your biggest fears? And I remember one of the questions is the answer of, what are you afraid of? Getting old. 1000%. That was my answer, all of it. And to this day, that is 1000% my answer. I am afraid of getting old. I really am. Cozy Boy Deshaun says the brain can't tell the difference between imagination and reality. 1000%. All of the studies are saying that if you're imagining something, your body starts to give off the chemicals as if it happened. So let's say you're imagining something good. Let's say you're imagining something euphoric. What you're basically doing is you're telling your mind to generate happy chemicals throughout your entire body, and your body will glow. If you're thinking bad thoughts, you're telling your body to generate bad chemicals, and your body is going to dim down. It's the same exact thing. Your mind can't really differentiate the imagination from reality. Going back to the Maya concept. That's why if you think it and believe it, it very well can happen, manifest, and can become true. Did you like Rift Apart? I did. I gave Rift Apart an 8.5. I platinumed it. I liked the game. The one thing that I think I remember stood out to me, though, it just felt like it needed a little bit more. And I remember the pterodactyl mission at the end. It just gave me such a nightmare that I just ended up dropping it 0.5. Like, it was a 9 out of 10. And that pterodactyl mission to get that platinum, I was like, bruh, that was terrible. I'm missing 3 orbs. Survive the lurker-infested cave. Back into the cave. Imagining Maya doing some crazy things feels so real. Yo, motherfucker sharing the brain cell with me that I didn't even say it, bro. Man went straight there. He's like imagining Maya. I was thinking Kim K. This man said Maya. But that's the crazy part. They're like, yo, if you imagine it, you can actually feel it. And isn't that like one of the craziest things that your body can't differentiate that that's really happening? And then Trickster's following up. Oh, but onto something here. Write that down. Write that down. Raven starts bringing up the concept of death. Now we're getting philosophical. Death is frightening. What's even more frightening than death is what happens after you die. Where does your soul go? Is there even an afterlife? Does your life mean anything? Crazy comments. MCLDB with the 45 bits. Sorry for cheering you, only 45. It's all right, bro. Thank you for cheering in the first place. You should definitely get more. I wanted to say I've been following you for years now. First played TPL in 02. You're the only person I found that plays the Jak franchise as it should be. Thank you. How do I play it as it should be? It brings me back to my childhood happiness. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making my childhood happiness come out from this. YouTube username balls. I love the username. Need Ratchet and Clank to go back to being snarky with adult jokes. Yes, less Gerbify. Insomniac needs to fix his story. Ratchet has been looking for the Ratchet has been looking for the fucking Lombaxes since 2007. I think even since going commando, bro. Ever since Angela. This man heard Maya whisper in his ear, hey yo, anyone who deals with the village will attack in a due time. Goosebumps on my skin, god damn it. Ratchet needs to pull a baddie. They try to give Ratchet Angela. What do y'all think? I don't think she was like a baddie, but I felt like that was like a tall Amazonian type of chick for him, I guess, at least, because they were damn near extinct. I mean, what you mean? They were trying to Ratchet to gift to survive this entire cave of demon bunnies. Oh my god, he jumped on me and Jak got stuck in his crouch emote and got stuck inside the bunny's nuts. I got stuck inside of the bunny's balls, manifested by YouTube comment balls. How I just read a chat comment from balls and I get stuck by the bunny's balls and he teabagged me. Now I gotta get my rub back. I gotta go punch that bunny in the face. Nah, I can't be disrespectful like that. He literally had me bowing before the bunny. The bunny had me bowing before him. The bunny jumped on me. The bunny was jumping on my head like I was jumping on the Forbidden Plant's head. Nah, that's too disrespectful. You're not gonna do Kendrick Lamar to Drake to me. Nah, we ain't doing that. That bunny put his balls in Jak's mouth. I ain't having this. Fuck this whole cave. All this Dark Eco boxes to stop me from unleashing my full power. Why must they continue to limit me? Red Eco is the most underpowered. And there's the final Precursor power cell. Where's the last 3 orbs is the question. Oh, 1, 2, and 3. Snowy Mountain is now complete. There is no question. And the time of day has been finished. It's peak. Absolute cinema. Peak time to finish the Snowy Mountain. I love this place. Perfect sunlight dropping in on this area. Oui, bigot. Perfect time to leave. Hey, yo. Maya hitting that. Light Eco does exist. Hey, yo. Yeah, balls. It's so crazy responding to your name on YouTube, but I used to have to cut the videos so short for my brothers to play, for my brothers to sleep, for me to get some sleep, for me to upload videos. When I started those Jak videos, I had a 0.5 upload speed. So I also had a 10 to 15 minute YouTube cap to what you had to upload, and YouTube had a 1 gigabyte to 2 gigabyte cap. So if the video was over like a gigabyte, the video would upload for 600 minutes. For them, tell you it failed. So I would leave it overnight, head to school. If anybody unplugged the internet, if anything went wrong for the internet to drop, they didn't have the resume uploading either. And I'm uploading at 0.5, a 10-minute video that I could barely scrounge together into that 1 gigabyte section onto YouTube with a computer desk that's about shoulder width. My computer desk was a smaller than school table, about shoulder width. And I'm recording in a small ass room. My brother's head is like literally right next to me. Like he's sleeping. We have 2 twin beds, a small desk about the size of my shoulders in a cramped ass room. And he's sleeping right here with my mic literally within arm's reach. And that's how I used to record this shit. Man. And now we're here. Beautiful, beautiful times. Beautiful, beautiful area. We're leaving Snowy Mountain, one of the greatest areas in all of Jak and Daxter. Let me know, do you guys think that this is probably the greatest area in the game? What is the greatest area in Jak 1? Let me know. I think it's Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain music and everything is just peak. Marissa, you remember that? Yes. To the Red Sages Volcano Town. Now, right here in this game is where you see the development starting to get cut up. You had the miners and the Ed and Eddie guys inside there using up the precursor orbs and the power cells. Now we have to head to Spider Cave, clean it up. Doc Nini was like, I remember you whispering in your playthroughs. Bro, there was some nights I had to do whisper comms, bro. I had high school and college and stuff to worry about. So I'm over here with like, sometimes I'd have a sheet over my head and I'm whispering into the microphone like this. Yes, guys, so we're playing Jak and Daxter and my mom's in the next room and she told me to shut the fuck up. Even to this day, they're still telling me to shut the fuck up. I'm mad loud. And even to this day, I have to whisper into the mic because they can hear me across the entire house. I never get to speak at full pitch. Even when I was in Florida, I had to live in an apartment. I never get to speak at my full volume. And there's a last scout fly right there. I gotta get that one. You gotta get that one tucked in the corner. Whoa, go back, go back. Snowy Mountain is peak. Snowy Mountain is the best, is it? Snowy Mountain or Sentinel Beach, says Dizzy. I agree, 1000%. You gotta throw Sentinel Beach. Sentinel Beach. Oh yes. Snowy Mountain. MCL says greatest area is low key. Sandover Village had that quiet, dark, peaceful vibe. I put that in my top 3 as well. You guys are all on point with your selections. I like that. Those are my top 3. What the fuck? Jak just tripped onto Daxter, and I think that's how that bunny killed me. I swear to God. Here's the last scout fly. Unruly greasy. I almost called you unruly Jeezy. Unruly greasy. I remember when you lived in New York, so I got to... So to see the growth is amazing. You got to play all the Sly Cooper and you're Jamaican. You even inspired you to work out. Yo, unruly bad man, I got you working out. I love to hear that, brother. And I love to hear that it helped you grow, and it just gives me like tingles. If you could see, I got the rocks goosebumps on me every time I read stuff like that. Yo, shout out to Jamaica. Those are my favorite people, man. Jamaicans have helped me so much in my life. Real talk. Like, those are some of the coolest people I've met in my life. Honestly, I'm from Jamaica, Queens. So New York, and honestly, amazing people. Honestly, healthiest people too in terms of diet. Almost like favorite area was Sentinel Beach growing up there, but the favorite OST is what they play in the temple at the Forbidden Jungle before the plant boss fight. Very specific. Ice that bites. Greatest area would have to be Sentinel Beach or Sandover Village. Unruly likes the swamp. That is the first I've ever seen that. Bro said he started tingling. Not like you, Alban. I ain't tingling like Maya, like the Maya fantasies you having. I'm talking like the Rock's goosebumps whenever he walks out and he's about to go. Brah. Not the light eco being sucked out of my soul. Gall and Maya in over their heads. While Alban's over here thinking about Maya giving him head.
Hey guys, keep collecting power cells. They're the key to continuing our journey north.
The Rock is his secret identity. Bro turned log. Gall. Maya was tingling. Balls. I remember when you finished going commando and started up your arsenal, and somehow your balls dropped within 2 weeks. So Balls is now telling me and giving me the lore of how my balls dropped from going commando to up your arsenal within those 2 weeks. Yo, you guys actually watched live the progression of puberty. I looked at, if you look in the description of these videos, I have every single Jak and Daxter video that I have in the playlist of the description on YouTube. And I went through every one of the playlists, and I'm looking at Jak and Daxter 2020. If you go in the description and look up Jak and Daxter 2020 HD collection, look at how I look in that video. It's only in 2020 I look like a completely different person. Them Maya fantasies gotta be hot. Oh, yo. They as hot as that volcano right now with that fantasy land. XX Devils like Kira or Maya. Kira or Maya. We gotta get another glimpse. Based in bro's voice dropped in 2 bits. Yo, man was like, hey, yo, 2 videos ago, you did not sound like this. Kira and Jak 1 is the bae, even in 2025. Bro, Kira and Jak 1 is that Megan Fox type of thing before she even really manifested into Megan Fox. Real talk. But Kira 2001, that was coming off of like, what, Mulan. Remember, Mulan was like the 90s female, the definition of feminism, bro. Not the definition of feminism, but like, not modern one, but like what it should be. Like what it should be. Like the good one. Like back when it was pure and innocent. Right? And then Kira kind of fell in the same line. Like, not fell, but like lined up in the same path. That Megan Fox mechanic thing, bro. Where it's like a super hot chick doing guy stuff. Not Abby. Not Abby being that direction of it. Being flipped upside down on some up and down shit. I'm talking like that fantasy. Kira is Megan Fox with Bulma brains. Exactly. Noah Robinson, you ever gonna eat the shoe? We got Jak 2 coming out, and I really do want to eat one. But how do we do it? Wait till I play Jak and Daxter PS6 Remaster. Oh, yeah. Wait till I play the PS6 Remaster. The PS6 Remaster is going to have VR, and I'm going to be able to go right up to Maya's ass and just slap it. Oh, you can have Abby. I insist. No, Trickster. You're the real chosen one. You can have the Abby. I insist. I can't handle that one. I'm not mad enough to handle Abby. However, Trickster, you can clearly outdo that one for me, okay? On your behalf, I want you to take one for the team. You got it. Ashlyn Jerea Ripley. Ashley, you gotta call her Mammy. Mammy. Oh, yo, I love that. Yo, brother. The fact that it inspired you to hit the gym, man, that is the greatest comment I could ever hear, man. If it was there for you in a dark place in life and it got you in the gym, bro, when that version of Paul that didn't hit puberty hears that inside here, it's like, bro, I would have never thought I inspired anyone to go to the gym. It's like, it hits here. Thank you, man. Really, for real. Like, I would have never thought Paul, nerdy old Paul that felt so insignificant when you look back at those videos, he inspired people to go to the gym. That's probably the greatest thing I could have done in anybody's life. What? I mean, that's as if I gave you $1 billion in my head. Cody, how is this remastered? PC, brother, PC. Paul can handle Abby out of kindness. No. My brother, with my powdered wig. George Washington is my witness. I do say, indubitably, in the power of the UK, George Foreman Grill, Pirates of the Caribbean, trading company of the East Indians that's called Johnny Depp, I do, with my powdered wig, declare you to be the one to take on Abby. We're now here in the pinnacle of pinnacles, Spider Cave. Now, Spider Cave, I'm not gonna lie, kinda looks the same. We have no outside lighting, so we're gonna have to use the lighting off of the shrooms and all the stalagmite in the eco, but let's see what we can do. We're running through this. We got all these spiders. This is the craziest area in the game and always is the bane of the fan existence every single time. And no matter how many times I do this area, it has never really grown on me. It was actually, that's not true. That's not true. It did grow on me. It did. Back in the day, it used to be worse. I've done it so many times that, I mean, not jinx it, but I know it. Into the Devil's Cave. Into the Devil's Cave. This is the Devil's Cave. Albin's like, bro, should low-key do voice acting? You think so? Worst area in the game. We went from the best to the worst. Arguably one of the best, Snowy Mountain to the worst. That's how you balance it out. That's the yin-yang, light Jak, dark Jak balancing of the system out. Is there anything below me? No. Spawn Kratos says, between this or the swamp, he doesn't know which one he hates more. Paul swore up and down he was torn in his own playthroughs. I wanted to be like Torn.
Don't screw this up, Jack. Jackie boy.
Because Torn is a dickhead New Yorker, and I was like, yo, I want to be cool. I was like 16, 17 years old. I barely used to go out. I used to just play video games. I wasn't strong at all. Never used to go to the gym. And I was like, bro, I just want to become like Jak. I want to become something different. And then right around then, it was right then when my life changed. Like right then, puberty hit, started going out, started doing some crazy shit in real life, and went to the gym. The gym changed everything. Right around then is when I started the gym, and everything snapped. The gym changes everything. I hit that. Key blast everywhere. I hit all these spiders, blow them all up. What Jak and Daxter walkthrough is my favorite? Noah. Actually, it's this one right now. It really is. This is currently my favorite iteration of the Jak and Daxter playthrough. I was looking up some of the stream yesterday. Yesterday's stream, like, I don't know what it was, the back and forth between the chat, you guys, and whatever I was saying. It was some good shit. I was like, bro, I didn't even, like, I had it all ready to edit, but I didn't even edit it because I was so mesmerized by the conversations we were having and the graphics and everything going on. Can you believe that? I had like 5 hours of stuff to go edit. I didn't edit a second because I was just watching it. I was like, bro, this is amazing. Where's the final spider? This controller's a little busted. There he is. He's on that side. There's an eco vent on that side. Can I hit him from here? Can I hit him from here? I got him once. I might have to go closer. All right, whatever. Let's grab the orbs. You know what sucks? We don't have a Sparks in this game to kind of show you where the orbs are at. I wish we had a Sparks. Yo, ice the bites. Let's go. Trickster dropped the Govy. What's the Govy? No, you're not dropping Abby on me. What up, Jay? I still remember that one episode where Paul taught me what a soup kitchen was in a Sly Cooper playthrough. Yo, that's about to be what I'm about to experience with this Rule 34. Anybody else in this chat know what that Rule 34 thing is? You know what's crazy? I explained what a soup kitchen was to you guys, and if you guys don't know, go look up the movie The Other Guys.
Maybe you can shoot
on YouTube. Look up Soup Kitchen Other Guys clip on YouTube, and that's what that is. Now, from you guys, I learned through YouTube. I didn't know what pegging was until like 2020. I swear to God. I didn't know what pegging was until 2020, and it was because of YouTube. And I'm on stream. I'm streaming either Jak and Daxter or something, right? And all of a sudden you guys are talking about this shit. And I was like, what are they talking about? And what do they mean Paul likes getting... What? What are they talking about? And I remember my girl was in the room, and then, bro, she starts laughing out of nowhere. And I'm like, why is she laughing? What the hell is pegging? I'm thinking of a pirate peg leg. I'm thinking of like Captain Jack Sparrow, a pirate leg. So I was like, what the fuck is pegging? Are you guys just crippling somebody? Are you throwing somebody off of the boardwalk? What is this, some kind of pirate speech? Oh no. Oh no. It's not that. Far from it. The Urban Dictionary, he called me an old head for that. Let him look at it for the culture. Jak 3 still your favorite? Man. Badman ting. You know what we need? We need a Badman shirt for Jak. I need that pink Badman Vegeta shirt for my boy Jak for Christmas. R34. What the fuck? Oblivion comes out of nowhere. I remember the soup kitchen moment.
Dirty Mike and the boys. We're gonna lay some D's and some A's.
All right, this is the last one. I gotta be. Oh, there's two. There's one over there. There's one over there. All right, 2, just gonna shoot him from here. Wait to my mother, the most confusing area. I got one orb over there, and my controller keeps dragging me in this control downwards. I'm fighting it downwards. You can see there's like a sudden drop every single second. I'm in my Super Saiyan aura phase. I can't even use the D-pad to aim. It's back there, right? Next vent. What game are you most hyped for this year? What games are dropping this year? You're not getting a Batman shirt. I will make a Batman shirt though. Do they sell Batman shirts? I'll make a Batman shirt. Should I make pink Batman shirts? Let me know. I'm thinking about it. It's like right now I can make that shit tonight if I wanted to. Who here would buy a Batman shirt? A Vegeta Batman shirt. Whether I make it like in black or if I make it in pink, who would buy it? What colorways? Pink Batman shirt with a rainbow patch on the shoulder. No! In black, you buy it. You ain't buy it in pink. Batman. But I gotta make a trickster dish. I gotta put one. His is gonna be. I'm gonna misspell yours. Specifically, when I find out it's trickster ordered, I'm gonna misspell it as Batman. I gotta get him back. He's trying to volunteer me for Abby, and I gotta make sure he's dressed for the part. Rude. All of these platforms, we're just gonna spam them. This is the Crash 4 development. This is how Crash 4 is developed. We're just gonna spam a whole bunch of elements. In my opinion, Crash 4 feels like Spider Cave. Jak 3 had Jesus mode. Peak says balls. The balls have spoken. Jesus mode. 1000% fucking right, because in Jak 2, when they touch the stone, when the kid touches the stone, it's like it goes Jesus mode. The stone's like, he still has the gift, and then God flies out of the stone into the past, and then you find out that you are the God, and then on top of that, he has the Jesus powers at the same time. Bro, Jak is Haven City's Jesus. He is the Jesus of this realm, and Jak is just like Goku, because Goku is Dragon Ball Jesus. It's the same exact thing. Let's get all of these orbs that we kind of left on the floor here.
Young money, young airdrop, wagwa. Yeah, see you, brother. Hope you're having fun. Poorly, boy, I'm having mad fun. Thank you for coming through, boy.
Trickster says, even if I wore the Batman shirt, nobody would know it. It's a joke among us. Oh, bro, I gotta send you a video on Instagram. I actually have a video of like these UK people talking about, he wanted to name his Pokemon Batman. I think he named the Zubat. This little kid, little 6-year-old. I'm gonna name him Batman, and his mom is yelling, "You can't name him Batman. Why can't I name him Batman?" And the very kid, he's not gay. I think people in the UK know, bro. Do you know the UK is like where most Caribbean people actually end up going to? So that's why I know they have to know. Like, where my people, like my parents, they're from the South American country known as Guyana. The places that people go to escape from there would be America, Canada, or the UK. So the people that end up going to those areas, whether it be the Caribbeans, they take the same slang and they bring it over there. Right? Yeah. Bro's talking like the moms that be sending the Facebook videos. Yes. Yes. The Batman. The Batman. Shout out Jinx, Jak 2 and 3. Hey, yo, Jackie boy. You can put the alter ego on the Batman shirt or Dark Jak. Alter ego Batman. Spudland. Hold up. There's some orbs over there. Let me just make sure I clean this shit up. I'm getting lost in the chat, so I keep forgetting to get this shit. Whoop. Spudland. Have you guys seen those food cards? The Spudman. The Spudman. I love those food courts. What up, Candy Girl? Ace asked me to recommend some other games. You need more OGs? Bro, go back to the old games and mod them. That is the best recommendation right now. If we are playing in some dark times for gaming. Alright? Okay, go back and mod these. Right? That trickster spread the word in some way with that slang. Giant Dark Jak 2. Favorite Dark Jak, 1000%. I miss Giant Dark Jak. That's what made that game so peak. Jay is like a lot of Guyanese and Trini Shortest B in the UK. We gotta colonize that breed or something. I mean, technically we gotta go back and colonize them because we've barely been independent for like 50 something years, both of these countries, right? So we got independence from Britain like 1970s or some shit. So we still technically fresh out of the Britain colonization, but that's why Trickster, Batty Boy and all that stuff should be over there in the UK, because the UK is what owned the Caribbean countries in the first place. They only gained independence not even a lifetime ago. So yeah, that's why the terms Batty Boy and all that shit, it works over there in the UK. That's why I figured you would know out of everybody those slang. It gotta be certain parts, I guess, is where they're all migrating to. Would you eat a baked potato doused in tuna? Have you seen those fucking tuna videos? These guys in the UK get fucking beans and cheese and mashed potatoes and tuna all at once. This is why we had to get fucking independence, because that is fucked. That is fucking fucked. And no fucking seasoning, just salt and pepper. No, that is an abomination. Spudland. Tuna with cheese, beans, chili. What the fuck? How are you mixing cheese and tuna, first of all, on a potato spud? That is diabolical. You dog the potatoes with the tuna? Yeah, I can get the potatoes with the chili. I get that. But potato, cheese, and tuna? What in the UK fuck? I can even show you a clip. That's what they be getting over there from these spud carts. Yes. And they get in line. They be in line for like an hour. Yes, I like some spud. I want spud with extra cheese, some tuna on top, and some beans. I love tuna. But cheese, tomato, and tuna, nah. If you see somebody in New York eating that, I'm pretty sure New York will swat that shit out of your hands in the most disrespectful way, just because they want to show you love in the most disrespectful way because you disrespected yourself. Sounds like prison food. Exactly, Candy Girl. Thank you. Word to my mother. That does sound like a bad time in the bathroom. Like what are you concocting? Bad eats. We are in the video game Great Depression right now. Yes, we are, Noah. Yes, we are. You know. I need some cheese, some tuna on a spud with some beans, and get me some crispy onions. I watch this every night. I watch these people on this the Spud Bros channel. They have two specific carts, right? Two different YouTubers. They give out all these spuds and stuff, right? And I see these orders coming in by the day. Beans, tuna, potato, salted pepper, crispy onions, tram sauce. And then over here, Ayo Loogie, New York. Ayo Ak, let me get a chopped cheese. A5 Wagyu. One bite of that shit is a heart attack waiting to happen. You're taking a swim in that. Who in God's name came up with that? The chopped cheese went to my mother. I barely touched up my toe. Oi, son. I'd like a spud with tuna, my mom's biscuit rickle brackle with anchovies and Vegemite. This man threw in the fucking Vegemite. He had to throw in the Australian fucking Vegemite from Rocket Power. Can I hit the platform, please? At least you don't live in Canada. All we got is poutine. The poutine I'm watching. Yo, I was watching all the food channels at night because I don't get to eat this shit, so I'd be watching that stuff. I'd be watching chef videos. Chef Thompson, I believe his name is, and he showed me what the poutine is, the potatoes and the french fries combined, and that's a Canadian cuisine. Poutine. Canada got some badass Chinese food though, bro. You guys got all the. You guys have the Chinese immigrants over there, bro. They make some of the best food. I got some of the best Chinese Indian food I ever got in my life over in Canada, bro. Poutine I never tried, but bro, Chinese food over there, over here in New York, they put us to shame. In New York, all the New York Chinese food tastes like cardboard and grease, like that rush hour to a big box of grease. In Canada, bro, the Chinese food there is like exotic food. The ones that I had, it was, bro, with ginger, lobster, and all this shit. Oh my god, you get so many creative, amazing foods like that. You ever tried that? Poutine sounds like fire. I gotta try it. I don't know about it because it might sound like too many carbs, too much potato. Need some protein in that, but it sounds good. Word is bond, bacon, egg, and cheese. Let's slap right now. Keep it halal. Candy's like, I watched the sweets from the Japan videos. Yes. The ASMR type of stuff. Unruly greasy. To be honest, Jamaicans were ruled by the Spanish first, then the British, then they got their independence after the 62 years. Yes. I think all of the almost all the Caribbean countries got freedom from the British around the same time. It's like the UK just moved out. What happened? What was the event that caused all of the UK to kind of just mass exodus from South America? Egg, you want egg? Yeah. The British accent. Bro, time I went to this KBBQ chicken restaurant, I knew the food was gonna be fire because the customer service was ass. Customer service is ass, you know the food gonna be fire. Bad customer service, 10 out of 10 beasts. Yo, it's the same thing. Bad customer service. Yo, you go into the Jamaican food spot. We not have that. We want some oxtail. Let me get the mac patty. We not have that. But what you have? We not have that. Cooley Cannon events, finding out the Ock put beef bacon and not pork or turkey. Ultimate betrayal. And then the Habibi is the same thing. You put pork bacon. It's crazy. All right, so World War II took a lot of the European power, and there was also a push to decolonize. World War II. Okay, yeah, there it is. That makes sense. Cakes from Japan. The World War II effect is what got everybody pulling out of the Caribbean. Okay. Menu said 15 plantains. I only got 6, but it hit. Menu said 15 plantains. I only got 6, but it hit. And I'm done. Beef bacon is fire. Oh yeah. People would put rug thickener in food and use plaster for bread dough to make money. Oh, which ethnicity would be deemed ops to the Guyanese? Oh, Alvin. Which ethnicity? Yo, Jay. I got this one. My boy Jay right here. He's Guyanese. He's also in the chat. And I know if anybody else is here, he's also Guyanese. The biggest ops to the Guyanese is the Guyanese. That's the biggest ops. The Guyanese biggest ops is ourselves. That's who it is. Guyana, our biggest ops are our own people. It's your own fucking neighbors, bro. That's the sad part about it. That's the sad part about the culture that we don't really talk about. It really be your owns.
Don't let the lights go out.
That's why, like, bro, honestly, I feel like every... that's true. Yeah, Jay, I actually agree with that one too. It is. Yes. I 1000% agree. Yeah. Like, low-key, that would be the biggest ops. A Guyanese ops is a Guyanese. And then, technically, it would be Trinity people too, because it's not really, not me personally, but it's just like the Caribbean culture. Everybody gets upset at each other for mistaking each other for one another, and it's like how they feel unique, and it's how they get upset at the same time, and everybody got their own egos. Me personally, my closest friends are Trinity. So, but that's how it is. It's like the biggest ops for the Guyanese, it's our own people. It's literally Guyanese and Trinity. Every other race, honestly, for me personally, my own experience, every single other race has treated me with like top tier respect. Every single race. That me growing up in New York, if you're white, if you're black, if you're Asian, Hispanic, every single race has treated me with like a crazy amount of respect, more so than my own culture has at times. So I can't say anything bad because we over here, we build different. I was about to say we don't mess with whoever your ops are. That's dope. That's how it should be, right? Like if you have ops, like that's how I always believed it. If I have a problem with somebody and they're my ops and you my boy, like if you have a problem with somebody, right? If your ops has a problem with you and you're my boy, they're my ops. I can't go and talk with those people because if you're my boy and you have a problem with them and I'm going and associating with them, that's like I'm going behind you. But here in New York, I grew up with so many people that would do the opposite and I got normalized to that. And I was like, bro, all right. That's cool, but that's a recipe for disaster. We can at least be different. Because we built different. You should play Ready too. And you know what's crazy? Like Guyanese and Trini people, they all, like them being the biggest ops to our own race is the craziest thing because Trini people is the same thing as Guyanese. It's just one stop off of the boat and another location and they have a French accent. That's it. Genetically, they're the same people. It's literally like if you were on a cab ride from Manhattan to Queens, the Trini people stopped off in Brooklyn and the Guyanese people stopped off in Queens. It's the same family of people, but they just stopped in two different locations and now they think they're two completely different people. Same with the Surinamese. I don't really know the Surinamese too well, but I guess since they're the neighbors, it has to be, right? Towards each other, but you never had any issues with Serbian people. That's dope. Like, I think it is a Caribbean thing where our community is toxic to itself. I don't know if it's, I know some other cultures have that, but when you guys have like a culture that's not like trying to eat itself, you should really treasure that. You should really treasure that, like, because it can get toxic, bro. To me, as someone that lives in Toronto, a Chinese food or Jamaican food stands out because we always do a Jamaican fusion or Chinese Asian fusion. Yes. Oh yeah. That is where Canada shines 1000%. If there's anything I would go back for, is that food. I haven't been to Canada in over a decade though, but for sure I miss that food. The cold and all that feels so much better because of that food. Oh, you're not Serbian? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, destroying each other from the inside and out. It's like, it's the crab bucket mentality, and the crab bucket mentality is just based off of pure weakness. So no matter how much people crab bucket, if you identify or in that crab bucket space, you're weak by default. That's why I will never identify with it. I will never believe in pulling someone down to make myself feel better, because that's a weak trait. My mentality has always been, and forever will be, you can mark me on this, and this is what's different from most of the people in my neighborhood, and that's why I have different results from most of the people around me, is Goku taught me the right thing, bro. I want to see everyone around me level up. And the same way I always used to treat it in the gym and everything, bro. Like when I was going to the gym, when I started lifting weights and growing up here in New York, like people would go out of their way to, like, they hate on you and that type of shit, but I always wanted, like, my gym rivals, if they were my gym rival, I wanted to see them actually do good, because that would spark me to go and push myself in the gym and do even better. And the same thing, like, even with Alex, my best friend, I gave him all the information on how to get onto YouTube, because my mentality is, yo, you're my best friend, I need to make sure that you get the knowledge that I have, and let's see you level up. And it's as if you're gonna level up and it's gonna go and help me level up, and we're both gonna have like an arc where we're leveling up and having a story that we can all tell at the very end of it all, right? That's also a law of power that I've read in these books later on, that you need to go and find a rival. You need to have a rival. Everyone, if you want to have the most amount of power out of the character that you're living right now, you need to have a rival. The thing is, I used to have rivals when I was younger. As I got older, I became my own one, and that's where a lot of like the internal peace came from. But when you're younger, it's good to have a rival. You need to find your Vegeta. You need to find who's the Vegeta in your life that you're competing with. And New York is super easy to find that shit. 4 hours of stream and it felt like it's been 10 minutes. Unreally Greasy, from watching you from 2012, I didn't know you were Guyanese. I thought you were a British person and Trinity is the biggest out to the guys. Somewhat, yeah, bro. Technically, it is, yeah. It's either our own people or yeah. I don't like saying that though because my best friends are Trinity, so that's why it's like I don't like saying that. But it really is. It really is, and it's kind of sad. That's why, first and foremost, I always consider myself American. Like, I'm a New York American. Yes, I'm Guyanese, but I'm a New York American, first and foremost. And a New York American, technically, that has no flag and that can fit in with anybody. A New York American is the melting pot, so that's literally one nation. Alban's like, I'll never be cool with someone that has beef with my boy. I heard somewhere hang out with the ops by accident, you get shot by accident. Words to live by. Jay's like, being in competition with yourself is more important, I'd say, before scaling with someone. For mental peace, yeah. Yes. The thing is, it depends. It really does. Like, if you look at all of the greats throughout time, like all of these successful people, no matter who it is in any realm of, let's say the presidential race, let's say the WWE, let's say the UFC, let's say something when it comes to some kind of human accomplishment, every single one of these guys was competing against somebody that pushed them to the highest level. Your competition, the person that you're competing against, that's probably very similar to you, they're gonna pull something out of you that you couldn't even reach. Like, let's say you were about to square up and fight somebody that you know is coming down the line like a year from now. Because of that fact that you're gonna be fighting this guy, you're gonna level up to a level that you've never been at before. But at the disadvantage, mentally, it fucks with you because you're especially in the younger days when I was in the gym and starting out, you're competing and you're comparing yourself to everybody else in the gym. Like a 16-year-old walking to the gym, everyone's bigger than me. I can barely pick up the 10 to 20 pounds and these guys are picking up 100. And I was like, bro, you just compare yourself and you feel like shit and you get in your head. And then once you get into that trap, there's two ways that you gotta look at it. It's either, hey, I'm gonna play the long game, I'm gonna compete with all these guys and I'm gonna get bigger, or some people fall into the trap where that bugs them so much that, hey, I feel so small and I'm impatient, I'm gonna go use steroids and now I feel correct, which is the wrong way of doing it in my opinion. But that's how the psychology goes. It's either you use that for, hey, it's gonna drive me upwards or it's gonna drive me downwards. Me personally, seeing some of these 18-year-olds taking that shit is stupid. Like I honestly want to slap the shit out of them if there wasn't a roid. Like, I've seen 16-year-old girls using it, I've seen 18-year-old kids using it, and it's like, bro, I want to slap the shit out of you and your parents because you have no fucking role models. You're an idiot. Bro is gonna die by 30. It's like that type of shit, bro. Comparison is the thief of joy, and that is the that has been like the biggest thing that I've learned within like the past 5 years. And like every morning I say that. Every morning I have to keep saying that because before, like 2020, when I used to log into YouTube and all of the things were going on with COVID and all that shit, right? Every day you go on and you log in on Instagram, the news is all bad. And not only the news is bad, you're comparing yourself to everything you see on Instagram. This person's living this hell of a life and this amazing life in all of these private jets, and this person showing their highlights of their life on this platform. Every morning I'm waking up and I'm seeing this shit, and it's like I'm comparing it to what I'm living right now. I'm not having a 5-star breakfast, I'm not on the beach in Miami, I'm not living this amazing shit. So immediately I'm comparing it to myself, I'm comparing it and robbing myself of the blessing of being able to breathe today, the blessing of being able to see my parents today, the blessing of being able to see my dog. You know what I mean? And so before I used to get triggered about a lot of shit, but then now that I start realizing, yo, comparison is the thief, the killer of all joy. I stopped comparing things. I stopped being as judgmental about shit. And I just kind of like the power of now, what you have right in front of you. That is the strongest thing that you could have. Like, be grateful for everything that you have right in front of you. Because it's all degrading from here. And you can get more by being grateful. Jay, you're a little bit different. You got the heights. You were never self-conscious about your body. Yeah, you lucky motherfuckers. You hype motherfuckers. You guys don't have that there's a different feeling of feeling very, very inadequate. And I used to be skinny, and I'm not the tallest, so I was like, bro, I used to be so weak that I couldn't lift 10 pounds. And me and Alex, Unreal Entertainment Gaming, when I was like around that time, right, I used to go to the gym, and he was able to lift like 50s. I'm over here barely able to lift 10 pounds. This man's picking up 50s, and I was looking at it like, holy shit, I felt so weak. But that drove me. I was like, yo, Alex is like my best friend, and he's got 2 years on me. It was like Goten and Trunks. That's how I viewed it back then, how we were. It was like, holy shit, I feel like Goten, and he's like the Trunks, where he has a couple years on me. He has the advantage of more experience and all of that stuff. But I was like, I'm gonna catch up eventually. Life is too short for stuff like that, right, KGM? Yep. Damn, Paul motivational as fuck. Yeah, bro, you gotta look at it from these perspectives. It's what empowers you. It really does. This is also the maturity of Paul that came with the hair and everything. So anytime I'm thinking about stuff, like, you have to ground yourself. What do I have right now inside of my senses of reality? Everything that's within your sight, bro. Be grateful for that, and the blessings multiply. And I think the biggest change for that, also the comparison being the killer of all joy thing, I think the death of my first dog changed everything for that. Once I seen that, yo, the first dog died, I was like, how do you find happiness again? And everybody kept comparing that dog to Broly, my dog that's still alive. And I was like, yo, this isn't fair. This dog is being compared to the dead one. Everybody loves Herc because he's the big dog. Everybody loves Herc because he was the most handsome and stuff like that. But then I'm over here looking at Broly, my other dog, and everyone's comparing him to the other one, and they're not loving Broly for what he should be. So I'm over here like, fuck that. Because I love that dog too much. So I'm like, fuck this comparison shit. You gotta love what you got for what it is. And part of that is figuring out what you got and finding a way to love it properly, if that makes sense, right? Because you can think of one thing. If I was to go back in time and tell my younger self, there's something that you have in your life right now that you're not being as grateful as you could be for, like right now, or be right now in the moment for. And if I was to go back in time and be like, yo, find that thing, be grateful for it. You know what I mean? That's the short people with it. Fill up proportions faster. Yeah, that's true too. You fill up proportions faster. The bad part about lifting weights and being tall is that it's different. It's like you take a photo and you're stretched. So if you're a tall guy and it's harder for you to put on weight, you're going to end up like a stretched picture. It's going to be a very skinny build. Now, if you're a tall guy and it's easier for you to put on weight, you're going to be like a wider build. To get that muscly build in the middle, a lot of guys, you have to be in the gym for years and years and years. I'm talking like nearly 10 years. I'm talking to like you're about 30 to get that quality build at the tall scaling for that thing to fill out properly. Or most guys are in that 6'2", 6'3" range. For it to fill out quickly, they just take steroids. That's most of my friends that have all been in football and shit like that have all done that. But then they come up with the Greek god body because that's the peak look. But that's the most difficult form to maintain, especially naturally. But when you're shorter, it fills up. It's like a photo. It fills out this way easier. So. Yeah, roids is not the way. Never use roids. Yeah, good boy. Yeah, yo, Jay, right. Good shit. Roids is not the way. 40s. Bro. In my opinion, like, don't ever use them. But if you're gonna use them, wait till like 45. I say 45 is the best year to use them. Because, hear me out. By the time you're as a grown man, we're talking as a grown man that's been lifting, by 45, right? Your testosterone levels are crashing. Your testosterone levels are dropping. You're going to be putting on more fat. You're going to be losing muscle. Science right now is saying that if you use it at 45 and you're getting rid of the fat and you're gaining back the muscle, it's actually more beneficial to make your life longer, as long as you're not stacking it with all the crazy ass drugs. You're just using testosterone. Now at 45, you've probably already had kids. You're probably either decided I'm going to get married or not. And by 45, you're a grown-ass man. Who the fuck gives a fuck about what a grown-ass man is injecting into his ass at that age? Most men, like what I've also learned as a personal trainer, and this is also in the entirety of my arc growing up, I've learned that like as a man gets older, and you guys are going to start to see this soon too, and I hope that you guys learned something here from this. Most men, as you get older, your circle gets smaller. And as most of the men get older, especially in that 45 to like, let's say grandparents age, they have less people to talk to. Like I noticed like most of the unks and most of the gramps that I have nowadays, there's nobody that talks to them. Their kids don't talk to them. Nobody's asking them for advice. They have all these stories and all this advice that they want to give out, but nobody talks to these guys. And so like at 45, it's like, bro, who the fuck really cares at that point? You're a grown ass man. If you have your kids or not, you're already safe with that. That's the main reason why I haven't done it and never have, is because of kids. I've seen because if it's affecting your hormones, it's affecting your balls, all that shit, it can make you go infertile. And that's the main reason why I haven't done it. Because even LeBron James, bro, LeBron James's kid, Bronny had a heart attack. You don't know if that was caused by it. You don't know if that was caused from the caffeine and all these weird things that are happening to the kids. Shaq's kid had a heart attack. Like, you start seeing some weird deformities from these kids, and I have a feeling that it may be that's causing it, and that's why I've always played it safe with that one. Yeah, Alban being tall makes it more forgiving with the BMR. Yes. You'd rather take a T-pill at that point over the shot. You see, at that point, by the time you're 40 as well, they're gonna they already have it in the pill form, but they might even have it in a cleaner form. By then, the technology is going to probably advance. In 15 years, it's probably just going to be just like an oral that has less side effects. Right now, the shot is the cleanest way to take it. As crazy as it is, injections are cleaner than using the pill. The pill has to be filtered through your liver, and because it's being filtered through your liver, that heavy-ass compound, those heavy-ass chemicals, causes liver failure and kidney failure. Steroids can make you impotent, exactly. They mess with your sperm count. They mess with your balls. If you use steroids for too long, your balls shrivel up to raisins and you can't even produce kids properly anymore. And Jay, that's what I'm convinced too. Like, if you look at these athletes, and not only the athletes, if you look at the life of the bodybuilders around them, why do all of these bodybuilders, like, I stared at all of these things. Like, bro, when I was doing these YouTube videos every night, I'd be eating my food, studying the lives of bodybuilders, studying the lives of the athletes, trying to figure out what is the solution to put on the most amount of muscle. And all of these athletes, you look at the age, they all started juicing fresh out of high school. Most of them started, like the top of the top athletes, they start juicing at 18. If you want to be at the top of the game, you have to start juicing around that time to be at the top of the level. Basketball, football. And it's not for the looks of the muscle. Remember, if any of you guys know your boy Lance Armstrong, he did that in the Olympics for just bike riding. He juiced for bike riding to win those gold medals. So to be at the top of the top for just riding a fucking bike, not even putting on muscle, you have to do that type of shit. To play day in and day out at that level of caliber against all these grown-ass men, if one guy is using it and he's at the top, you have to match him. So that's why we went on this whole rant about it, right? Now, that goes into the whole section with Braun, Giannis for sure. KD, I still would say KD is on it too. It's not for the muscle part. Westbrook is on that shit. The best of the best, I would think that they're all on it. Not for the sense that they're trying to put on muscle. They're using it for the recovery. Let's say you just played the craziest game of your life. How are you going to survive the playoffs against Braun if he's recovering with the ice packs and the roids by the next day? To match that, you got to match the recovery. Now, I would say, I think that's also part of his balding too, why his hair is also all fucked up. His recovery, I'm pretty sure what I would guess KD is doing, he's just doing testosterone shots and bud. Testosterone shots and bud. He's not trying to put on muscle. It's just a recovery. Same thing with Steph Curry. And the thing is, the reason why I would also say that they're using it is look at Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor is also the Conor McGregor gets his foot damn near shattered, right? What does he do immediately afterwards? The recovery part. Every time like one of these athletes get injured, you want to get back into the ring, you want to get back into the court. The fastest way to recover, you got to juice. You're going to be sitting on your ass at home for all of these days. You're going to be losing muscle. You're going to be losing your talent. The safest way to safeguard that, you got to juice. You got to juice. So that's why I'm like, and especially if you want to get back into the game, his legacy is on the line. If KD had all those foot injuries, you have to use something. You have to use something to get that back. You're not going to sit there if the recovery wait is 1 year. And I remember when he had tore the I think his knee or his ankle back in Golden State, they were like, the first time they were like, yo, this is supposed to be a year or something he's supposed to be out, but he came back rushed. How'd he come back rushed? The Achilles, how'd he come back rushed? For that playoff series, you know you would have done whatever it takes. If you were in his shoes, LeBron's legacy is on the line. You have an injury, you have to rush back for the finals. You aren't taking the shot when LeBron is over there off of HGH and all of this shit. I don't believe that. Posey boy Deshaun, when LeBron went to Miami, you know it's different. LeBron in Miami is the greatest athlete of all time because that is the biggest visible difference. Miami is the biggest roid culture I've ever seen in my life, bro. LeBron in Miami is the biggest superhuman I've ever seen in my life. Miami is roid culture everywhere in the gyms, bro. It is everywhere in the gyms. It's more so than New York. And then anywhere. Miami and roids go hand in hand. And I remember back in the day in 2012, there used to be Twitter photos of LeBron James's doctor putting out the prescription bottles. Like they arrested his doctor. They raided his house. They found the vials of the shit too. They're on it. And then I remember what happened was Bron was on the best shit of his life in the Miami days. Forget the hype that all the NBA players and all the casters were like, no, Cavs, Bron was the best. No. What I had seen from 2013 LeBron James, bro, when I was recording these playthroughs, LeBron James in 2013 was the greatest athlete of all time. That man was on the best juice imaginable. I swear to God, like his shoulders were like cannonballs. And later that year, what happened was after 2013, I think it was the year the Spurs had beat Miami Heat. What happens is after that Ray Allen shot, he clutches it. They win the series. The next year, the Spurs come back. Patty Mills busts the Miami Heat. Miami Heat falls apart. LeBron goes back to the Cavs. What happens in the offseason before he goes to the Cavs is they change the rules for the steroid testing. When they change the rule for the steroid testing, LeBron changes up and says he went on the keto diet, loses like 50 pounds. If you go back to those pictures, this man went from this Hulk frame in Miami to like 240, 230, and he looked like a slim motherfucker. He dropped so much weight so quick because he got off of the roids because of the scary testing thing. And then all of a sudden, a few months into the season, you saw he didn't have the same power. He didn't have the same output. He was getting his ass beat on the court in the early parts. And then all of a sudden, by Christmas time, boop, all of a sudden he blew back up. All of a sudden, he changed. You see, like mid-season, he just blew back up. And it was like, what happened? He cycled off when he went to the Cavs because of that scary testing thing. And once he realized they weren't doing it anymore, he blasted it again. He dropped to like 245 from 270. And it was a crazy ass transformation. You could see how skinny he went. But that's the type of thing I'm talking about. Like, to be at the top. They said he was just dieting. Yes, they claimed it as keto dieting. It's not keto dieting. And the reason why, Adam Silver knows Braun is on it. That's why they never get tested. The reason why they don't test these athletes and they actually allow it, they have to tell us, the fans, hey, we test for this. We don't allow it in the organization to seem like it's a proper collar business. Bro, if you're Adam Silver, if you're Vince McMahon, if you're the owner of the platform, you need whatever pulls the most views. To get the most views, you need the most craziest performances. You need to see people being Superman on the stage. If you don't want Superman performances and nobody's on steroids or anything like that, then you're just gonna have basic TV. So you want your athletes to give the best performance they can. So under the rug, hey, same thing as the WWE, it's entertainment. You gotta do what you gotta do. It's for the TV. You're not gonna get no chase down blocks of that caliber without it. So we're gonna say we're testing, just like the WWE. It's full of shit. It's for entertainment. It's for all of that. Have you seen Dave Bautista? Yes, Dave Bautista on the same thing. He looks like a stick. He was up in the 300-pound range, and now he's dropped down because that puts so much taxation on your heart. Yeah. He slimmed down when he went to the Cavs. That's why I never looked at LeBron in the Cavs as strong as he was in Miami, because he took a 30-pound hit, he cycled off, and then he was weak when I first seen him on the Cavs. Then he came back up, but there was the narrative, I think in 2017, I think after they had won, where he was carrying the team and they were like, LeBron is the best he's ever been. I was like, it can't be. Miami, Bron was the best. You know why? Also because when you use steroids, another thing about that is it also is memorized. I know we're on the topic here. I'm gonna finish it up here. When you use steroids, it's memorized into your system. Let's say you're using the same steroid over and over and over again. The first time you use it, you're gonna blow up like this. The second time you use it, it's gonna be smaller. The next time you use it, it's gonna be smaller. The next time it's gonna be smaller, to the point where you're just maintaining. And then you would have to switch up the compounds to get bigger and bigger. The thing is, LeBron has been on it for so long at this point. After Miami, where he had hit his peak and he cycled off and did all of that damage with that dieting, there's no way he's blowing back up to that size, that strength. If he had maintained it right there and didn't do that drop, I would have said he would have kept that strength. He dropped it. He dropped it. He was a Saiyan with the, I'm telling you, 2013, 2012, LeBron was the greatest athlete of all time. I'm telling you, he would have smoked Michael Jordan any day. I'll bet my whole house on that shit, bro. I'll bet everything. He lost 50 pounds easy because he cycled off of the steroids. Yes, yes. 270 to 280 pounds, 6'8", 6'9". When was the last time an NBA player got caught juicing? Exactly. And around that time, I think Giannis had entered right after, and then you saw Giannis, his shoulders and everything started blowing up. They have to hide it. It's entertainment. It's entertainment. They're probably using stuff. Do you know the steroids that make you breathe better? They help you breathe. They help you punch harder. There's some that just help you recover better. It's not just for putting on muscle. There's recovery, stamina, endurance. Some boxers are using it to make you punch like a cinder block. There's stuff like that. It's customization like a video game. So stuff that you think aren't there, KD could very well be on some shit that you don't even know, even to keep like his weight down. Some people I don't know what what's his name, Zion's using. The man just dropped a whole bunch of weight after all of these years of being the failed prodigy. Zion Strikes just mentioned it, right? Exactly. Bro brought up Zion, and I was just thinking that Bron was the same with the Heat. Bron's still pretty aki right now. So he's still pretty aki, but I've never seen him the level of 2012 to 2013. I don't think he's the same. The way he would move, the way that Game 6 Boston, Miami Heat versus Boston, Game 6 2012 Boston court, LeBron James versus Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Rondo, Ray Allen, Kendrick Perkins. That was the greatest basketball player I've ever witnessed in my life. That was the greatest game to this day, more so than the 2016 finals and everything, bro. Zion is as heavy as Bron, and he isn't juiced to that natural weight. He got that natural weight. Technically, LeBron should be built like Zion. Zion's legacy is really what LeBron should have been. That Zion was really built like a natural boy. Yeah, LeBron's too old to carry 260. Exactly. The joint pains. That's also why I don't view LeBron as strong as he used to be, because one, the steroids have been wearing out, and two, with all of the wear and tear on that body, you're not gonna, even if he was to make it back up to 260, 270, 280, all of the wear and tear on that body, all that joint pain, he's not jumping as he used to be. He's not as strong. There's no way. It's just too much wear and tear in that vehicle. It's like too much mileage. Even if he did the same exact thing, got back to the same exact stats, the car is not the same. The first hit of the drug is the strongest. Yes, that's how it works. Yes. I used to study Rich Piana's videos all the time, and that's how he would show, that's how I learned all this stuff about the steroids. And I would learn it from the friends in the gym. Like, I literally would have like a science fucking experiment where my boys would be juicing in the gym, and I would be watching it day by day. They were my rivals. Those were my rivals. Those were the ones I was comparing myself with, and that's the ones I was competing with. I was like, yo, if y'all using steroids, I want to match y'all naturally. So I'm watching them use it. They even offered to give me this shit. And bro, I'm looking at the effects. Bro, let's say you start this shit, you start working out, by the end of the week, you're just sleeping and you're putting on muscle. By the end of 2 weeks, you worked out for like 6 months. It's crazy shit, bro. Crazy. People forget how skinny Giannis used to be. Then all of a sudden he got Aki. Exactly. And it is the craziest shit. Giannis was a twig and then he blew up. BCP is recovery. And he, okay. Kobe and Mike Juice. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. 2017 KD pulling up for 40 feet is peak basketball. He was still, yeah, 2017 KD was still probably the most lethal too. I would say that's probably the most lethal KD as well, with the most lethal team. Who has the closest build to LeBron if they were on the juice? That's a good question. That's someone who saw peak Braun and Bosch and Wade. It'll help when you go to the gym. Now he keeps getting injured. Braun never used to get injured. Yeah. LeBron says he spends $1 million on his body every year. Yeah. Football players, they all just, yeah. Football, as soon as you see football and anybody saying they're a D1, D2 player, juiced. Football players and WWE and bodybuilding, anybody that says they're an IFBB pro, they all go hand in hand. Most WWE players, no, most WWE stars, most of these guys, and all those guys were like failed football players. But that locker room is where they're all getting the steroids from. They all start there and they branch out. That's why all these wrestlers are juiced to the gills, because they started off there. We're talking about a lot of fitness stuff here. I like talking about this stuff. In Spider Caves, it just keeps it interesting because Spider Caves is ass. I'm gonna take a hit of this pen real quick, right next to this oracle. Ben Simmons, Cozy Boy Deshaun. That is actually the correct answer right there. Ben Simmons was supposed to be the next LeBron James. He's another flop. Ben Simmons was actually the one that everybody was saying was the closest build to LeBron. Even LeBron had trained this motherfucker to be the next LeBron and he flopped. Ben Simmons started to, what happened to Ben Simmons? The bro glitched. Phoenix, yo, thank you for coming through. You was watching one of the Jak and Daxter playthroughs earlier. Yo, thank you so much. Braun was Aki since he was in 17, 18 in that first round of Clip. Oh, he was Aki. He was Aki, but I don't know, man. The aura, I still say 2012, 2013 Miami Braun was just different. Bro, I wanted to get another pen too. You know why I would also say that I still feel like Braun was way, way more lethal in 2012, 2013? Do you remember all the times Braun used to have roid rage in Miami on Mario Chalmers? He didn't have that roid rage in 2017, 2018. He seemed more composed. He seemed more calm. That roid rage, everybody used to be like ready to swing on Mario Chalmers in the fucking court, bro. Fucking Mario Chalmers used to get the heat of the roid rage. That blinker's about to have Paul talking about Maya. Everyone's on the juice. You can't blame others. What do you need to compete? Yeah, that's the thing. 2025, almost everybody's on the juice, bro. When I started as a trainer a couple years ago in 2020, was it 2021? Seeing 16-year-old girls use steroids changed everything for me. I saw 16-year-old girls that were perfectly fine girls that were normal. They looked fine. Like I'm telling you, like these girls, like 8 out of 10, they had so much body dysmorphia that they just ended up using steroids at 16, bro. And their dumbass boyfriends be pushing them to use this shit, bro. And it's like, all these fuckers need to get the shit slapped out of them. The yak cow guy in the village. That blinker is about to have me talking. When you're old as fuck and you become an insomniac, you want that to put you to sleep. Paul and Maya Citadel. Nah. Paul and Maya Citadel. That blinker about to have me talking about Maya and Paul and Maya Citadel. Oh my god, bro. Oh, how many Jak and Daxter playthroughs have you done? Ehal Raider, if you're on YouTube, press the description. I took every playlist I have and it's all there. Every playlist of Jak and Daxter is down there and it's at least 10. Mario. Demonize says Ronaldo is probably the epitome of natural physicality in his earlier years. That one I 1000% agree with. I think Ronaldo, earlier years, yes. Towards later on in the career where he started becoming like the fitness model and like for the covers and the six-pack abs, definitely had to be juicing to stay number one. His physique is still one of the top tier ones. I remember when I started lifting weights, that's what I wanted. Like I wanted to be like Ronaldo. Mario Chalmers was the little brother, LeBron said to the press. Little brother, Even Dwight Howard slimmed down. Yeah. 16-year-old girls using steroids is the craziest shit. To a big guy who everybody uses juice. Paul Acheron the Sage, but he lives far to the north. Far, far to the north. And you hear back shots. Far, far to the north. No. Shit. Alright, guys, I gotta finish this piece right here. So we're gonna lock in. We're gonna lock in. Enough of the steroid talk. This was great conversation. I really love having these conversations with you guys. I just love being able to stop, talk about stupid shit, and then we can go back into the game. Love it. God, Acheron the Sage, but he lives far to the north. Far, far to the north. Log. Yo, El Chapo has followed us. El Chapo has escaped Guantanamo Bay and has now decided to follow us. Welcome. Oh, but back shots is crazy. Yo, she's already halfway there. Maya's already halfway there for the back shots. Jay says Shaq might be one of the only stars who was Aki who maybe wasn't on it. He didn't have the work ethic to keep it up. See, that's the thing that I always would wonder, but I think he was on it. I think he was on it. And you know why? Because his first son also, or one of his sons also had heart defects, just like LeBron's first son. That's why I figure for Shaq to be that dominating force straight out of the gate from like high school and shit, I'm pretty sure like he was just juicing. That's why he's like, he's bald, son having health issues. He's #1, dominating force. Sharif, yeah, his son had, I watched all that shit. His son had a crazy heart scare. And I'm like, yo, you guys are supposed to be the healthiest athletes. Why are your kids having health issues? And I'm thinking it's either these guys are using pre-workout and they're overloading, but like at age 16, 17, I wasn't even doing that shit. And you have a parent that's an athlete. Why aren't they coaching you on this? Something's up. And that's where my brain is telling me, my intuition's telling me, you guys are using steroids and it's affecting your kids. And for that reason, I can't do that. Because that would kill me on the inside. Paul, you need a podcast. I wish I had a podcast. I really wish I had a podcast where we could ramble and talk about shit like this all day. That's a goal. That's definitely a goal, and hopefully we can get there this year. Seems like you've done 2 to 4 collection runs. Yeah. Ike, I think you know the entire PTL script. Yeah. Prime Dwight Howard look massive. Shoulders. Yeah. Freaking shoulders on these dudes, bro. That's the last thing you want to get tackled. And that's the other thing. If you're playing basketball against Dwight Howard, LeBron James, and Shaq, right, and they're juiced to the gills and they got those type of shoulders about to come and tackle you, are you not going to go and juice out of fear of, yo, I need this because if these guys tackle me, this is going to put me out of my career? Imagine you just being a non-juice guy on the court and you need that for defense. Oh my God, I keep falling off of this shit. If you're playing football and basketball and you're the only non-juicer on the court, remember it's 5v5. If there's 9 players in the court juicing and you're the only one not, those elbows, all those hits in the paint are gonna hit you hard. They're gonna hit you hard. How are you supposed to recover from that? Seeing your kid, yeah, Jay, I could never do that. Bobo got no chance. Dwight likes log Acheron and his. Hi yo. Dwight Howard, the allegations he cannot escape. Yo, why y'all gotta do Dwight Howard like that? Dwight Howard be minding his own business, and then all of a sudden the comments come out of nowhere. Dwight Howard rubbing his hands viciously to this news. Log Acheron in his butt. They got the Broly shoulders. Dwight Howard can't escape the accusations, man. What happened to your boy? Didn't he end up dating a tranny or something and he never lived that down? And then there was something with that guy in the locker room. What was his name? The light-skinned guy? And they were like, yo, Dwight Howard mad sus with this. What was the story? Can we go back down the road of how Dwight Howard got this rep? I need this. That's why Shaq bullied him OD. He knew Dwight was so weird. You know, I always felt like Shaq just bullied Dwight because Dwight always did the Superman thing. He put on the cape for the dunk contest, so that was Shaq's thing, the Superman thing. So I thought he was always salty about that. And then Shaq always hates on every other center, like JaVale McGee and stuff like that. He still is like a grown child, so he comes at them like he's that competitive, but he still competes with them in his head like a grown child. Dwight be zesty. Oh, this fucking controller keeps pulling me down. Gotta get my replacement controller. This shit is ass. Jak 2, we're definitely gonna have to get that replacement controller because this is not working. The stick is literally like, what's happening is I'm moving and it's doing this. It's doing this downward movement and it pulls me down whether I'm aiming, whether I'm moving, and it's been fucking me up. Bobo has a kid named Bobo and a long lost kid named Golgol. Hey, fucking yo. Dwight too zesty. Is that too? But bro is a Bati boy too. Bati boy Howard. Why is Bati boy Howard becoming a thing? Man, Dwight Howard won them a ring. He won the Lakers a ring. Can't you let the man live? Nah, he started getting kind of sus though. I remember they were doing like, I think a house tour or something, right? And I remember there was some video that it just gave a very sus vibes. You're not counting the I don't give a fuck bubble ring some BS. Nah. We can't call, even though the bubble ring still feels like BS. Like realistically, it feels like BS, and I never really counted it myself because it felt like half a season. Bro, the next season it was validated. If you're really being fair, right? The next season it was validated because the year after the bubble, the same exact teams that were in the playoffs were all the same exact teams that went right back. And then in the bubble, they had no distractions, so it really could have been a more competitive game-by-game scenario. That's how I viewed it. Because if you have nothing else to focus on, you're going to Miami or Orlando, you're not focusing on the parties, you're not focusing on the bar, you're not pulling a J.R. Smith partying with Rihanna, drinking Henny and messing up the playoff on game 1 and tossing the entire series to KD and the Golden State because you're dumber. I will never forgive JR for that flop in game 1, 2017. But anyway, you're in the bubble, you're locked in. The Suns beat the Lakers in the first round the year after. But weren't the Suns, the Suns went to the finals, right? The Suns beat the Lakers in the first round, but the Suns went to the finals that year. But it was all the same exact teams that made it to the playoffs in the bubble. The same exact teams. I believe it was the same exact teams that made it right back into the same exact playoffs. That's the same year they went to the finals. Yeah. So it was like literally the same pool of teams. And if I'm not mistaken, the Lakers were still doing good that year, but something had happened. Did somebody get injured? Was it AD or something? And then I remember Miami had gone to the finals that year too, right? Miami had gone right back to the finals. They went back to the finals. Exactly. That's why I would count that as that's why I counted it, because hey, if Miami Heat made it back to back, right? It's the same opposition back to back years. That validated it. At least Jimmy and the Heat went back to back. The Lakers and Braun haven't. But remember, the Lakers and Braun, the level of competition, right? That's where it's like a gray area. That's where I feel like it's a gray area. Because the Miami Heat, they made it back. That means the Miami Heat skill level was right from the bubble. That's where, because of Miami Heat making it back to the finals back-to-back years, that's where the bubble's valid, like the bubble's, like how valid you would consider that, right? That's where I would be like, yo, because Miami went back-to-back years, that's where the bubble kind of validated itself. At least for the Eastern Conference. Now, the West is harder than the East, but that's the point, right? Yeah. So, this is the first time in a long time the East is similar to the West. It's true. LeBron used to carry the East single-handedly. But that's why I viewed the bubble ring, still view it as like a half Mickey Mouse ring, but at the same time, part of me is trying to be fair with that because Miami went back-to-back to the finals, and it was the same pool of teams for those years. So in a sense, yo, it really was a fair ring. If you really want to be fair. How KD ain't beat that Miami Heat team? The Phoenix lost to the Miami Heat, right? Don't leave my boy Melo and Wade not carrying the East too. Man, To be honest, I just give it to Braun. Nah, for real though. I can't give it to Melo. I can't even give it to Melo carrying the East like that. Melo carried New York. I wouldn't say he carried the East. He carried New York. He was the hope of New York. What happened was in 2012, the 2012 playoffs, Miami Heat versus the Knicks, that is where LeBron crushed Melo. They lost to the Bucks. The Heat were swept in that first round after the bubble. The Bucks. And it was the Bucks versus the Phoenix. Yeah, I remember. But the Bucks was crazy that year too. Make sure I didn't leave nothing back here. Yo, I have to talk about NBA and stuff to get my mind off of Spider Cave. This place is ass. There's still... You in here? His toe was on the line when he was still in Brooklyn. I remember he was stuck in Brooklyn. Alright, you know what? Let's just go through here. Bugger Holland needs to give me that roll. You missed the orbs. I missed 5. Yeehaw Raider. I'm going back up. I'm going back up. I'm gotta make sure. NBA 2010, 2014 was your favorite time being a basketball fan? That's that Miami Heat, LeBron James era. That was your favorite time? I think... Yeah, there they are. There's the orbs. I missed all of these orbs over here. All of these orbs are back here, and we just left them. Thank you, Ehow. I don't know how I left all this behind the bot up top. Yo. Making sure I shout him out for that in the video. East was dead back in the day. Only Melo was relevant. Melo and LeBron, to be honest. I hope you can finish soon. You gotta be at the gym at 8 a.m. What time is it right now? Yo, it's 12 fucking 22. What the fuck? Yo, my fault. Yo, we gotta pick up the pace here. We gotta pick up the pace. We gotta go to the lava tube to finish the last area. And then we gotta do Rule 34. I gotta see the Rule 34. Yo, we gotta finish up soon. My bad, bro. I didn't even realize it's 12 o'clock. I'm getting lost in the sauce here. Lost in the freaking... We are having so much fun talking about random stuff, guys. When you guys watch this on YouTube, please come through to the streams. This is one of the funnest things you can do. Talk shit, play some Jak and Daxter, and just get lost in the game. Especially during Spider Cave. You're gonna need it. Damn, the key blasts. The key blasts have escaped me. And now, I must grab the key and go around, and I...
Say goodnight, Jak.
Jeez. Basketball peak 2012 to 2021. Every team in those years would wash Michael's Bulls low-key. That is actually one of the realest shit. Yeah. I think even before that. 2012 to 2021. I would agree with 2012. I liked the 2012 seasons when I really started falling in love with basketball. Something about 2012. 2012 specifically, the Knicks versus the Miami Heat playoff series. It was a 5-game series. Miami Heat winning 4, Knicks winning 1. I think Melo had won game 3. But I remember the ass whooping the Miami Heat put on the Knicks, bro. I remember as a kid, I was rooting for the Knicks, and I'm like, yo, we have a chance. Melo, Stoudemire, JR, Shumpert, we can win. And then LeBron shows up with his team. Battier, Allen, Chalmers, D-Wade, Bosh, Mike Miller. All of these three-point shooting goons. Roll comes with the original Golden State. Absolutely mops the floor with them. It was a beatdown beyond beatdowns, bro. I felt like the entire time the Knicks was playing with their foot on the gas in that series, and no matter how much they kept their foot on the gas, LeBron was toying with them. 2010 hoops was peak for you when you started balling. That was when Kobe won against Boston, right? Yeah, let's check up top. I gotta check up top. Gotta make our way up there while this control's fighting me. Chris Anderson was your favorite player? The Birdman. The Birdman. 2013. He brought it back. Yo, there was something about the Harlem Shake, the Birdman, Miami Heat, Ray Allen. Something about that year that was magic. The dunk on Jason Terry to start that year in Boston too. Nah, 2013 was also a special year with that Harlem Shake. The Birdman. Spo doesn't get enough credit. Yo, Jay, I 1000% agree with that. Spo does not get enough credit, and in my opinion, I think Spo is the greatest coach, especially back in the day when I used to watch the Miami Heat. When I used to watch him coach the Miami Heat, Spo used to be doing switches like every single play. I think that dude was low-key the best coach in the game. I think he's a better coach than Kerr. In my opinion, I think Spo is low-key the best coach in the NBA from what I had seen with the way he was coaching Braun and all of them, the way he would draw up some of these plays, the way he put in Ray Allen and all that stuff at the right timing. I used to see the way he used to do substitutions when they were doing free throws. He would always have the best ones like Ray Allen and all of them on the fly. Oh my God. Bro, that coach. And then you would see the differences with the coaches in New York. You would see the differences with the coaches in LA. You saw the differences with the coaches in the Cavs. No coach was as good as Spo for me. Even Stephen Kerr, the coach of the Golden State Warriors in that dynasty and being Michael Jordan's teammate, I feel like he's just riding off of the wave of a lot of the talent. Spo, I felt like maximized it. The way that man would draw up the plays, the way they would follow through with it. Underrated coach in the game. You taking 2013 Miami or 2017 Warriors? Ooh, that's a good one. That is probably one of the greatest and closest questions. You have the Bulls, Michael Jordan's Bulls, the 2013 Miami Heat or the 2017 Warriors. But going to his question, 2013 Miami Heat or the 2017 Warriors, I'm going with the 2017 Warriors. And you know why? Because the Spurs nearly beat Miami Heat's ass. The Spurs nearly beat Miami's Heat's ass in 2013. That was that close. And yet, then Golden State goes, makes 73 wins with Steph Curry, the Splash Brothers. Then they add KD. And then, even following that whole dynasty, bro, the Warriors added fucking DeMarcus Boogie Cousins to that roster. At that point, that was the greatest team in the NBA ever. Ever. When they had DeMarcus Cousins for those first months, before the man got re-injured and he only re-signed for like a fucking $1 million because he was pissed. Bro, that team was unstoppable. That was the greatest team ever assembled. That was the Monstars. It was unfair. There is nobody beating that. Nobody in history. For the last few years, he got into it. But he was always a baseball fan. Bro, when I was a kid, I was a baseball fan. Man. If KD never tore his Achilles and Clay too, they would have three-peated and been the greatest in the NBA. They definitely would have three-peated. Bro, Kawhi had to stop that shit. They had to bring out the claw. As I'm doing the claw, yellow key blast, they had to bring out the claw to stop your boy KD. From that three-peat, I remember how scared they were of that shit. KD had to rush that recovery, and then he did that crazy-ass dance in Toronto, and then he destroys that leg again. Bot up top behind. That's what the orbs are. I'm gonna check. No team want to see them in the Spurs. You keep thinking of the meme of Braun shooting the free throws and Kawhi coming off the bench, and he'd be like, "What? Shit, bullshit." Man, you know what's crazy? Kawhi was like a 22-year-old, like a kid going against LeBron and shutting him down. Like, really think about that. Kawhi was like 22, 23, putting the clamp on LeBron, the greatest player in the world. A 22-year-old, the quiet 22-year-old had to be the one to go and shut down the greatest player in the world, and he just did it so humbly and quietly. Do you know how great of a player Kawhi Leonard is? And then he won and shut down KD's legacy as well. He is the claw. He's just like, fuck. Who the hell is Jamie Jackies Jr.? And they're fucking Eric Spoelstra's wife. Where did this information come from? What?
What? Whose wife?
Hurt. Should I call for backup?
Should I call for backup? What in the name of... Alright, we're climbing our way back to the top. I'm missing 18 orbs and I'm missing... Bro, these freaking animations is lagging it up. Jamie's the new Miami Heat new star. Couple years in the league. Damn, that's how you know I moved out of Miami. I stopped keeping up with the team. Ever since the Jimmy Butler like drama started happening, I stopped keeping up on Miami. Back in Miami, yo, every single day in the gym, everybody's talking about my like basketball culture. Every single body's like talking as if they're part of the team. It's actually pretty crazy. Jamie Jak his place for Miami. He's the 3rd or 4th best player, young dude. I wish Kawhi could stay healthy. Yes, Deshaun. For real. Dog Puppy comes out of nowhere. I like the name Dog Puppy. How are you gonna sleep with the coach's wife? How are you gonna sleep with the coach's wife? How are you gonna sleep with the coach's wife? How are you gonna sleep with the coach's wife? Oh nah. Oh nah. And you the 3rd or 4th best player. You getting sub for that shit. Your career in the gutter. Bro, sleeping with the coach's wife? Nah, how you fucking the coach's wife? What the fuck? Where did y'all hear this? Maybe Kawhi isn't on roids. Maybe that's why he's injured. Wasn't it most of his injuries like mainly with his joints? If it's joint-based injuries, it gets to the point where like roids can't even stop that anymore. But I'm pretty sure he has to be. For you to compete with LeBron, in his prime on the biggest amount of stack you've ever been, Kawhi had to have been. That's why I'm like, yo, out of high school. You can't say I'm putting a 22-year-old to go fight that. LeBron had like everything juiced into him and you're telling him to go fight that? No. It's a rumor not confirmed. With him smashing the coach, he gonna get traded or bro, that's some crazy shit. I don't know if Coach Spo likes to watch. That's what's happening nowadays. That's that Sneeko treatment. The things that they're doing, that they're saying he's doing, was a year ago it occurred. What the fuck? What, they caught him with pictures with him and the wife walking around or some shit? What made them jump to the conclusion that this player is fucking Eric Spoelstra's wife? Bro divorced his wife and then he signed that big contract. I think I remember that. Bro divorced his wife, signed that big contract. Joker, you owned several of Kawhi's New Balance shoes. Version 1, you like the style. Plus, I feel like you worked for New Balance when they came out. Man, I missed the Kawhi hype. That's why Jared Goff got traded to Detroit, because he was smashing his coach's wife. Isn't that why that guy got traded off of the Cavs for smashing LeBron's mom? What's his name, West? The guy became a homeless player. Oh, there's the orbs. Shout out to our boy, Mr. Ryder. You were 100% right. Thank you for paying attention while I was on my rambles. And I fall off the fucking platform. I gotta switch out this controller for Jak too. You see this? Like I'm sliding off of these things. Off topic, but how do you think the new Dragon Ball Super arc is gonna go? Black Frieza has to be it. They're setting up the Avengers. It has to be an Avengers level threat. It's gotta be Black Frieza versus everybody. It's crazy. Albin says if you take steroids to recover from an injury, it actually makes you more susceptible to another injury. Yep. Injuries in general, it's terrible. If you injure one leg, the other one is now more prone to injury because now you're using that one to compensate. So even if this one heals up, because of the time you were injured and you were using all of that weight on the other foot, now by the time you come back and this one's not injured, that one's on prone for injury because you wasted all of that time and all of the energy on that leg. Delonte West became a druggie, yes. You think Broly and Gohan are gonna fuse type of shit? Yeah, something wild might happen. Delonte West smashed LeBron James' mom and now he homeless. That is crazy. What's up with all these dogs? I shall. Oui, baguette. Yo! This fucking controller, bro. I'm getting pissed. I'm getting very agitated. Spider Cave. Oh my god, bro. This controller's pulling me down and I low-key want to take this controller because the analog stick is literally pulling down and you can see it when I'm aiming and shit. I low-key want to smash this shit. When I make it on YouTube, bro, again, we're gonna smash this shit. I remember one back in the Crash Bandicoot days, right? When I had done, there was one when we were popping off, I had this controller that would Yo, good night, good night. Yo, Joker with 100 bits. Thank you so much. Let's freaking go. You gotta smash it, then record yourself doing the crash there. That is lit. Fuck. Did he eat the Tim boot? So we gotta name that Paul crashes out. So you can see me smash the controller, do the Crash Bandicoot dance, and then I'm gonna eat a Tim boot. That sounds like the Me Want Honeycomb commercial. Y'all remember those Me Want Honeycomb commercial? That fucking gremlin? That sounds unhinged. That sounds like Delonte West. Max, buckle. We are in Spider Caves. As we go across Spider Caves, we're trying to make this jump right here. With the focus, I'm taking my eyes onto the prize, making the jump to the very top. This camera's messing me up. We're gonna follow the shadows. We're gonna go across here. And now, we're gonna ride the path. We're gonna bring it around town. We're gonna bring it around town. Ten orbs. There are 10 orbs hidden in here. Where are they? We've cleaned up the entire robot, so now let's head out of here. Thanks to you guys. I remember during the Insane Trilogy ran to get a Mr. Softy and came back, I was fucking it up on stream. Those are good times, yo. Those are good times. Fucking up the Mr. Softy. You already know. You already know. First of all, it's a New York summer, right? So the New York summer, you know it's officially summertime, or it's starting to get warm when you hear the Mr. Softy truck. And there's no ice cream like that across the entire globe. Alright, so first of all, you gotta make sure you run outside to get that Softy truck. My issue is that when I had done that, I didn't mute the mic. So I took off the face cam.
Step 1.
And we're doing a Crash Bandicoot playthrough. And I ran outside, grabbed the ice cream, and I was like, I am not fucking eating this ice cream on stream because you guys and the internet, especially nowadays with AI and how crazy it is, you know what would have happened to me? Do you know what would have been edited into the form of that ice cream? So, yeah. I remember I had taken off the face cam, and you know what happens afterwards? All you hear on the mic, because I didn't mute it, is some guy just fucking up an ice cream. So now the viewers, I'm just like, yeah, I think I'm safe in my corner. I think I'm off of the screen for a second. I'm enjoying my ice cream, and like I'm fucking this ice cream up. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna eat this ice cream. I'm gonna recharge. I'm gonna finish up Crash Bandicoot. We're about to go through Stormy Ascent or something, and then next thing you know, the chat hears and is reflecting the sound effects back to me in the chat. So all of a sudden, I'm like, yo, I'm eating my ice cream, and then all of a sudden, slurp, slurp, slurp. And then everybody's like, whoa, 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 why is some slurp, slurp, slurp? Type of noises, and everybody's typing this out in the chat. And I'm like, wait, what are they talking about? Slurp, slurp, slurp. What is going on? And then you go back to the recording, and they're like, Paul, here's the 2 boxes. All you hear is this man just go into town on the fucking ice cream. That was a Stormy Ascent stream. That was a 6-hour stream of just pure torture, and I deserve every single inch of that ice cream. No diddy. I just jumped into a pool for saying that. That was all day, 6 hours, and man, that Mr. Softy was everything. I'd do it again. Let me get those boxes with the yellow eco. Absolutely unhinged. We gotta break the controller, do the crash dance. Where's the yellow eco? Here's the yellow eco. Up top. We have to get those 2 boxes randomly over there. The camera is messing me up. So here's the Super Saiyan platform. So we have to go from the Super Saiyan platform across this entire thing. Max Bucker, you have an AI video of that already. Hey, yo. Bro, you can't eat ice cream and the same thing about Gall the Log Akron. You bet your sweet bippy. I cannot fucking eat ice cream anymore while thinking about Gall the Log Akron. Far to the north. Far to the north, we hit that log. Legend has it, when he turns left and he's in the room with you, you have to duck because everybody's about to get slapped in the face. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Still there. Everybody turn left because I'm about to turn left and I don't want to slap you with my cock. Gall the Log Akron. The Sage. Bro has been studying the art of back shots with his sister. That's why her ass is already out, and the art of Hennessy. Those 2 combinations go hand in hand. I wanted to always see what they look like before the Dark Eco warped them. That's what I also wish to have seen. I wanted to see normal skin Gaul when he was actually the real Sage. Let me see light skin Gaul and Maya. Let me see them with normal skin before the Dark Jak transformation, and let's see some lore. I want to see him like a lab chemist getting blown up. Leon Caddy, hiya. How you doing tonight? Oh, I keep dying. These boxes are just gonna keep getting spawned in front of me, taunting me as I try to get to this yellow eco to fucking... There it is up there. The art of the heady. Mr. Softy is by me in the walking distance. I went there a lot last summer. Oh. Yo, Mr. Softy. You have a store that you can actually walk into? For us, it's the, in New York, Mr. Softy is the ice cream truck that has the specific jingle. You fall asleep. Yo, I will look up the R34 Ashland practice at the end. Alban, yo, get your workout in, bro. I'm gonna put the reaction into the video, if anything, so you'll find it. And I'll clip it, and I'll post it, if anything. All right, brother? I'm gonna check it out. Ashland R34. You see me smiling now. We're gonna see if I'm still smiling later. But there's a photo on Google of them before the Dark Eco. Ehal Raider, yo, you the MVP tonight. Can you, do you have it? Are you in the Discord? If you think you could send it to me, I would love to see that. Oh, shit. And now, is it through here and to the left? Through here and to the left? Bam, bam. Spider Cave. Spider Cave, we got all the orbs. Somehow, some way. We did Spider Cave this time with the power of streaming. It is still annoying as ever, but we did it through the power of streaming. We did it through the power of talking about juice and banging NBA players' wives. The NBA carried us through some weird-ass conversations to get through this weird-ass cave. Let's get out of here. Just leave the energy right here. Let me go grab my last bit of Super Saiyan juice, blast that shit, and get the hell out of here. Too many deaths. I can't even do a death counter on this series because, yo, we died so many times due to this controller. It's crazy. Next stream, yes. There's an ice cream truck of the Mr. Softy. Yo, what order do you get from the ice cream truck? Or from the ice cream? Just on standard YouTube, no Discord? Okay, okay. Oh no, Ehal Raider, Discord is free, bro. Discord is a free app. Mia looks like a dip in Dark Eco to acquire the heavies. Yeah, Max Boko, for her to acquire the heavies, I'm pretty sure the lore for Maya's heavies. A dip in Dark Eco. Someone send on Discord. Yeah, if someone can find that picture of Gaul and Maya as humans, can you guys send that to Discord, please? Now we're gonna do the rolls. This was one of the most toughest power cells of all of Jak 1 for me. This one took me forever. I think this was one of the last ones I'd gotten. It's these power cells where you have to run up here, and I couldn't get the aim down sight properly. So I would always try to fight and then shoot, not knowing that you just have to press jump and square, and I messed it up again. But at the same time, it was that one, and there was one more that used to give me hell, but let me get back up there. Just get this blast. I want to go see this final boss in all of its glory. It's getting late, but I love it. Maya? You're still thinking, you thought Mara. Okay. It's Maya. Maya Angelou. Fuck. I shot a key blast from all the way back there and it lasted all the way. Nice. Worth. That was probably, I think, the last power cell or that I had gotten in the OG playthrough for the 100%. I think that was the toughest one for me. The toughest power cell of all time. Which one was it for you guys, if you guys remember? But that one was the biggest pain in the ass. You're going from Spider Cave, you're taking the eco from Spider Cave, not knowing that you have to come all the way out here into another area, run it through this platform, you can't even see it, and you have to take a shot. Not cool. And then we have to go grab that Sharingan. I still have to grab the last Sharingan from that one over there. I haven't forgotten it. I haven't forgotten, Big Bubba. Everybody's crushing on Maya and the cheeks. And am I by the gondola by doing that? Yes, it actually it spawns you over here quicker. You have to admit, the devs did us dirty with that power cell. They did us dirty with all of Spider Cave, and that was the one that topped it off. That was the sprinkles to that ice cream that topped it off. Now I'm gonna go rob this one of his eyes.
A power cell is the reward.
Thank you, God. You sent it on Discord? Hold up. Let me see this. I need to see this. Yo. That's what he looked like? Wow. Good night, bro. That's Gaul as a human. That actually looks right. He looks like a white eco sage. He actually looks like how I pictured when they said Gaul, Acheron, the sage at the beginning. This is what I pictured. But I was picturing like a white eco sage. It's pretty spiffy. And then, but this is Maya? This don't look like Maya. This don't look like Maya. I need to go look at the butt crack. I need to compare butt cracks. Hold on. I need to go find Maya and compare this butt crack right quick. Even though we're comparing it to our front-facing photo, we're comparing butt cracks. Maya looks hotter with dark eco poisoning. Yeah. I like tainted Maya more. So we have this one orb in the mountain pass that we have to go back to. The mountain pass. Before I head to the lava tube, we must head to the mountain pass.
Gaul have gotten in over their heads.
Oh, what are Gaul and Maya up to?
If I'm not mistaken, I have to go ride the Zoomer, right?
Hey guys, keep collecting power cells. They're the key to continuing our journey north.
Maya's originally 100 years old. Oh shit, so the Dark Eco made her young again. Maya had a glow up for real, holy shit.
Isn't good.
She aged well. She used a spell to look younger. Bro. Oh, man, I gotta make a video on this. I gotta go look this shit up. This is dope shit. Oh my god, why have I never done that? Yo, we should be talking about this stuff, bro. You know what? I'm gonna make some videos on this. The reason why we gotta make videos on this too, guys, is because 2025, we're trying to bring back the Jak and Daxter hype. That's what I'm really trying to do. You bring back the hype, you hashtag it enough. If we can get it trending or something on Twitter, Sony sees that. In social media age, when they see that, boom, we have a remaster coming. The numbers speak. Once they see that noise, okay, there's noise around the game, there's hype around the game. They're gonna want to jump in and get some profit off of it. We want to get new games, so raise the hype. What else are we gonna do? If they're not raising the hype for the franchise, we gotta do it. That is crazy lore. There was a handbook on this lore and all. I never had that. Maya's using the Dragon Balls to look younger. Maya pulled a Bulma. Actually does look like Gaul, but I thought Gaul was the Dark Eco Sage. In the final battle, he was shocked at the discovery of Light Eco, hinting that he never discovered Light Eco before. See, that was the thing. I was always... I figured as the Dark Eco, like, the guy that studied it, for them to figure out that the White Eco was going to change him back, I was like, he's probably studied Dark so much that because you studied the Dark element, you know the Light element. That's how it always worked in my head. Like, you know how you study, to understand light, you have to understand the darkness. To understand darkness, you have to understand the light. That's how I broke it down in my brain. You know? Like the same way Jak has both elements, that they would go hand in hand to actually balance it out. When I heard that's the Sage of Dark Eco, I'm thinking, hey, if we're going to a Sage of Dark Eco, he's not supposed to be Lord Voldemort bad guy, right? If it's a Sage of Dark Eco, he's got to be some kind of Light Eco controller type of calm spiffy dude like that. That's what I'll picture right there. But Turn crazy. Palma, send you the video before you slip in Discord. All right, bro, send it there. I'm not gonna be able to watch it here, but I'm gonna watch it tonight. Darkness is intangible. Hey, Paul. How are you? I'm doing good. Paul, how you doing? Paul. Every time Naughty Dog makes a post on Twitter, there's always people asking for more Jak and Daxter. Oh, yeah. Jak is the yin and yang of the universe. Oh, yeah, that's his freaking seal. His freaking seal is the yin and yang. Mara is timeless. Mara is literally Jak and Daxter Jesus. He's also the symbol of yin and yang. It's amazing. He's the avatar of this as well. Jak is all of the above in this realm of his game. You got to think about it. Jak is literally lured up in this game as Mar, the House of Mar, the Haven City being built by Mar, the gun being built by Mar. It's like they're all talking about Jesus, and then all of a sudden you find out it's Jak, and he's from the House of Mar. His name is Mar, and he built this shit, and he's the one going back and using this shit in a weird time paradox. Jak is the center of the universe. The good place meme. Jak is the center of the universe. Oh yeah. Okay, so we have to make this jump back in the mountain pass, and then we come back over here. We shoot this rock open just for us to reveal this power so that I nearly slipped by and almost got Mufasa off. So now the mountain pass is 100% complete. We have the lava tube as well as the final area next. Wow. We are about to finish the game. We are really about to finish this game. You're getting throttled happy on that Zoom. Hey, yo, yes. If there's a stream, if there's a Jak 4 game, I bet he'll stream one day. Oh yeah, for sure. Damn straight I will. I'll be the first one to stream that. He's basically Goku, Future Trunks, and Granola combined into one. Yes! No! He really is all of these Dragon Ball characters. Future Trunks, Goku, and Granola combined into one. And that's really what it is. He's all of these. Granola is heavy on the Jak and Daxter influence, bro. It's always a sad time when you're about to finish this, but I'm telling you, when I was saying that Dragon Ball Z and Jak and Daxter were closer than ever, next thing you know, Dragon Ball Z, I said that before Super came out, next thing you know, Dragon Ball Z comes out with Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego to match Dark and Light Jak, and then Granola comes out looking exactly like Jak, and they have similar powers and all of this shit. I'm telling you, man. Technically, if you really wanted to get crazy with it, there should be a Granola mod for Jak and Daxter. What would the budget be for Jak and Daxter? It can't be too much. What was the budget on these? Does anybody have the budget information for Jak 1, 2, and 3? That would be some good information for us to know while playing. I want to know how much they put into this game and what was the development time. I have to go back. I'm not driving through the fucking... Yeah, I wouldn't want them to remake the game and then add some weird plot lines, because you know they're going to do that. They're going to add some kind of school. They're going to have a mission where some kid is going to go to homecoming, right? And then Jak is going to have to go and find him a prom date. And it's going to be a guy. And then we're going to be like, Jak doesn't even go to high school. Why are we going out of our way to find this guy a prom date? And then that's when I'm going to uninstall and have to go to Sony headquarters and tell them they fucked up. 14 million was the budget, says Leon Caddy, for Jak and Daxter. 14 million for this game? That would be fair. Yo, Lindsay, yes. Yo, always love the energy. We're still live. Let's go. 14 million was the budget for Jak 1. That would seem accurate. What's the budget for Last of Us 2? Jak 1 budget versus Last of Us 2 budget. Let's see what we got. Holy shit. 14 million is nothing compared to now. Yeah, bro, that's the bonuses. 14 million is the bonuses. I remember Modern Warfare 2 2009. Vince and Jason Zampella and West, those guys, they wanted that type of money as the bonus for that game. And that game had like a $100 million bonus. I mean, $100 million budget, or 200 million. Did you check out the new Dragon Ball Daima? Max Book, I watched the entire thing. I loved it. I love Dragon Ball Daima. Bro, these guys got paid pennies to make this game in 2001 in 1 year's time, and they did phenomenal. They got paid pennies, and nowadays they're making games with all these crazy budgets, and they can't even match this. Why are expensive? This zoomer feels like a truck. It feels like a Hellcat cruiser with whatever these shaders are doing. It feels wide. 220 million was the budget for The Last of Us 2. 220 million went to The Last of Us 2. I guarantee you they spent 50% of that budget on LGBT books, LGBT hair dye. I'm more than sure they put in some gender theory, yoga classes, some soy boy lattes at Starbucks. I know they did all of the above and they just shit on the time. God damn it. I couldn't even focus. This race is... Did they make it back for The Last of Us 2? Yo, can we look that up? Did they make the money back for The Last of Us 2? I don't think they did. I felt like they were pushing The Last of Us 2 so much. There's no way they did. Did they make the money in The Last of Us 2 back? I feel like The Last of Us 2 was so heavily pushed as propaganda. They spent so much on the ads. They spent 220 million on the thing. The way they're spending money and pushing The Last of Us 2 makes it seem as though it's a $1 billion franchise. And there's no way. They're pushing the show. They're pushing all this shit. It came out and was very unpopular. Bro, even myself, I had to get a refund on that shit. So I'm trying to figure. Interesting. Jak 3 was developed with a budget of 10 million. Jak 2 was developed with a budget of 15 million. See, that makes sense. I'm telling you, Jak 3 it got cut up a little bit towards the end. Jak 3 had a lower budget. 15 million for Jak 2, 10 million for Jak 3. I love this info. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Wow. Jak 2 is my favorite. Go slow. You don't have to beat the lurkers. You're right. You're right. I've been reading the chat, and as soon as I read the chat, I take my eyes off of it, and then between ads and everything, there's no way they made that money back. Yeah, bro, The Last of Us 2 advertising campaign. You guys had seen that everywhere, right? I had seen it everywhere on Instagram, everywhere on Twitch, everywhere on like buses and shit like that, right? And even though we've seen it everywhere, the videos were all getting disliked. The comments are always getting shut off. If it was really that much more of a popular, positive game, why was they censoring it so hard? Leon, you said you're still sad they didn't keep the same vibe as Jak 1. I was hoping Jak 3 went back to this Jak 1 vibe because I was kind of sad they left this one too. This one and done game is just timeless and by itself. But I do love Jak 2 for what it is. You beating the game tonight? Oh yeah, you already know. Just trying to go on a player bargain bin sale. I think they pushed The Last of Us 2 so hard because they knew the fans wouldn't like the story. They did, yeah. They spent so much money in advertising to make up for that 220 million, but did they break even? Or did they double down on, hey, we're just gonna break zero?
Hey guys.
Hi.
It was less platforming and more guns.
Actually have...
Aha.
The guns. The Date Bayo. If there was a bugger, right? Is there any buggers in Jak 2 that you guys would say would make sense if they actually remastered the game and you guys are being non-objective and fair to their community, right? Is there any character you would say in Jak and Daxter that is like obviously a bugger? Who would it be? I know some of y'all might say Crew, but I mean he has a daughter, so we can't go with that one. Kira looks like a bug. Yeah, 2 and 3, she does look like a bug. I don't like The Last of Us 2, but I like the combat. Noah, I agree with that. I did like the combat, but they didn't change much from Last of Us 1, right? Last of Us 1's combat, all they really did was add some new weapons and prone. That's why I was like, people that used to tell me, hey, the combat is phenomenal. Hey, it's a great game. The combat's phenomenal. I love Last of Us 1. I have like over 100+ hours in that game, as well as the multiplayer. All they added was prone and like a few new weapons. So why is it being so hyped up? And that's the other part. The Last of Us 2 is coming to the PC next month. If we mod it and that combat is that good and we change the characters up to some characters that fit, we might have a great game. Yeah, some bonus levels like the Yellow Sages area. Well, we're gonna mod that in here. So now we're back here in the Yellow Sages 2. If Jak 4 was to be made, I want Gaul and Maya to come back as the main villains. I'll been sent some videos on Discord. Very interesting watches for show, bro. I just seen it pop up on the side here. I will definitely be watching that while editing the videos. For show. I have to go back and edit 10 hours worth of videos, so you're gonna see me disappear for a bit. Yeah, Last of Us modded. Leon Caddy. We were talking about that in the Discord today. By the way, guys, if you guys are watching this on YouTube or if you're in the Twitch chat and you guys don't know, we have a Discord. Make sure you guys check it out. We're talking about this stuff all day, so the stream is technically always going on in there. And also, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, smash that like button. In the Discord chat, we was talking about if The Last of Us 2 comes out next month on PC, there's actually a chance, and I even said this myself, even though I ranted about it, The Last of Us 2 could actually be saved on PC. Stryax said Joel doesn't have to die. Well, he still has to die. But here's a way it could be fixed, and this is just a quick thing that I just thought about this morning. If you take the Lindsay says, I've only played the first Last of Us so many times, I want to play the second one so you can say you played it. Yo, The Last of Us 1 is almost one of the most perfect games. Last of Us 2, ooh. All right, Oblivion, yo, thank you for coming through. Yeah, like, I was thinking, yeah, Maya, but yo, if you mod The Last of Us 2 on PC, we already have Uncharted on PC. So you take the same characters from Uncharted, you take Abby's faction of people, and then you have Joel's faction of people. You replace Abby with Chloe and all of the Uncharted cast, right? So now it's Chloe in the place of Abby. Chloe is the one in the Uncharted cast, Nathan Drake and all those guys, Elena, Nathan Drake and Chloe on that side, and you have Joel and Ellie on this side. Chloe is the one that, in that group, is the one that fights Ellie and kills Joel. Never forget Maya Booty. Like, I feel like that's the best way we can mod it in. Either you change up Abby and all of them to other Naughty Dog games, right? So such as Uncharted or Jak and Daxter, we have to mod the other Naughty Dog games into those characters because we don't like those characters. We don't like Owen, we don't like Abby. So if we don't like them, bring them back. Bring back the Uncharted characters. Chloe's everything Abby wanted to be is what Chloe is. So just make her Chloe. Chloe has all of the lore from the Uncharted games. So if you put the group of Uncharted survivors in the zombie apocalypse games, you could take the Uncharted lore, bridge the two series together, and now you have a crossover game. And it actually fits the lore. It makes sense with all the Lesbo stuff going on. And the final boss battle would be Ellie versus Chloe. Abby is the girl in The Last of Us 2. Yes. That's why I thought about it this morning. If you guys check the Discord, we talk about this stuff all the time. Take the assets from what's already on the PC version of Uncharted, the Steam version, and when this Last of Us 2 drops next month, we can fix the game with this. This actually could fix the entire game and make it at least an 8 out of 10. Replace the opposition, the Abby squad, with Uncharted characters. You can even mix and match them. You could even make it Elena. Change Abby to Elena, or change it to Kira or Ashlyn, and make Jak the other guys. You can have a lot of fun to make this into one great ass game now. So, Unruly, The Last of Us 2 made over $450 million. $440 million in net sales in February 2022. They had to use at least 200 million of that on marketing. There's no way. Reskin Abby is a lurker. Ew, lurker backshots. Yo, Paul's the definition of underrated streamer. Yo, thank you so much, Jetski. I thank you. Leon says, when The Last of Us 2 came out, your first thought is they could have made the game amazing if they changed the way the story played out. Exactly. But if they're not going to change the story and that's how the base game is going to be, we got to change up the characters. That is the only way we can change it up. And the only way to change it up is if we hate the characters and the characters sucked. In my opinion, that was the biggest issue I had with the game. The combat was good, characters sucked. We love Joel and Ellie from the first game, but Ellie's character went downhill in this one. And then that whole faction with Abby and all of them, that whole group need to change. The pregnant girl, Abby and Owen, those herbs, they all got to get swapped out. They suck. So you swap out those with characters we already know from pre-existing games, from the same exact brand. We got something now. Yo, what up, Michael Jones? Thank you so much for the kind words. First time tuning into a stream, and always love Jak and Daxter. Keep it up. Thank you. You love that PlayStation ports their games now? Yes. Daxter is lucky, befriending the Jesus of the world. They need a Walking Dead video game rework for show. We need Jak 4 as we head to the lava tube. Time to set sail through the lava tube to the Precursor City.
All right. With these additional power cells, I should be able to supply the heat shield with enough power to stand up to this lava. But the shield still has a limit. It will now withstand temperatures up to 800 degrees, but no more. So keep an eye on your gauge. I don't want to think about what those temperatures would do to your zoomer if the shield gives out.
Yeah, the heat. What? Zoomer? Hey, what about us? Don't you think we could look for a safer route to Gull Citadel?
Look, I've released more cooling balloons into the tube, so you can use them to keep the temperature.
What did you point at? You pointed at nothing.
Don't forget to activate the teleport gate in the Yellow Sage's lab. We're counting on you.
Here we go. Oh, no, sure. Actually, remember the pregnant girl that went into the battlefield getting into the gunfight? Didn't make no fucking sense. I'm jumping off the cliff just for that because you made me remember some crazy shit from The Last of Us 2. That was one of the dumbest things ever. They put a pregnant woman into the line of fire. I can't even. That was one of the straws that broke the camel's back. The Last of Us 2, they had a pregnant girl pull out a gun and try to fight you. It was like some Neville out of Harry Potter trying to stop them from leaving the common room. He's like, stop, I'll fight you. And then they allow her more of this guy into sleep. Petrified his ass. Put him to sleep. This shit looks so good. Thank you, Nick. Are we doing Jak 2 straight away? We're going to be doing that either tomorrow or the next day. I might even save Jak 2 for Friday. Just because I want to put these videos out. But like I said, when you guys see this on YouTube, make sure you guys smash. Make sure you go smash that like button, subscribe, hit that bell icon, and always just leave a comment. Just say, I heart Jak and Daxter or something. If you guys can, it helps out so much. You guys have no idea. And it's because of you guys, your power, that allows all of this to happen. So thank you. And I appreciate y'all. And now let's get to this orb. This one orb is the bane of my existence. I'm going to take it slow and might even blow up. There's that cooling balloon. Kira was gas. My Bulma. Imagine someone slapped Kira. You think Jak would go Dark Jak and My Bulma? Imagine Errol slapped Kira. The lava tube is already completed.
The door is open. Let's get going.
Uh-oh. Something's happening here. Something's happening here. I just did all of that for nothing? No way. Okay, I stalled an extra second. There should be a checkpoint right here, right? Uh-oh. Ay, Dios mío. And now we're going through here. Get the scout fly. Stop on your left foot. Dodge. Hey. 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 Oh. This level always has you thinking about Bowser's Volcano Racetrack from Mario Kart 8. Now you have me thinking about a Mario Kart Bowser racetrack. This looks like one of the Bowser haunted house type of tracks for real, Raven. Is there a shortcut in the lava tube? I remember there should be. Leon Caddy, how do you feel about Okami? That's another platformer that might get a sequel. Bro, how do I feel about Okami? So I haven't seen the entirety of the game, but that was one of the things that inspired me to do Let's Plays. I used to watch Chugga Conroy, and I believe that was one of the last Let's Plays he had done before I started Let's Playing. There was a YouTuber named Chugga Conroy. I don't know if you guys know him. He's a Nintendo YouTuber. And when I was like in 2011, 2010, I used to live off of his videos. He used to give me hope. Every day I would come home from school or a tough day, I'd watch his Legend of Zelda videos or something like that. Like, he would always cheer me up watching it. And I was like, bro, I want to be just like this guy. I want to make videos and have a passion for these videos and be able to entertain somebody coming home from school the same exact way and be like that light for them. And then share my passion for the video games and break it all down, you know what I mean? And that's what happened. But I didn't see all of Okami. But I remember that was one of the last games he played up to like part 70, and I was watching the gameplay of it, and I think he had done it on the Wii with all the scrolls and stuff and the graphic style, and I remember back then he was upscaling it. The love he had for that game, I fell in love with the game too, but not to the sense where I wanted to play it for myself. a modern version of it, if you know what I mean. Because he had just did Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, and he made me want to play Okami even though I never played it. And it's the same thing that some of you guys tell me sometimes, but I haven't had that feeling in a long time where you see somebody else playing it and now all of a sudden you want to play it because they make it look that much fun, because the person enjoys it that much to the point where they're having that much passion about the game that it's just bleeding off through the content. You feel it through the screen where it's like, yo, this person loves the game, and for some reason it just makes the game that much more fun, and now I want to play. And it's just a pool of good energy. It's a win-win-win-win-win around everything. You know what I mean? Okami, I definitely want to play it again. Chugga Conway is one of the Runaway guys. Exactly. Yes, yes. I used to watch him, Nintendo Capri Sun, Proton John. There was the other guy too. I used to always go back to playing the game to finish the lab too. Oh shit. I could feel it heating up through the controller. You can feel the controller vibrating with the heat. And there's the end of the tube. Ooh. And we made it to the Precursor City, the entrance. Let's go. So now we've made it to the Precursor City. What awaits our heroes? We're about to head right into this. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, guys, and then we're about to go and tear this place up. So give me 2 minutes. Also, guys, like I said, if you guys are watching this right now on YouTube, please smash that like button. Give me an I heart Jak and Daxter in the chat. And also, if you guys are in the Discord, let me know. If you guys aren't, join it right now. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Then we're gonna attack. Okay, we are back. Yo, thank you guys so much, Lindsay, Ehao, Axel, Carla. Love you guys. Thank you guys. Yo, you guys are awesome. You guys unruly. Doc Nini, KGM. You guys are fucking beasts. Ronin, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. First game in 2001. Let's go. Let's go. All right. We're about to jump back into it. All right. Let me just get my water. Last question. Noah Robinson says, do you think GTA 6 will be one of the best games ever made? Hell yeah. That's why I kind of started streaming from now, because we're preparing for that. That's going to be one of the biggest games of all time. And me and Alex and my squad and my brothers and stuff like that, we was funny as hell on GTA 5. It's just that I tried to play GTA 5 online before everybody else too quick. And I burnt out so fast that I didn't get to do content properly on that game. So now's the time to make up for it. You think it's coming out soon? They got to drop it this year. They got to drop it this year. So anyway. All right. Man, I wish this was a real city so badly. We got to do all of the cut content in the mods afterwards.
Hey, where's old Short, Drain, and Wrinkly?
This is terrible. Father is missing. I think Gall and Maya may have kidnapped him as well.
Relax, sweetheart. I got everything under control.
Under control? Lurker armies continue to grow across the land. The sages have been kidnapped. Gall and Maya have gathered enough eco to complete their terrible plan, and to stop them, you're going to have to fight your way through their citadel.
Yeah. That about sums it up.
You've got to rescue my father before it's too late. And Jak, be careful.
Yeah, we will be.
Ada, I'm gonna toss him off my shoulder into the lava. Nick, you just be going by yourself. I gotta join you now. Yeah, they don't make music like this in the games at all, man. The music is amazing. The atmosphere, the aura of this place, even the footsteps in this place. Final boss.
It's about time you two decided to show up.
Nice to see you, too. Do they have you mopping the floors now?
There's no time for jokes, Daxter. Gall and Maya kidnapped us to sap our energies to power their abominable machine. It appears they have combined the functional remains of a precursor robot with scavenged artifacts from across the land. Then they added a few diabolical additions of their own.
Diabolical.
One thing capable of opening the dark eco silos. If you can free the four of us, we can use our combined powers to break the force shield surrounding the robot before they use it to destroy the world.
Before they use it to destroy the worlds. That is one diabolical robot. Like, bro, that thing looked mean. They know what they was doing with that shit. One of the most epic final bosses ever in all of gaming for me. Personally, I love this area. I love everything about this boss fight. It's literally the pinnacle of PS2 classic boss fights. First time we ever seen Kira get so scared. Man, that was...
Kira's like, yeah, don't worry, Kira. I'm cool. I will save you with my cool.
I remember we never have these jokes like that again. Yeah, bro. The pizza slicing turners. New York slices. Where's the cheese slice? We're going this way. Word to my mother. I'm about to... Holy shit. This is the gauntlet. Oh my god. This view. I can't even press triangle to like show you guys. Look at this. It looks like it's sleeping. The beast is sleeping. Look at that final boss. Jak 1's final boss owns Jak 3's final boss by a landslide. I think it even owns Jak 2's final boss. Look how big that thing is. Jak 3's robot was like a puny little thing compared to that. That's a fucking Megazord. Bro, Gall and Maya was watching Power Rangers and put together a Megazord. That's where they got the blueprint. Oh my god. Alright, let's do a roll here. Oh, the checkpoint's fine. I thought I got Mufasa. I'm gonna just Mufasa him for the hell of it, because we got checkpoint. Jak 3 was your favorite boss? No, Jak 3 was your worst boss. But it's still your favorite. If you can mod this game and make Jak talk, we should be able to, right? But the thing is, when do we get, not during the cutscenes, but when we can make it talk. But I mean, literally, we should be able to make him use any Jak and Daxter voice line. So we can have talking Jak in this game for sure. For sure. Easy Okay. Jak 3's boss should have. Yo, what up, Majin Rutherford? Through this hallway, we have all of the ecos and all of the powers coming through. You do not want Keebless against these demon bunnies. These demon bunnies plus Keebless don't work like that. I wish I had one strong Kamehameha to send flying across this entire thing, man. Where's my Jak and Daxter Kamehameha with? Now I have to use Wing Chun and fight off all the demons. The Imp Man taught me this shit. Samos the Wise Man by Paul Heyman. The Wise Man says, destroy the lanterns. Stop the spawning. Put them all to sleep. I gotta kill all the demon bunnies. All the demon bunnies must go. Bunnies must die. The bunnies must die. All the demon bunnies. Goodbye. Good, this one. What are you doing?
The door's open. Let's get going.
The camera is fighting me heavy. And the first one to save is the Red Sage. Like I said, bro, his whole hut, it looks like they grabbed him by the throat and tried to bug at him. I'm telling you, that whole hut was damaged. I'm thinking Maya tried to peg him. Do you play Marvel Rivals? I gotta get back into it. The exam is so worth it right now. Watching this is mesmerizing. Hey.
What took you so long?
This shit is this shit hell like you said, Jay. Jay, I changed the settings before we started the stream so I can actually move. It would have been hell. I would have been doing this all night if I didn't change the settings before the stream started. But I changed one setting and it made me move better.
I'll use my eco power to help open
Exterminate the bunny. Looking at the robot was exciting. Upon first glance, you really felt the urge to fight it and witness what's to be expected. And boy, did the expectations, they delivered. All of them were met. Look at that, 10 times Kamehameha. All of these Kamehamehas to open up the final boss. Even the setup here, like you have the whole level to set up the aura for the final boss. So yes, we're gonna be fighting a soulless machine, but the aura of all of the sages and everything in one final boss battle and all the colors and everything. Bro. What do you think the best gaming companies of all time are? Can we still give that to Naughty Dog before Last of Us 2? Before Last of Us 2, those guys, they had it. And after that, it just flipped on its head and gone ever since. Let's go that way. There's a platform over there. Mommy. Yeah, the robot is just aura farming right now. And then here, you even get the reveal of seeing all of the sages for the first time. And this was technically the Precursor City. Should have had more, but this is like one big ass Citadel. Citadel instead of city. Citadel. These orbs look amazing. Yeah, I'm glad we got to see what the sages look like. I would have been pissed if we never seen them. And the thing is, some of these guys only have like 2 or 3 lines, and yet their voices and their characters are so unique. That was close. That was close. Look at him. He's firing off. I like him more than Abby. I like him more than Owen and Abby in The Last of Us 2, bro. These guys had one-liners and they just came in here, they did what they needed to do, and they had no agenda about it, and they were badasses, man. Not move faster than me. Oh, shit. Oh. There's the orb. Naughty Dog, Rockstar, and From Software. Those are good picks. Those are good picks. I'll put Insomniac up there despite Spider-Man 2 having all the propaganda. Shit! That's what I get for that. I'm gonna pay. I was gonna say Sucker Punch, Insomniac, and Naughty Dog, but I think I'll go Sony Santa Monica, Naughty Dog, and Jagex. Jagex is the creator of a game called RuneScape. Is anybody familiar with that? Let me know in the chat. fuck? I swear some of those platforms they just dropped. We gotta free all like around the sage. Nah, Jay jinxed me. Now my double jump ain't working. Focusing. 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 Activision's a good gaming company. Good games, just their policies, and stuff. They treat the workers and the fans like shit. He's obsessed with it. Let's go. You hear about the Nintendo Switch 2? Yo, I gotta see the trailer's supposed to be coming out tomorrow, right? A new one. Look, a golden orb right there. Yeah, it's something about these platforms is just ASMR or something. I don't know what the feeling is. It's great. Reminds me of something from Toy Story. Yo, all the sages are so chill. Blue Sage using Super Saiyan Blue, Red Sage using Kaioken times 10, or Super Saiyan 4, Kamehameha times 10. Blue Sage using regular Kamehameha. Yellow Sage using the golden Kamehameha that Gohan used to destroy Majin Buu. Green Sage using the green Kamehameha. Has a little bit of yellow and healing energies. I'll take the hit. Okay. Carla says, does anybody remember playing a game called Tak? Yo, I played the Great Juju Challenge quite a time when I was a kid, and we gotta go back through those games as well. I gotta play Tak. I gotta play Tak. Joker, you played RuneScape in middle school? Good shit, bro. Sanzaru needs to make Jak 4. Tak and the Power of Juju, I really want to play the first two because I never played those two. I remember seeing the commercial and I was like, yo, who is this Tak guy? At first I started hating Jak, and then I started hating Tak because I was like, they took a little Indian kid and they kind of ripped off Jak. I was like, who is this Jak from Temu? But then I played the Great Juju Challenge and I was like, yo, Tak and the Pupununu people, they're lit. Drunk. The Pupununu people, and you just woke up in the Pupununu people's poo-poo, the pig pen full of. But yeah, it is a fever dream. 1,000. Yo, Jay stole the words out of my mouth, bro. It's a fever dream. The Pupununu people. Oh shit, I'm not gonna make that. We gotta get some blue eco from back there. Oh shit, the platforms, they fallen. You'd love an open world game of Jak. Fuck, I gotta go all the way back around. Yo, out of 10, what did you guys give Tak and the Power of Juju and Tak and the Staff of Dreams? Because I remember seeing those commercials. The first Tak, I was like, what is this goofy goober? And then the second one, he got very serious with the Staff of Dreams. But I was like, yo, the growth. I hated all the first game's characters, their attitude, but by the second game, all of them seemed like they got it enough. Yo, Tak is not talked about enough. Tak is your Roman Empire, Marissa? I would have never thought. What? Now we're talking about Tak. Yeah, Tak did not, Tak kind of faded out of relevancy, if I'm not mistaken, right? Around 2006, god damn it. Around 2006, didn't they have a Tak and the Power of Juju show or something for Nickelodeon? I remember that was the last time I'd seen it. They had actually made Tak a show on Nickelodeon, and I don't think it did good. I think I liked it. I liked it better than some of the shit that they had shown, but I only seen a few episodes. But I just thought it was kind of like mid, if I'm not mistaken, and then it just disappeared after that. No new games, no new shows, no new nothing. Tak and the Great Juju Challenge was one hell of a co-op game. That was like the Ratchet & Clank Deadlocked of Tak. You like the first one more than the second one. Must play the game for a healthy dose of nostalgia. You guys got me wanting to play it, and I'll be able to play it soon. So definitely, I played the Great Juju Challenge, and I need to play those first two. But the Pupanuna people, let's go. Tak, Jak, Daxter, and Sly are your Roman Empire. Okay, man. Tak. I just know Tak from the Great Juju Challenge and how fun that show was. Like, the Great Juju Challenge was an amazing co-op experience. And there we go. We got this one. You want me to... Wait. You know why the gaming industry has been so dry lately? No creativity? You want to replay it so bad? Like, the aesthetics are so cool. Stop talking about this. It's sad today that games aren't like this. The Jak and Daxter TV shows would be nice. Running out of ideas. I love Ratchet's armor from that game. It's really cool. There is the blue Saiyan. Oh, he nagging me. A little help would be good. Look at the fit. He's got the Staff of Dreams. He's got Tack's Staff of Dreams. Look at the outfit. Look at the design. He's got all of these bolts on his head that look kind of sus. Okay, and then he's got this giant tube into his arm. Rate the fit out of 10. You just know this guy takes bug. Yo, I was trying so hard not to say it.
Good work, fellows. Old Samos was right about you. Great piles of precursor metal. That insidious mechanical creation must not be allowed to wreak its terrible havoc. I will try to actuate the shield door by eliciting a conduit of energy between myself and the vast portal below. Yeah. You do that. We'll, just go find more help. Weirdo!
Somebody playing about you. Someone's playing in his ass. Bro. What is he doing? This looks so sus. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Something's off right here. Oh, okay. One-handed Kamehameha with the staff. And he's like, stay back. I was about to say, I saw something else just now. Bro, the angle right here, what does that look like? Bro, look like he gooning it. Nah. Get me the fuck out of here. Ah! This the unk in front of 7-Eleven asking for $1. Daxter hit that on the head. Hit that on the crackhead. Yeah. Samos is always cranky. Samos need to grow that good shit. Was that the entrance? So did I go over here? I think I have to go this way. Yes, this is the way for the yellow one. As we proceed through the Citadel, look at this massive room of the gods. Like, look at it. The room is so big that it's just darkness. That's the Big Bang Kamehameha. I was like 10 times Kamehameha. Golden Kamehameha. One-handed Kamehameha. The Dragon Ball influence on this game is out of this world, motherfucker. Ripping a blinker to close off the night. That's what's up. This is about to be sweet as hell. I wish I could do the same right now. I ran out of mine. And now we're going to be jumping from launcher to launcher. I love this room. This is my favorite one. Yellow Eco Sage is the best introduction. I wish we knew them a little bit better, though. I feel like, even though these sages barely had any lines, I feel like I know them better than Owen in The Last of Us 2, bro. The later Naughty Dog games have a full game with these characters, and I know these one-liners more than the fucking thing. What a room this is. What a room this is. I might have to drop and run back to this. Naughty Dog went woke. Yeah, we gotta go back. And now we run like a ninja. I loved how we had to maximize the abilities. Oh shit. Like, this is just one giant course for every ability you trained with throughout the entirety of the Let's Play. And you have to use all of your skills to the... Well, I wouldn't say this is the fullest. I wouldn't say that this is like the hardest, difficult Jak and Daxter challenge type of area. I felt like this was a fair difficulty. I felt like this was balanced difficulty. Now, if we wanted some crazy shit, I know they can come up with some Stormy Ascent level of content. My god. Wait, if I grab that blue eco and come back here, doesn't that open it? The sages should have returned to Jak 2 or 3 in 3. In my opinion, I feel like at the end of Jak 3, Gal and Maya should have returned as well as the other sages. Or modern version in that timeline of the sages.
Thought I'd live to see the day when I needed to be rescued by a boy and his muskrat. I'm gonna give Gal and Maya a little payback for this embarrassment. Then we'll see about cooking up some muskrat stew.
And there's the platforms for Samos. Now,
Let's go climb up those platforms.
Jay's like, yo, these are the people in the sundown states. He ain't wrong. Like, even with the sages, bro, in Jak 2 and 3, technically the sages returned in the form of the women. If you look at it, right? Because if you're looking at these three, what do I see? And I even mentioned this because they came in the form of guns too. We had, instead of eco and stuff, we got the guns, but this one is yellow. This is Tess. That one's red. That one's Ashlyn. This one is blue. That's Kira. Technically, all of the sages could have been the women at the end of the game. I would have been fine with that. I would have rather that. Tess, the yellow eco sage. You're not too high on this. Let me hit a blinker too. You telling me Tess, the gun woman, could be the yellow eco sage in the future? I think that works. Let me get this. Almost there. 20 more orbs. You get red and yellow. Who's blue? Kira. Kira's blue. Ashlyn red. Tess is yellow. Kira's blue. Green, we still have Samos alive, so he fills that spot. White and dark eco is Jak. Literally, he's the catalyst from the Baron picking him. The Black Air Force energy from the prison, and then he's the catalyst from the gods picking him. The light eco, so... Shout out to my nigga Mr. Krabs, aka Baron Praxis. I remember rage quitting Jak 2 when you couldn't find the section to get past that one spiky machine in the factory. In the early part, right? The tank. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. That shit was a tough one. Jak 3 is probably the funnest to play. Dog Puppy, you might be right on that one though, because of all of the guns. The gameplay is solid. Like Jak 2 and 3 in terms of gameplay were damn near equal. Jak, you have so much more mechanics, but they took out Dark Jak. Jak 2 is a hard ass game, no diddy. Jak 2 was in the future or the past? Both simultaneously. Jak 3 was just built on 2 with cars. You still have that torn impression from back in the day.
Don't screw this up, Jak. Jak, I hear you're banging Ashlyn. Great job. I can't wait to film it someday. Jak, we need some money for the underground. Quick, grab the camera.
Jak 2 Hero Mode live stream went crazy. Yee. Wait, that's my platform. That's my ride. I gotta go up here. And I'm missing one scout flash. It's the very top, right? Hey, Jak 3 is just broken because of the guns. Because guns. Broken ass guns. Jak 2 has the best story, but 4 guns is kind of meh. It's very limited. Hey man, at the beginning of Jak 2, Torn hazes us, so we repay the favor by taking his girl. It's only necessary. Jak fake as fuck for stealing his bros, bitch. Alright, he's fake as fuck for stealing his bros, bitch. But at the same time, that wasn't his bro to begin with. He was a dickhead in the beginning. So it was really some New York type of shit. He's like, Torn introduced himself to Jak as a New Yorker. Yeah, that's how you know he a New Yorker. That's how they introduced themselves. Like straight up, Haven City, the underground, that's New York. But he introduced himself like a New Yorker, and because you introduced yourself like a New Yorker, I'm begging you, bitch. Just because. And I swear to God, that's how it be in real life too in New York. That's how New Yorkers be. I don't like this guy. I'm gonna... Oh, God. Ashlyn was a homie hopper. Oh, yeah. But so was Kira. Kira was doing the same shit with Arrow. Not really a homie hopper, but still, she was jumping around. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that anymore. There is the final scuffle. Let me chill 2J. It was only right. Thorn was a hater in the beginning. He was a hater, and this dude, all he had was knife tricks. Bro, I have dark eco. Use my bitch. He mostly get the guns from Damus and Jak 3. He was giving them, yeah, bro. Bro was tossing away guns like Oprah Winfrey and Jak 3 way too fast. How fast we get that reflex rifle? If Jak 2 wasn't for you in 2012, I wouldn't have beat it. The checkpoints are brutal. That's crazy. I don't know how I helped you guys beat it. The only mission I remember everybody going crazy over in that playthrough, though, in Jak 2 was the one with the Seal of Mar on the in the plumbing station area, and they were like, you punched your way through that. Let's keep it a buck. Bro did a none. Oh, bro did none. Bro did none. Yeah, let's keep it a buck. Torn did nothing besides Aura Farm, and that was it. And there it is, 100% complete. Suck it, Torn. I would like to take Ashlyn as my prize.
You're real heroes now. I'll combine my green eco power with the other 3 sages, and together we'll open the shield door surrounding the Precursor robot.
Yeah, that sounds like a good start. And then after you guys open that shield, what are you gonna do about the robot?
Nothing, Daxter. We have to keep the shield open. It's up to you two to figure out how to destroy the robot.
Oh, great. I get to help the guy that turned me into a furball destroy the only person who can turn me back!
First, save the world. Then we'll try to convince Gaul to help Daxter.
You're too late, Salos. Once I possess this dark eco, I will have the key to creation itself.
This is madness! Releasing that much dark eco will
No, this is Patrick.
We know. Just look what it's done to you.
It has given us a beauty beyond anything
This is
we
madness.
could understand.
Beauty? Have you two looked in the mirror lately?
Just wait until we open the sun.
But the dark eco did glow her up.
You think short and fuzzy is bad.
And to think, you two traveled all this way for my help. Fools! Enjoy your front row seats to the recreation of the world!
Jak, take the elevator up and stop that robot!
And here is the greatest elevator in all of gaming. Here we go. Are you guys ready? The ultimate final boss in all of gaming. I'm telling you, every time I come up this elevator, it feels like a WWE walkout is about to happen. Look at that. The camera just knows where to go. It's got that protagonist angle right here. This is the moment where it's like, you're my sensei. The 3 Kamehameha sages ain't gonna help, bro. The 3 Kamehameha sages said, oh, we're gonna sit back. And then you come up here and you see the entirety of the land all in purple. It's beautiful. It's so final boss perfectness. And then you have the whole city. This would have probably all been walkable with what they were trying to do. And you see that giant thing is trying to rip that open. Bro, it's flying in midair in a freaking tower. One of the greatest boss battles of all time. Look how big the cannon is on this. My God, and the music is perfect. Yo, let's go. LPB, Chess Guy says Maya is way better than Ashley, not gonna lie. I agree with that after seeing the model viewer and the hype about Maya. Holy shit.
Follow all the way and destroy you.
Oh yes, mommy. Everybody's gonna start we're gonna start treating Maya like Rhea Ripley. We're gonna start calling her mommy. Mommy Maya. Mammy Maya. Satisfying crunch. One of the greatest fights ever.
Eco won't protect you now.
I didn't want to grab that. Giant nuke explosion, the creativity, the colors. Let's go.
Just won't give up.
I'm ready. I trained.
Shit, bro. Oh shit. Yo. Some crazy deaths in this one. Try to jump early and beat the bomb. I always love this nuclear effect. What happens if I jump into the bomb? Maya was the first before Ashlyn or Tess. She was the original MILF, the original mommy. I like the whole silos and all the eco surrounding and shit, but where's my yellow eco spawning in right here? Yellow eco, yellow eco. There we go. He's chasing me. He's chasing me. It's a bunch of dark Daxters chasing me. A bunch of dark Daxters. And he just drops that shit and instant nukes it. We got the quick jump, the music, the tower, the robot, the aura, the colors, the weapons, the destruction, the visible destruction as well. I was about to go grab the green and I panicked. Yo, he's spazzing out in there.
Eco won't protect you now.
I just want to jump onto the robot. I just want to jump over there and fight him.
You just won't.
Third time the charm. Imagine this is what you lose your fight to. All of that, and you see some kid crawling with spiky hair on the floor. This is what you lost to?
Finish them both off once and for all. No mercy.
All right, the final hit. I have to destroy that Megazord cannon. I swear to God, they got this idea out of Power Rangers. That is a Megazord cannon. Oh my God, bro. Those red eco rings seem faster. They are faster. It is a little bit different. Imagine if this final boss had some God of War QTE sequences. Yeah, like jumping onto him and punching off some of the pieces. Oh, that thing would be dope. That's what I wanted from Jak 3. The final boss should have had some quick scenes where you're ripping apart the machine. Like this is one detail Jak 3 didn't have, where you're tearing apart this beast of a machine slowly and really ripping it apart. I felt like they just forced it at the very end. Hey, we have to use Damus's wise words of wisdom. Aim for the spot at the opportune moment type of thing. But it was like, that's some fortune cookie shit for me. Because it felt like it was forced.
Finish them both off once and for all!
They got the idea from Team Rocket. I'm coming closer to him.
Finish them both off once and for all!
No!
I'm like, stretcher? Yuck. Revenant?
Yeah, the red waves are coming in at a fast speed, so the pacing is kind of crazy. Yeah, in my opinion, like, this is still the best Jak and Daxter boss of all time. This fight, like, the atmosphere and everything. Bro, look at the whole world. Yeah, Jak is about to be a whole nother world. Can of worms. Yo, like, the whole environment is purple. Like, the entire world, the whole fate of the world is at your hands right now. The whole world is purple. In Jak 3, the environment is like, it's the sand. You can barely see it. His face is covered up, so the main hero's face is looking like these weird goggles and shit. Like, Jak's goggles are cool, but not when they're on. His face. Like, really, the goggles are just to hide the hairline. Gall and Maya's voice actors in the studio is just going, ah.
Finish them both off once and for all! Finish them both
I gotta play house. Oh shit. Bro is trying to nuke me for real. We're still going. Oh my god, that's the rocket.
Take them out! Take them out!
Yellow Eco versus Yellow Eco. Oh my god, we did it. Photo finish, one hit. I hit him in the foot right there.
You just won't give up, will you? Righty-o. It does exist.
They must not be allowed to get it!
White ego! That could be the stuff to change me back! Or, it might stop that robot. Stay fuzzy, save the world. Choices. Okay, fine. We'll save the world. But do it quickly before I change my mind.
Here comes Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct Jak, let's go. I'm mad they never recreated this. Where is it? Where's my white eco? All the nukes. They did not have this in any of the other games. Where was that key blast in Jak 3? We need that blast.
Well, it looks like I may have been too hard on you boys. You do have what it takes to be heroes.
But Daxter, now we can't change you back.
Don't worry about me, baby. You know what they say. Big things come in small packages.
Jak, you have an incredible talent for channeling eco. Samos, you may have been right about this one after all.
And Kira, without your help and ingenuity,
May have been right.
none of this would have been possible. Perhaps we've found another sage now that Gaul and Maya are lost.
Yes, Gaul and Maya. The Dark Eco probably destroyed them. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. Bring him on. We can take him again. Right, Jak? I said, right, Jak? Wow. Put it on ice, big guy.
Just like that, Daxter's getting thrown off the cliff. He's not my friend after that. Bro. Like, we did everything while all the sages with the Kamehamehas ran away. Think that I'm the prodigy? Yo, Joker, Jingle with the 100 bits. Thank you so much, my king. Let's go. Reshading job update. This is phenomenal. I appreciate you, brother. They cock blocked my boy. We got to get that back in blood. The most epic thing you've ever seen as a kid. Jak Big Bang attacked him out of existence. That probably should have been added to Jak 3, man. That probably, that screaming like all of these sages plus that should have happened in Jak 3. They should have all been there. But I'm telling you, if the budget was lower for Jak 3, I feel like it was chopped out. And I think we should have modded back in there. Daxter always...
Holy yakko! What could that be?
Wow! It's an ancient precursor door. It looks like it will only open if we fill all 100 holes with power cells.
Oh boy, here we go again.
I'm missing one power cell. No way. No way. Snowy Mountain. Wait. Or the Oracle. No, I have to go to Snowy Mountain or the Oracle. Okay. So either I get the scout fly from Snowy Mountain or we go to the Oracle. I got an eye to steal from that. The Let's Play curse. Bro. Fuck that. I'm going down there. I'm going to go see the Oracle. I'm jumping right down there. Get my ass. Oh. That is embarrassing. Bro, I was so ready for Daxter to be super cocky and be like, we are real adventurers. We have 101 power cells. Keep the change. I come back to find out I left 2 power cells out here in the wild. Hulk and voice act Torrens lines. Bro, we can mod a Jak game. Wait, I'm on the island. Bro, this right here is one of the most iconic spots in all of gaming. I love this, and the music is still playing, and now we're stuck. Wait a minute. How the fuck do we get off? Oh. I love how the sky is brightened and everything is just, look at this place. Bro, there's that star. There's the beach. The music. Oh. Wow. We gotta see the world clean with no lurkers. Technically, the lurkers are just slaves waiting to be freed. Gotta get Paul as Jak Mia Sig. Yo, for real, we the cherry peppers. The chili peppers, hey, wait, whoa, cherry peppers. Where the fuck that come from? I gotta get my ass to the teleporter. Imagine he just dropped it there. Is that the entrance? That looks like the entrance. Did you watch Dragon Ball Daima? Yes. You should be a voice actor. You think so? You can do the Oracle voice? Look for that. Just picture by the bushes. OG SS4 or the new one? OG. I like the OG one more. So we're headed back to the Blue Sage's hut. Swim, Jak, swim. The new one's color, man, is fire though. It is. It's the color is fire. I don't like the forearms. OG got the drip, the new one got the colors. The colors is fire. I don't like the forearms. The forearm's looking kind of funky. So we're gonna pretend I jumped from all the way up there down here and I claim this.
Sacrifice. I offer you a power cell.
I haven't had to come back and grab a power cell in so long. I'll meet you back at the top. That's basically what's gonna happen here. You know what? We might just head to Stormy. Should I just head to the Snowy Mountain and grab that one too? Just for the hell of it. Because I'm not gonna be booting this back up in a minute. Bro, a lazy rate says, this reminds me when I played through the entire game and I found out towards the end before I fought Gaul and Mai that I didn't give back the sculptor his muse. This man took the muse to the final boss battle. 101 is the true 100%. All right. To the Red Sage's hut where he got the bugger. Bro is on 99. Damn, he's telling the truth. It's a 99. I got one scout fly missing. I gotta go to the gonorrhea. The gondola. Whoops. The Trilogy adventure. What are your thoughts on Super Saiyan 4 and Dragon Ball Z Daima? Yes, this is the gonorrhea gondola. What are your thoughts on Super Saiyan 4 Dragon Ball Z Daima? I love Daima. I gave it an 8.5. I love that show. It's early, bro. I'm just starting to talk shit. I need to find one scout fly in this whole mess. Where is the scout fly? To the gonorrhea. No. To the gonorrhea. It's a long ass cutscene just to go back to the peak. This is just an excuse. I left this one scout fly just to visit the beauty of Snowy Mountain. That's all the truth of it is. Jay says Daima owns GT. I agree with that. I actually think Daima owns GT. Me, I had way more fun watching Dragon Ball Daima than I did watching Dragon Ball GT. I know some people were like hardcore Dragon Ball GT fanboys and shit like that, and I mean, I loved Daima way more than GT, bro. I had the freaking Bon Para Brothers and Lord Lu DVD. There was nothing as abysmal as that in Daima. What do you think about SS3 Vegeta, bro? I was jumping out of my chair watching that shit. Him versus the first Tamagotchi Tamagami. Bro, that was one of the greatest episodes I've ever seen in my life. Yo, these boulders got a loud sound effect when I'm trying to find the scout fly out here. We gotta find one scout fly, then jump back up to the ceiling, and then we gotta go grab all this shit. Where's the scout fly? Where is the scout fly? He grabbed that shit like he palmed the basketball, was about to dunk that with a putback dunk. Where is? Let me know if you guys see it. Maybe it's because you were a favorite with your brother watching it so much. That's why you liked it. It was like I was watching Z with him as a kid for real. That could have been it too, bro. I felt like I was watching Z, but I was watching it with my dog, and I got the same feeling. You give it emotions you haven't felt in years. Yeah. Even watching the intro of Daima and the outro, every second of it, I watched the entire thing through, sitting next to my dog, and I'm telling you, I enjoyed it way more than I ever did with GT. That makes it 100 times better. Yeah, I watched it faded with my dog, and same thing. GT has good stories but bad execution. That is it. Literally, it's the great stories but terrible execution. And as a kid, I always would try to like defend it. I was always try to like which to watch it or like really try to defend GT just because I'm a Dragon Ball fan. But bro, it was not good. The Bon Para Brothers and Lord Lude by itself, bro. How much aura killer is those two? How much aura do you lose from those two alone just being on the screen? It's Death in the Fortress. Steven, Tom, you didn't watch Daima? Yo, you're missing it. Oh, you need to go watch it. It's so good. There it is. It's in the fortress at the very top. Wow, I didn't come up here. I remember we were talking some shit about random stuff about Maya's butt. I think we were talking about Maya's ass, and I left this at the very top. So yeah, this one scout fly got left behind because we got distracted about talking about Maya's butt, so we're gonna grab this. And now we actually have the full 100%, and we're gonna go unlock the door as we always do. KG, you haven't seen it either? Michael Jones says we all try to defend GT at one point, but as we got older, we realized we should save our breath. It was mainly the video games like Budokai 3 and having SS4 in the games is what really made you want to defend it. And I like the baby storyline somewhat. It was dragged on. Like, I feel like a lot of the fans for GT, and I've seen it from the Dragon Ball fans, they love the baby arc so much, but the execution is bad. Like I remember how much that arc dragged on while watching it live, like with the truffles, and it was like, bro, we got elevator music up until he turns SS4 as the Great Ape, and then the episode started to pick up. But other than that, you're seeing people get beat up in less than Super Saiyan 1 forms and shit, bro. Booty always clouding the mind. Nick says everyone should be distracted when talking about Maya's butt. You put respect on that name. The Bon Para brothers, not the Bugga brothers. Those episodes in Lord Lude, those parts of GT where they're going through the planets, especially I think Dr. Gildo and all of them, they were trying to hype up. That first wave is what really killed it. When they fought the robots and met Giru and he was still going Super Saiyan against the robots, I was like, what is this? I still fought my way and watched through that, but they nerfed him so bad in that arc, he felt like he was less than a Super Saiyan. And then that's where the aura of the show just got snuffed out. Then it came back with Baby, but remember, GT was so ass. Where is what's his name? Not Rildo, the first robot planet. That robot planet where they fought Giru. What happened to him? That guy, he had such a low amount of aura, they didn't even put him in the video games. And then the Bon Para brothers and going through that section and Lord Lude, that was ass. And then we get to Baby, and Baby was in the mix of that, and then his lore was okay. You see the glimpse of it. And then we end up back with the whole truffle thing, and it's like convoluted, and then Goku comes back, and then Gohan and all of them are possessed and shit. And then once we get to the Golden Ape, that's when GT actually woke up. Baby story was good. It was the Dragon Saga that was bad. They had bad dragons execution. They had Pan crying every minute. I remember the Underwear Wish Dragon. Trying to forget that pedo with Pan and GT. We're Lord Lude, the pedo episode. Yes, that's the DVD I had. The Bon Para brothers, the Bugga brothers, and then it was him, Lord Lude, being a pedo to Pan. It was the most disturbing shit ever, bro. That was my only Dragon Ball DVD that we ever bought, and I was hoping that when I bought a Dragon Ball DVD, it would be Broly or something. No, we ended up getting Dragon Ball GT, Lord Lude, the Bon Para brothers, and one more episode was in there. It was 3 episodes, and those were the 3 you paid for a full DVD. That's why I'm low-key a little salty about Dragon Ball GT, because I was like, I loved you and you did this to me. But Lord Lude, ugh. His aura alone subtracts like 3 GT villains that have aura. Ever watch Chris Hansen? That's Lord Lude. Nightford, do you like GT but Daimo's better? I love GT for what it brought to the video games. For Budokai 3, for the stories, SS4. Like I said, the concepts are dope. Baby Vegeta was okay. The power scaling and everything was great. The Great Apes, the story of the truffles kind of was good, but it just wasn't executed well because of the rival race of the Saiyans. And you had Super 17, which was, he was a beast, but why the fuck are you here? You know? And then even 18 was in that final fight, and it was like, what is this arc? It just feels so weird, but 2 17s equals a level Super Saiyan 4? I thought the Baby saga was alright, but it happened too fast and shit. Like, as soon as Baby got to Earth, everyone is infected. Yes, the pacing. As soon as they got to Earth, everyone's infected, and the pacing was so fucking wonky. And then the pacing only came together when he went Golden Ape. But even after he went Golden Ape, I remember he turned Super Saiyan 4 and he was toying around. Like, he just kept doing aura farming where he was just smiling. It didn't hurt me. I can do strong Kamehamehas. And then they dragged it along with Baby and the Great Ape, because then Baby got Great Ape and it kept going and felt like it went fast and slow, fast and slow, fast and slow. You remember passing by Broly and Fusion Reborn as a DVD as a kid, and you asked your mom if you could get a canon event? Man, I was Bro, if you affect the water supply, you can affect everyone. That's how he did. He affected the water supply and affected everyone. I remember, like, I kind of missed that part of the episode. I remember seeing Baby in the lab, and then I remember next thing you know, we're on Earth, and Gohan and Goten are attacking Goku, and he's like, "You're not my sons." They never explained it, it just happened. Yeah, like I remember as a kid, my introduction to Janemba, Fusion Reborn, Broly, all of these characters was through Budokai 3. And Budokai 2 only went up to the Majin Buu arc. Budokai 3 is what went through GT. So I'm here thinking that Broly was a GT character. So I'm buying this GT DVD thinking, yo, Broly's might be in one of these movies. They're not just selling regular episodes. No way. They did sell regular episodes and it was the worst ones. Lord Lude, Bon Par, Parberless, not even a baby episode or the Rildo, General Rildo things. So, yo, GT did me dirty. Even the video games for GT, yo, I am telling you, I try to love it as much as you guys. Y'all remember Dragon Ball Z, Boo's Fury, and Dragon Ball Z Legacy of Goku 1 and 2? Then we had the GT video games drop after that. Then we had Dragon Ball GT Transformations on the Grand Boy, not the Grand Boy Advance, the Grand Tour Advance, the Game Boy Advance. Dragon Ball Transformations was like a side scroller compared to Boo's Fury and all that shit, and they started really mucking it up. But you should play Infinite World. The Super 17 arc should never exist. What happened there? KG says, why did they do that off screen? That's my issue with it. Bro, I thought I missed an episode. So the fact they did it off screen is why I've been so confused about the fucking arc my whole life. The whole time I'm thinking Baby did it on screen. And I was like, yo, I must have missed an episode. I remember seeing him in the lab with the other doctor, the Dr. Gero clone. And then next thing you know, while they're traveling through the planets, that one escapes and he has some vengeance against the Saiyans. And next thing you know, he's on Earth and everybody's possessed and they just kind of skip there. And I'm like, yo, I get it, GT. I'm watching this like maybe every 2 weeks because they had episodes with the dragons, with the underwear wish and shit like that. And I was like, the fuck? Boo's Fury was so good. Remember waking up at 6 to boot up the Game Boy. Boo's Fury was peak, bro. The level up system, the fusions at the end if you get all the crates. 100%ing that game is peak. Boo's Fury is one of the greatest games of all time in my opinion. So much Game Boy peakness. Solid Game Boy SP game. That was one of my favorite SP games of all time. He infected the water supply, but it says he just did that. That's what I remember them saying, just saying it but never showing it. And I'm like, yo, what did I miss? So he infected the water supply, so everybody's just bobbity mind controlled. Dragon Ball GT Final Bout was your first DBZ game. That was one of the shitty ones, right? It was like the polygon ones. Mine was Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22, and bro, that game made me hate Japanese dubs. Bro, and that's low key. Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22 was ass because that was before the Budokai games. If you guys ever looked that up, it was very, very stiff controls and everything was in English text but Japanese dub. So I'm over here watching Dragon Ball Z with Sean Schemmel. We get this game. I'm excited for it. He has Super Saiyan in the game. He has Super Saiyan 3, all of this shit. And I'm playing as an old lady Goku, and me as a kid, I know something is inherently wrong with this because I'm not indoctrinated into listening to an old woman in this man's body. And I was like, bro, I hate this Japanese dub. And then from there on, I couldn't watch it until Super came out. I was like, yo, get Masako Zawa off of this shit. It's terrible. And then I was like, I made a video on that where I was like, yo, I just don't like the voice of Goku just because I feel as though most of the Dragon Ball fans like it because she's had the voice and she's just what built up on nostalgia. But honestly, as an old lady voicing a masculine, muscled up man and Vegeta standing up right next to, I think it's fucking, I don't like it. I hate that Japanese voice as Goku's main voice. It shouldn't be a woman, it should be a man. If it's Superman he's being based off of, why do we give him an old lady voice? Naruto being a kid, that makes sense. Kids being voiced by women, yes, like Ash and Pikachu and all that shit. But how is Yami from Yu-Gi-Oh have more bass in his voice than Goku? At 6 years old, I was like, this don't make sense. I'm not worshiping this old lady. So for me, Sean Schemmel is the GOAT. I don't like Masako Nozawa's Goku, and that's my hot take. I know the fandom would be like, oh, Masako Nozawa, you must love her Goku. No. Budokai 1 will forever be goated. Yes. Budokai Tenkaichi 1 Boo's Fury was your first game. Yeah. like her voice, Masako Nozawa's voice grew on me when I had to watch Super, but I was like, up to this day, I'm like, bro, she just, I just know it in my bones that people just like her because she had the voice first. Just because she's had it for this amount of time, to like let the old lady keep it. But honestly, if it was me as the casting director and I went back in time, we're gonna pick a good voice, not one that's shit, and we're gonna change it. Vegeta and Piccolo's voice actors are peak. Yes, the Japanese version of those voices are peak. And the thing is, Piccolo and Vegeta in Japanese, they translate over into English. The tonality and everything is damn near one-to-one. With Goku, you got a high pitch ass voice and small balls, and then it just messes me up. I can't look up to a grandma as my hero. That's what I feel like. I feel like as if I'm looking up to Japanese Goku, I'm looking up to a grandma. So I'm good off of that. And we're back with the orbs to open the gate. How the hell they got this back to the freaking village, I have no idea. Even had some orbs go back into the same spot twice. Holy shit.
Wow. What is it?
It's so beautiful.
By the precursors.
Imagine metalcore comes out of nowhere and kills everybody. And Jak is stuck just like that. Yo, what do you guys rate Jak 1? Let me know in the comments. Me personally, this game is one of the greatest games of all time. My first PS2 game, and it's a 9 out of 10, but like, yo, honestly, one of the greatest. KGM says Sean gave Goku more emotion stuff. Sean Schemmel's Goku has the seriousness, that American serious tone that the Japanese doesn't really capture. By the precursors. To be continued. Which Goku do you like better? Dragon Ball Z, Super, or Dragon Ball, or GT, or Daima? Z. 10 out of 10 game. We need to do a tier list for real, bro. We got to do it. Still gonna say this is a phenomenal 9 to 9.5. Yes, Jelly, 6-hour run. We've been streaming heavy. The support here has been fantastic. A 20 out of 10, 9.5. Jak 1, 9.5, 10 out of 10. Jak was easy, 9.5. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. God damn, y'all. Now I got to put it at 9.5. I always said it was like a 9 because it still has some outdated mechanics, but god damn. The hype, it pulled me up. Realistically, we got to give it some credit here. In 2025, they got the best flut mechanics. They got some of the best graphics, some of the best controls. When I pick up a game in 2025 and it doesn't control like this game, I'm automatically upset. Because now in 2025, you paid $70 to play a game that doesn't control as well as this one from 20 years ago, and you out 70 to 80 bucks. And you got to pay for the microtransactions on top of that. So I got to give a little bit more credit to this game right here because, man, oh man, with this reshade and everything, beautiful, beautiful, ahead of its time for sure. And there he is, he's scratching his ass. Man. This right here, Jak 1 forever holds a place in my heart. Yes, Marissa, I agree, I agree. If he talked, it would have been a 10. Imagine he said something at the very end. If he talked, it would have been a 10. And they put me back in the most peak place. So we're gonna leave Jak here to freeze. We're gonna put him in the freezer for a bit. And we're gonna head into Jak 2 tomorrow or the next day. I gotta see. We're gonna edit these videos. I got over 10 hours to go and edit. And not only that, I want to put a lot of editing to those videos, so make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Like I said, we're gonna be posting all these videos on YouTube, and you guys are gonna see yourself like featured here in the video. So Yosemite and the other levels we got to do as well. I might do the Yosemite levels tomorrow. Tomorrow might be a modded day, so let's try to see if we can do that. I'm gonna go and start working on this. And today you don't even own the games. That's the crazy part, right, Lindsay? Lindsay, preaching the right stuff. Today you paying $80 almost for these games. They're not even as good, and you don't even own them. You ever play Max Payne 3? Pulling the discount at the start at the Naughty Dog sign, so it just repeats. Paul the Direct goes live at 7 a.m. Okay, we'll see. Which channel? This one or the old one? This one. We're going to put it at this one. We're going to see how it does. If you're spending $70, you need to own the whole damn game. Yes. Oh, bring back the intro. We'll see, bro. Yo, nowadays though, every time I put in an intro in the video, Direwolf, bro, real talk, even if I start up the stream intro gets copyrighted. That's why I don't use music at all anymore. If I just put the stream intro, the Dragon Ball Daima music, the Dragon Ball Super music gets copyrighted and the whole stream is fucked. The last Jak stream, that's what happened. I was like, bro, do I just gotta do voice and outros? There's a mod called the Forgotten Lands. Styrex, yes, tomorrow let's do Forgotten Lands for the first time. I believe chapter 3 came out, and then we have Yosemite and the other worlds. So tomorrow is gonna be basically the DLC day before we jump into Jak 2, and then Friday into the weekend, it's gonna be a Jak 2 marathon. That's how they get you with the DRM content. They can lease it and pull it anytime they want. Odd Brother intro is tough. Forgotten Lands in Discord. Yeah, I seen, bro. Thank you for sharing it. Yo, imagine I throw in the COD Brother intro. That would be fucking lit. But I used to use so much copyright. So we'll see. By making your own intro music, that could help. That's the other part too. I really want to put the intro, but it takes time. Nightforge, you got to bring back the OG COD Brothers intro. There's more than one Max Payne. All right, yo. I appreciate every single one of you guys. I love every single one of you guys. I'll be catching you guys tomorrow. Get some rest. You guys are up mad late. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? It's 222 make a wish. All right, y'all. Tomorrow, we're going to get into this. I appreciate every single one of you. I love this gaming